I don't mean I don't mean We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 153, where maybe USA want to attack Venezuela. Maybe nobody knows. I also don't know. In fact, I have no freaking idea what the hell Trump is doing, because the Venezuelan issue, for like, as a close follower of Trump, like I follow the things he do and understanding him pretty well. Venezuela is pretty much a weird thing. Like, it's a departure to his usual way of dealing with things. So it's a bit of an enigma. Like, someone is whispering to him in his ear what to do about Venezuela, that kind of sort of thing. And of course, there is the Guinea-Bissau coup, where another of these French-influenced country has fallen beyond or out of French control. Maybe. Yeah, and I feel like they're going to join the Sahel alliance. And of course, the big news for the Ukraine war is Yermak resignation due to corruption scandal. Zelensky's ally is running teen. Reminds me of Lord of the Ring. But it's okay. It's like Rohan, right? He's so. But let's see. A lot of rumors about Zelensky maybe next, or Zelensky is going to collapse or whatnot. Who knows? So welcome to DPA Open Mic. Just now forgot to turn on the comments on the stage. Oops. So as usual, and this time around, so DPA Open Mic is now live, a multicast on multiple platforms. You may always hear me say this, but no, we have a new platform, Kick. So we are now streaming on Kick as well. I just created a new account on Kick, so it's a competitor to Twitch. So we are now live multicast on the DPA Open Mic on YouTube channel, on DPA Open Mic on Rumble channel, DPA Telegram, DPA Twitter, DPA Twitch, DPA Kick. Yeah, so a lot of platforms for people to choose, although I think no people will be watching over this most of these platforms. So it's going to be you and me over on YouTube and maybe Rumble. Rumble is also running low on people nowadays. We have 5 watching right now on Rumble. Hi Rumble people, you can chit chat on the chat, like okay. So I'm gonna drop the link to join, so that I don't go into some kind of monologue, because the DP Open Mic is not me. Is you guys, is for you guys, not for me. So let me find my copy and paste thing. Give me a second. Dun. Copy and paste. So I dropped this link here. Copy. Okay, I have dropped the link to join on the live chat of the YouTube channel. I have pinned it. I've dropped it into the Rumble channel as well, and I have pinned it. And I'm gonna drop it into Kick. Join to Kick as well. I have pinned it, as well as Twitch, and I have pinned it. I'm not sure if I can pin it on Twitter's stream. Twitter's. So hi Lambo.
Bam! First, yeah.
Yes. So yeah. Twitter still sucks. Twitter live chat cannot pin. So, yeah, too bad.
Never on Twitter.
It is what it is.
Never on Twitter.
Twitter is a pretty unhealthy place to be on. It's not real life. I just want to say it's not real life.
It's also it's all social media. If you just look at the comment sections of Facebook and things, it's not real life anymore. People are complaining and shitting about everything. Saying stupid stuff without checking. I said that multiple times. Twitter is, for me, it's like so strange to follow. You have like no clear overview of Twitter. So I prefer to stay on Telegram. Like everything I am watching, researching about the Ukrainian-Russian conflict, I do via Telegram and YouTube. So that is how I know DPA, for example. Via YouTube, and I'm never going to forget the first 3 clips I watched of DPA was the super panel about the tanks with Von Mehdi. Yeah.
Wow, interesting. You actually joined because of the super panel.
Yeah, because I was busy doing my research about everything that happened in Ukraine. So the normal social media and the news was so. I was thinking that is not correct. That's propaganda. I need to find some truth, some reality. It's not correct, and thanks to you, for example, Willie was later. I started actually to watch the Denis Davidov, the American asshole veteran, stupid stuff. I started with that, and I also noticed that it was not correct. Then it was very fast DPA, and so for the mappings, so a lot of mappers see right now. And DPA really started because of the super panels of the tanks, and it's actually a bit sad because I was willing to ask you that if you can do like your overview on your YouTube, you can't find it anymore, or not so easy. I think you need to have a topic with all the super panels.
Actually, I have the playlist for it. So, but I may hide some of the videos.
Yeah.
So because I was doing some experiment, I hide a lot of videos. I put it into unlist, but they're actually inside the playlist.
I checked them lately and I didn't find it directly. Can be me that not looking correctly, but no, it really started with that, and I was fan and directly fan of the knowledge about the tanks. Of course, they drove the tanks with Mehdi and Vaughn, directly fan of the channel because of that. And I liked the concept a lot.
So there's the playlist. But it's probably very behind because we haven't done any panels for a long time. Panels, then DPA panels. So if you go to the DPA panels, you can see there's the whole list of it is all here. I've done the post-Ukraine one, post-Ukraine war geopolitics and economics. There's African ones, de-dollarization, about United States. The trans one is the one. Yeah. I think there's a pro-Ukraine one also as well. We have a pro-Ukraine panel.
Also, exactly. The pro-Ukrainians also.
But the viewership is not high. So I think that's the main reason why I didn't.
That's why you maybe need to put them like more visible.
It's only 18,000. But the thing is, it's the same. I think generally it's still the same problem as the like the open mic. Is just like, it's very you have to have people willing to watch
it's normal,
people they don't know to like that is a bit difficult. It's a bit of a difficult thing to taste to enjoy the taste.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because if it's a panel of famous faces, let's say I have a history legend on, and then maybe
if you want to be
blow up.
Talking about pro-Ukrainian and views, if you want to have a lot of views, you need to go to the propagandist Denis Davidov and do collaboration attempt to make one video together.
He will not do it because I don't want to say grifter, but he's not. I don't think he's an asshole. I think he's actually a nice person. But I think
maybe. But problem is,
of course, he's. I think objectively speaking, I think he's a grifter. Because he's Ukrainian. He pretend to be pro-Ukraine in a way because he ran away from the country. He should be fighting, So he didn't serve his country, but he reports in the pro-Ukrainian way. So essentially, objectively speaking, that is grifting. But I don't think he's an asshole. I mean, if he's an asshole, if you look from the point of view where he's monetizing this thing, right?
Good. Yeah, his pilot channel was very good actually. He had two channels. He had also the pilot channel.
I think the Denis Davidov was the original pilot channel. Like he used to have pilot content. Then he
still had a channel.
Yeah, he's a separate channel. I know that before he started the Ukraine war stuff, he was talking about all the pilot shit. And if you have watched the first super panel where I have this guy called Sanya Florida. So San Florida, he actually reports on the Ukraine war using DPA's mapping, but in Russian. So it's super huge in Russia. He's like one of the the biggest channel now in YouTube. At least for Ukraine war, and he used to be one of the biggest channel, if not the biggest channel on YouTube in Russian, reporting on the Ukraine war. So and then YouTube terminated him because Russian. But he's American actually. So he told me that he actually spoke to Denis Davidov before the war. They actually was in speaking terms. So it's not like So he's just a normal guy, Denis Davidoff. That it just happened that he is very profitable to to
He
pretend.
changed. He changed very hard in the last months, years. He became a very big America hater, so Republican hater.
Dennis,
Yeah,
Dennis.
very hard, and also everything like you know the frozen assets that are stocked on
I think he's just playing up
Belgium.
to the audience. I think he's
He's
just playing
blaming.
up to the audience. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
and the thing
he's
is
probably
that I
reading the
don't
content, right?
understand. The thing that I don't understand is on Telegram he already stopped the comment sections. He completely stopped the comment sections, so you're not allowed to comment anymore. Only put the emoji, and it can happen that he's going to stop the comment sections on YouTube and his other channels. Why? Because it's going bad in Ukraine. And I think more and more people are starting to be angry and start to say to Dennis, come on, dude, what are you busy saying?
Or maybe come on, be honest a bit or something like.
Yeah,
Like this,
be
right?
honest, tell the truth. And it's the same like if he's busy telling about the frozen assets in Belgium, he's blaming our prime minister. And you see that and the comment section on YouTube, because you can't comment anymore on the Telegram, you see Belgium or European guys that knows what's happening, that are saying, come on, dude, what are you saying? And then you have other guys that still believe in the propaganda and say, yeah, but the Weaver or prime minister, the prime minister of Belgium is maybe going to put all the money in his pocket. No, we're already giving these interests to Ukraine already. That is how we finance Ukraine, by the interest of these assets. And the thing is that Davidov is just blaming every politician, every country that do everything for Ukraine at their power. But no, it's not enough. We need to put a risk in our country to become bankrupt in a few years' time if Russia can reclaim legally the money back. Belgium is going to be done. Know what I mean? So he doesn't understand that. So he misinformed also the audience very hard. That's very sad, actually. You can use the propaganda. I have nothing against propaganda. You need to have some sort of propaganda to have your own citizens with you. If you're in a war, you need to have propaganda. It's normal. But they are over exaggerating. Like, I know that Denis Davidov started to use MK mapping in the beginning of when he did the daily Ukraine reports. Then he stopped and he said to MK, because they were talking with each other, that it was not his target mapping anymore. So he went to deep state. Now you know how deep state is doing right now. Just look at the Pokrov region, how they are not informing well. But you need to notice that a lot of Ukrainian soldiers going on internet on deep state to see what's happening around them. And you're like 2 weeks off map. You're not correct for like 10 or 14 days, something like that. Fucking dangerous.
I'm not sure what is the level of access of the mappings for the Ukrainian soldiers. I know I've seen before anyway, I want to super chat. Hi Joe, not super chat, super sticker. Thank you, Joe Public. But no, I see before the classified mapping before. No, but the thing is my contact, the guy that came on Open Mic, he's in the special forces, so he have different access. But I'm not sure about the normal soldiers. So if the normal soldiers they have no access, going to deep state does make sense. But deep state is not the real mapping. The real mapping you'll see on the actual military mapping that they use is very detailed. Where all the units are, where all the positions are, where the Russians they think is very clear, So it's not like the deep state. Deep state is just open source intelligence generation.
States, one that the higher ranks have and one that the normal people can see.
No, the military don't use deep state. The military have their own own proprietary which they actually use to do literally plannings.
But these are not the regular soldiers that are seeing that.
I think the special forces probably have it. The commanders probably have it. I think those conscripts, I don't think so. Like those soldiers that got mobilized, I think they don't trust them enough to have it. I that's the feeling that I get. And then Johari said, "Do you think Trump action in Venezuela is covered to bring the US out of the Ukraine war?" No. It has nothing to do with it. I did reply, I think on DPA forum. there is no. I don't think there's any link at all because the United States is largely not in the Ukraine war at all anymore. Like Trump has basically rearranged everything to the point where it's entirely a European problem. So the only thing that Trump is United States have in Ukraine is basically just helping them in terms of like intel, satellite, Starlink, and then all the weaponry, it all flows through Europe first. Europe have to pay for them. So there's no more free ammunition, like maybe pay later kind of thing. I think no more
what
such
we
things.
know.
So
What we know.
yeah, or maybe there are people who dare to transfer this stuff, under Trump's nose. But Trump administration general position is that they're not going to support Ukraine, unconditionally. So that's what's happening.
I think if US is really going to stop helping Ukraine, is because they're going to be. I think there are already very big corruption leaks, but I think at the moment the corruption is way too high, like up to Zelensky itself. I think Trump is going to give them the choice, like, or you resign and you start a new government, destroy all that corruption, or we stop everything and funding and even supplying. I don't know if they're going
will
to
just
stop
review,
selling to Europe because it's make money. It's all about money. So,
or they will review Zelensky's corruption, if he has any corruption. So I'm not sure. Actually, the reality is that who knows? Zelensky might be actually the cleanest politician in Ukraine, and then it's like he's the only not corrupted guy, but everybody around him is corrupted, and then he's
so
like
his right
stressing out
hand
every
is
single
corrupt
day.
as fuck, and he didn't
No, you
know
never
it.
know, right? Like, no, maybe he's the most innocent guy and he's totally not corrupted, and then everybody around him is corrupted, including his wife. And then the corrupted people are like, working behind his back with the wife to transfer asset to the wife and whatnot. No, who knows, man? That maybe the wife is the one that initiated it and said, I need to secure my husband's thing. He cannot talk for me. He cannot talk because he's the president. I'm talking for him. But actually, the Zelensky actually do not know. Then that's why we have all these reports of all the yacht and all the houses, overseas. But it's actually all the wife. It's not Zelensky. Maybe Zelensky is the most noble person in Ukraine. Who knows? And it's like, what the fuck is happening? Like, I've done so much, bringing so much money and help, but where is all my weapons? Maybe that's why he's so confused. That he's so stressed. That's why he need to take a lot of flour in his nose. That because this like how if not, how do you make bread? So no, yeah.
I think that cartoons like fairy tales like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs or more.
You can always hope, man.
What's happening in Ukraine for the moment?
It's the only way I can still justify any form of support for Ukraine, like for Zelensky. Zelensky is the hero. So
it's crazy.
To answer your earlier question about no collaboration with Dennis, I want to just say it's not possible because he's too big. He's just way too big, and he because I think he's grifting. But I'm not saying that it's a wrong thing to do because it earns a lot of money and it's a millionaire. I believe he's a millionaire already because I calculated he definitely earned more than $1 million. Of course, how he wasted the money, I do not know, but he definitely earned at least $1 to $2 million minimum. So but the thing is, because he probably know what is the reality, I don't think he's a stupid guy. He's a pilot, so I think he's grifting, and he cannot allow himself to be on podcast to be questioned, which is why you never even see him on any other pro-Ukraine channels at all. He never collabs with anybody because his arguments cannot stand interrogations. I think that's the main reason. And there is no reason to feed any channels, particularly DPA, where it's not even pro-Ukraine. So, but that's what I think.
Yeah. The guy. Like I said, it's sad that the guy became the last months. I just like to follow everything. So I need to know everywhere the pro, left, right, Ukrainian, Russian, what's happening, neutral, and
I didn't know. I didn't know he was on Mario.
He did a few. I didn't remember the names, but he did a few last couple of weeks ago.
He shouldn't be on Mario though.
But the guy has 950,000 followers. I think with the money he at least bought a very good PC for his flight simulator game.
most probably. But
I'm waiting for it actually. Guys on the chat, if you want to have good information, you own a PlayStation 5, 8th December release of Flight Simulator 2024 on PlayStation. Yay! Guess who's going to buy it?
I heard Steam is coming out their own platform, something like a mini computer. Which is
but
like
they already did that in the
console.
past. It's not the first time they did that.
So this one is going to be the more powerful one and the more effective. It looks pretty. So I saw it on on other people's channels. It's quite cool. I think that is going to be the main engine for the future. So
you think? No. I'm a console guy, so yeah, I'm happy that
I'm a PC master race.
No, I'm not PlayStation 5. I have the 30th anniversary PlayStation 5 in here, and with the controller and everything. So I am a fanboy of PlayStation. And actually, I was waiting to buy PlayStation 5 for the release of Grand Theft Auto, but we need to wait one more year. So everything has its own. I like PlayStation, and I'm very happy. And they actually did very well with the Flight Simulator to put it very well on the console also, and it's good for the future for PC players. Oh yeah, wait. I'm going to show my beauty. It's a great PlayStation 1 edition.
Oh, that is so classic, man. Yours is so classic.
Yeah.
The colors. Mine is a
it's
white one.
It's geeky as fuck. As a forum.
I bought this to play other games, but it's on computer, not on PlayStation. I don't have a PlayStation.
That's actually the good part. So the VR2 goggle on PlayStation 5 is considered as one of the best and not so expensive. And thanks to Flight Simulator 2024, people that are already playing Flight Simulator and on PC going to be able to use that goggle, because they're going to have the shares of their PlayStation. It's going to be something like that, for what I'm informed. And for me, being a plain fanboy, and the game, you have the Antonov 225 with the 6 engines. So I'm going to have that one for 100%. So yeah, it's just nerdy stuff, right? It's nerdy stuff,
I don't know. I'm not sure what happened to me. I love planes, but then end up I never bought Flight Simulator. Like I end up never even have the proper gig. I don't even have the proper joysticks and everything.
No.
What the fuck happened to me? I
actually love planes. Is good enough, actually. They said.
Yeah, I used to have this game called US Navy Fighter very long time ago in the Windows 95 era. So and I was I played a lot of it. Play F-14 and. Those was the days.
I was the Ice Combat guy in the past on PlayStation. Ice Combat.
Then after that, the next plane game I have was a World War II one. Then because I don't have a joystick, so I cannot play it on normal settings. Like the moment normal setting I use my keyboard, you'll immediately stall. The play will just stall. The moment I turn, it stalls. It's unplayable. Then I have to set up the automatic, balancing and whatever. Then after that, I stopped playing because maybe I'm just too poor. I'm just too poor.
Yeah, you also have DLC and all that shit. So yeah, it's you can make it as expensive if you want to, and that's the advantage. If you have a console, you have just a console, you have the updates on it and everything. And the PC, you actually need to continue to upgrade it. I think Flight Sim is very intensive for a PC. DCS also is the same. These are games that are asking a lot of a computer, so you need to have a pretty already expensive computer to play big games, and that's the advantage you have with the console. So I had all the PlayStations. So the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5 now. And I just may be playing one game and that's it every day, just to relax a little bit. Wars of Warship Legends, and that's the only one. Nowhere I show the pictures of Bismarck, the girl. It came from that game. Collaboration with Azure Lane, and it's sort of free to play. But you can put money in it the much you want to. Battlefield game. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, but no, it's But yeah, it's we will see with the future of propagandists like Davidov how it's going to end, because like I am thinking he's busy cutting off, and he has actually no reason to do it. The comment sections is already thinking that he's feeling that there are more and more people not agreeing with him anymore. and he's bitching. He'll make it worse for himself. He's bitching about Trump is too much. He's like on Telegram bitching 95% of the time about Trump. They're going to have a little thing like
Yeah,
Ukraine.
but that would alienate his no American base, right? So I think that's a mistake. And in fact, I think criticizing any of the countries that is supposedly on Ukraine side is always a negative thing, because your
very
viewers are all from these areas. If you talk shit about Belgium, the Belgian viewers would know better. It was like, what the fuck? Then you talk shit about Trump. At least half of your American base was like, what the fuck? Because the half of the Americans probably support Trump, you know. So it's like, and if the more you criticize like the Germans and whatnot, then you slowly will run out of supporters, because like, yeah, unless you want to be like me, you know, I criticize everybody, you know. But the thing is, like, you know, I even criticize my own country. But the thing is, that is not his branding. His branding is like, you know, always be like very, very positive, right? You know, always very hopeful, you know. So I think it's a bad idea. Oh my God, here comes Jesus. It's just
Jesus
come
with a
to
little
Jesus
beard.
moment.
Finally, your beard is back, because it was
Oh,
awful.
Gabriel looks so handsome today somehow.
Never do that again, Jesus.
Yeah, I think the length of this beard just nice. No, it make him super handsome.
Yeah. No, he's too much Ken Barbie, Jesus. It's not good. You need to grow it a little bit more to be a little bit more ugly.
I can never have this beard, man. Fuck, I'm fucking Chinese, you know. Chinese is
Everybody,
only here.
it started in that year. That little piece, it started. When it
baby.
started to grow, it kept. I mean, and a lot of people
You
never.
are
spoke about
forever a baby, Wyatt. A baby
Yeah,
face.
you if you saw the Kill Bill, right? No, Kill Bill, the old master, right? No, his beard is only here.
Yeah.
That's the freaking Chinese.
Master,
That's all we can have. No, it's only here and here. You know, that's it.
Master,
here
you
usually-
need to watch lift,
At least you don't have to shave from your neck all the way up to your
Yeah.
nose.
Thank God, man. I hate it, man.
There's people that have to do that. Yeah, shaving is terrible, and you know, at least you have not that much to shave though, and you'll always be a baby face. Yeah, but you know, about what you were talking about. Oh, thanks for all the compliments, though.
Well, we were talking about Dennis Davidoff.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. You know, I was thinking the other day about Denis Davidov and how he, you know, like all these influencers, all these, you know, like hardcore NAFO, you know, guiding posts or lighthouses. They must be in a terrible situation right now, because, okay, like on one side, what you say, yeah, they might antagonize the Americans if they criticize Trump. But think about it. You know, like most Americans that support Ukraine hardcore, they're probably like, you know, these hardcore liberals that hate Trump anyway, right? They're probably like the Wayne type of people that are, you know, like they hate Trump and you know, they love the rainbow flag and, you know, want to plant it in the Kremlin and stuff like that. But increasingly, probably just like, you know, they're so disconnected from reality that, you know, their public is probably decreasing. And one of the reasons I think they have so much followers is basically bot farms. So like increasingly you're just like shouting to a crowd of bot farms, you know, that they're just gonna, you know, parrot everything that you say, and, you know, they're gonna destroy you if you step out of line. You know, so it's like you know, multitudes of bot farms that are, you know, like cheering after you, anything and any retarded thing you say against Russia, and they're also going to tear you to pieces the moment that you say anything remotely approximate to reality. So they're probably
That's a scary thing, right? You cannot talk about reality. That's the most scary shit, man. It's like Yermak is sacked, no, but he can say nothing about it. Or you have to like, you know, pretend that, oh yeah, he's freaking corrupted, you know, whatnot. You have to like just double down on it.
So like they're screaming into a void. They're talking into a void of bots, you know, like they're not real people. They're probably like half of them are like paid, you know, bot farmers making random reactions for pro-Russia versus pro-Ukraine content, and you get paid for them.
I'm not sure, you know. I'm not sure. I sincerely believe that there's really that many people who is pro-Ukraine, like in this world. Like really, there is a lot. That's the feeling I get. Like just like when I was looking at the US politics, especially in the 2016, 2017, 2018, 2020, all this time where people are super anti-Trump. Like these people really exist. Like they are like in real life, they really just read headlines and they just like, okay, Trump is evil, but like no superficial type. So I believe that these people who are really pro-Ukraine, very anti-Russia, just because they have they read some mainstream media and they're like, it's just their reality now.
Yeah, I mean they exist. They exist by all means, but also you have to know as a fact that there's also armies of bots that are supplementing those fanatics. Like the people, most people can be pro-Ukraine or anti-Ukraine or like pro-Palestine, whatever, but they're anti-Trump, whatever. But it's like a secondary part of their life. It's something that they might have a conversation on it, on a barbecue between talking about football. It's an afterthought in the best case. So like only very few people can be like an activist of it, and be, like yelling on internet about it. It's a minority of people actually that are like very interested in that type of things as to involve themselves. And most of it is bot farms, like the greatest amount of people that are extremely politicized in a sense of activism, because that's what they do. And so you have this minority of people that are absolutely convinced, but then you also have this massive void of people that are just, like farming. You've seen the videos.
I wonder
right?
how many are real bots, like bots, like really computerized, like copy paste kind of thing. I'm really not sure how is the percentage like, because DPA used to have some. I recognize because I going through the comments, right? There is like multiple comments from different accounts are all saying the same thing. They just copy and paste the same thing, which is like, what the hell, man? Is that you're going to sabotage me? Even though the comments is supportive, but the thing is clearly like botted, and DPA, by like 3 months into the war, we got struck by YouTube for alleged unnatural activities, so, and then it could be bots, it could be not, but like after that, since then, DPA is suppressed like until today. So I'm not sure. Like maybe they are trying to discourage me and make me give up. No, but I haven't given up. So it's like, okay, I'll let you survive.
I think you're going to see the change because YouTube and say Google, an instance, are less afraid compared to the Biden era. And Biden
but they're still anti-Trump. I think Google is still.
They admitted already a few things, and Meta also. So I think we're going to see in the future as how it's going to change. No, it's maybe too early. Just about the chat, the Godfather Solona, stop saying to me that I'm a Jew. First of all, I still have my skin. If you want to know what I mean. And if you want to be big modes against me, we have 7 places left to join. Feel free to join, my friends. Thank you. Yeah.
Maybe you're the Jew with the skin. No, who knows? Skinful Jew. Yeah, I mean, YouTube. We are talking about orange juice. No, we are not talking about like juice. Like they're talking about juice. Like they blend the orange with the skin.
Exactly,
no, skinful juice.
Yeah. No. You do that with the skin on
just,
it. If you're not
just in case. It will be a bit more spicy. Like just in case. Just in case YouTube got a bit sensitive. Like your AI is wrong. We are not talking about like Israel kind of Jew. Like we're talking about orange juice.
No, exactly. Orange juice, exactly.
I see jujitsu. Yeah, jujitsu is also nothing to do with juice. No, come on, It's like.
No. Well, I enjoy any comments. People can be. I have a lot in real life. I have a lot of haters. You can't see me as a sort of YouTuber without having a proper YouTube page. I have social media. I am an admin. I have more than 52,000 people that knows me. A lot of people just know me who I am in real life, and I don't know who the people are. So I have haters. I really have haters, and it can go pretty wrong with that.
That's the that's the most Jewish thing you've ever said, Lambo.
Yeah, but you know, if you do decisions to become popular or famous, even as regional in your place where you're living, is a risk that you know what you're doing. You choose to be open for everybody, so you need to understand the consequences that can happen. I showed here up on DPA, so I know I'm going to have haters, I'm going to have lovers, I'm going to have maybe fans. I don't know. In the car scene, I really have fans also, but I have the fucking haters. I'm going to have people that are really bitching about me 20 meters from me to other persons like, oh, you know that dude, it's a dictator on Facebook, blah, blah, blah.
You know what you have to do with that, Lambo? You have to make a rap song about people being envious and hating on your fancy cars, right?
If you need help, let me know. You just write the lyrics. I will throw it into the AI to do the music. You know, he will rap like perfectly for you.
Lambo, just shut the fuck up with your awkward stuff and obsession. With your obsession with fruit juices and other drinks and beverages.
Orange juice with skin.
You know, I mean, seriously, you know, Wyatt's trying to climb out of this hole and make money, and you're over here being awkward. We all know what the problem is. We all know where the problems are. We all know who causes the problems. We all know that Wyatt still drinks the Kool-Aid of Sarah Ashton of the Ukrainian Armed Forces because he still says Pokrovsk is standing. He tries to claim that, you know, the MOD told him that, but I think it's really Sarah that told him.
Yeah,
honestly.
He's probably buying her bathwater.
She's back. By the way, supposedly Sarah's
That's
back.
disgusting, man. Holy shit!
Supposedly Sarah's back in Ukraine too.
Is he or she coming back as a he or a she?
The video, he was presenting as a male with a buzz cut in his uniform, and he says that horrible. You know, people complain about how I pronounce Ukrainian names of villages and stuff. You know, like Gololopi or Hololopiloli or whatever. I mean, look what this guy's doing.
Yeah, but he destroyed his image, man. Like by being the trans no thingy, right? Like the image is just totally destroyed. I cannot look at him and not remember the girl version of him. It's like
the video they showed the other day. He does that, you know, Slava to the Heroam Ukraine. You know, like it sounds like an American like me trying to like spell out what it says. You know, like. It you know, like it doesn't make sense to me as an English speaker.
Originally was
like, it just sounds horrible. It seems like if I was Ukrainian and someone came up and spoke to me that way, I would slap them for it. I'd be like, just speak English. Don't try to speak my language. You're insulting me.
Ask first if it's a woman or a man because you're not allowed to slap women.
No, but you know these fluctuations in Sarah, Aston Carrillo, they're a good indicator of what you were talking about earlier of YouTube and what Lambo was saying earlier about YouTube and Google, you know, easing on the censorship part. It's like these mega corporations, they're an instrument of power, probably even one of the motors of power, political, social power, right? And so they're always fluctuating with the tide, right? They're trying to establish some type of social engineering. They're always trying to push an agenda, you know, but that agenda fluctuates according to electoral cycles, according to like the global situation. What the Amen. Yeah, this live stream is definitely sponsored by Autism and Co. Okay, and Co. But yeah, they're fluctuating according to like you see how the headlines are constantly like spitting narratives all the time, and like they say things that are completely ridiculous and, you know, retarded, but then they try to like they put other things to legitimize themselves that are more closer to the truth. And in the same way, these mega media corporations, they're constantly trying to appeal to the public to maintain their influence while they're also engineering, trying to manipulate and manufacture public perception and opinion, and to gatekeep and monitor what can be said, what is permissible discourse, and all of that. And most of the changes you see are along those lines. It's not like they're less scared than they were under Biden. It's just that it's under a new management. Okay. And for all the resistance there might be against Trump, there might have been against Trump, it's not like in the first term. You don't see that type of rabid rejection of Trump from all the institutions. Now they're like slobbering over his ring. They're trying to, because he's come in with greater institutional power than the first term. And he's also more compliant with the, like the trajectory of America. Like he does, get along with Lindsey Graham, with the neocons. Like he's which I don't necessarily criticize. I mean, maybe it's a terrible mistake, but maybe it's just, like necessary diplomacy for your internal politics. It's not necessarily like just the bad will, lying. People who get into office need to keep a balance between the interests of the.
Well, I mean, think about it. You got to do some of the shit so you can get Lindsey Graham's vote when you need it, or him to whip something or push something or sponsor something or go out and make statements, And he's one of those guys, he'll do it for you. All you got to do is throw him a bone. Probably don't even have to do that anymore. He's probably whipped. I mean, a lot of those guys, you could tell they do that.
You can see a lot of covert threats to Trump from Lindsey Graham. Like every time he says, "Oh, I have all these congressmen that are ready for voting on this," that Trump didn't ask for. He's basically saying, I've got this part of the Senate that's backing me over you. And those are covert threats. He's exercising power over, and that's how it works. That's how presidencies work. They have to, negotiate with all of these power structures that are prior to him, and they're going to be posterior to him. Like they're going to outlive any president. So a president has to listen and obey to a certain extent. He has to try to maneuver to see what he can actually does in that structure, in that context, whatever.
I mean, look at the whole thing with Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's a staunch Trump loyalist, and then Trump turned on her. I mean, I don't know how much of it. I mean, a lot of this is speculation from other people like Fuentes and other people, but they've got people inside circles and they can find stuff out. And one of the rumors is that, she wanted higher office, and she's kind of like the Republican establishment's kind of like done with her. Like she's gotten as far as she was going to be allowed to go based on how she kind of acted, even though she is MAGA and Trump, and they weren't really interested in making her a governor or senator. And there was even talk that she might have wanted to be a VP candidate to Vance or the next ticket, but people kind of told her, like, basically, you're too dumb for that, so just go away or stay. And she decided to leave, but that's just one rumor. Because they said she kind of bitched out. She had 2 years left. She could have just served her term, and she apparently freaked out on one guy that told her, why don't you just finish your term? And you want me to die? You want me to get killed like Charlie Kirk? So a lot of people are just saying she got slapped down about her ambitions, and she's just being an emotional woman and quit. And
that might be true. Charlie Kirk did set a precedent, right? And also the attempt on Trump. So like people who are, defying the status quo, they can easily get whacked, and you get a threat, a like actionable threat, and you got to think twice if you have kids.
Yeah, but I mean, those people get those threats every day, all day long. They got federal marshals. They can always assign extra security if she had legit issues. I think I kind of do think that maybe they told her that, thank you for your service, we're not going to promote you, and maybe that's where the rift finally broke. After all she did for Trump, to be told that we're not going to support your future endeavors. Thanks. Yeah. She might have just
Candace Owens? You talking about Candace?
No, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a bit weird. That's another weird situation. Candace Owens was now is lately have been talking about France is trying to assassinate her, and then the French guys are the one that assassinated Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk was I think supportive of Candace Owens or something like that. I forgot what's the trigger.
Your mic's really crappy, Gabriel. It sounded like it was muffled.
I have poor signal.
Another thing too, like people were making, like Candace Owens, like my show's going to be off the air. They're trying to kill me, and a lot of people pointed out that it's Thanksgiving break, and most big time people don't really do shows. So it's like, is she really under threat? And then there was some jackass video that was released. It was some guy behind like a curtain, the silhouette with his voice changed. And he's like, yes, the French want to kill her. They want to kill her publicly on the show. They want the blade to be seen and the wound to be felt. They want to silence everyone. It's like, of course it's some French she sounded. I mean, it sounded like Shadowy. It could have been Shadowy, just made a video and posted it to CNN, and they think it's a real assassin.
Plausible.
But I'm just saying, it was that cheesy, It was like, they are going to cut her with a knife on her show live.
No,
so everyone can see. It's like, wow, this is how are they going to get in her house and do all that? I mean, wouldn't you think the security would, like, hey, there's a guy trying to get in the house with a knife to cut you on TV?
Yeah, but think about it, Juan. Think about it. What you always hear about Mossad, you always hear about CIA, about KGB, about all these intelligence agencies, but you never hear about the French. Can anyone even remember what the French intelligence agency is called?
Was it like the GRG or something?
I think, yeah.
Or DRG, or
if nobody hears about them, they're probably like the best spy agency. They have the most influence. They're actually behind Epstein. They actually control the Mossad, because you never hear about them. So you got to think at a certain point that the one you never hear about is actually the real deal, right?
No, but it was just funny though, the way they've hyped this whole thing up. Like people, like other YouTubers are like, I think it's true. I think it's really true. They're trying to kill her. I mean,
here was RL starting with that story about the husband of Macron. It was RL that started on DPA, and it came from other YouTubers. But it's not only Candace Owens that has been on justice. It's a lot of all these people that started all that bullshit. Candace just heard about it and did her research.
Well, yeah, I mean, RL is kind of on, and yeah, like if I were a French, honestly, if I were French, I would use any ammo against Macron. Like I wouldn't spare bullets at all. Like I don't care if it's fake. I don't care if it's wacky. Like just throw shit at him until he gets smothered in a pile of because it's just so terrible. It's so atrocious that actually, like, anything that you can use against the guy, just throw it at him just in case. See if the spaghetti sticks.
I mean, I know you're being facetious, but still, I mean, you are true to a point, because like I've been reading this book and it's about Wagner, and it's like from the start till I guess now, and it talks a lot. They're a lot about Africa and what they were doing in Africa, and they were definitely dancing with the French quite a bit down there. And
oh wow!
But the crazy thing is like, I mean, the book, it kind of sucks because it's biased against the whole concept of the mercenaries and the Prigozhin and all the Russian characters and stuff. And it's almost like, well, why would you write a book about all these people that you obviously don't like and make no effort to hide your comments about them, or just make sure that all the bad stuff's mentioned too? But even in amongst all that, I mean, this guy is down there with like, what's his name? What's his name? Repetino?
Robotine.
Yeah, he's down there. Utkin, Zombie, and they had a whole bunch of guys down there. And he talks about how they learned they had to kind of learn their way down there and figure it out. But when they started trying to do business down there, Prigozhin is like hiring cultural African analysis people to do surveys. He was running political campaigns for opposition guys. They would back one guy, and if that guy started falling, they would secretly make a deal with the other candidate to keep all their deals in place. I mean, there was one venture they were working on that if they had gotten it to full production, this gold mine, Wagner would have been pulling in $100 million a year off this gold mine. And this is stuff going on with the blessing of the Russians and stuff completely on their own. And like at some point, the Russians, you know, they're always down there. You know, he's making connections because get this, it's like, it's not just like Wagner guys and stuff going down there to set up deals for Russia. There's FSB down there. There's GRU down there. They've got their own schemes and plans going. So he's making all these connections, doing all this diplomacy. He's making deals with each rebel group and assigning a Wagner advisor to them and convincing them all to be peaceful to each other, and they pay taxes and let them mine and all that shit. Just the crazy stuff. He even had, at one point, I think they had the UN inspecting his arms shipments that were being delivered to Darfur legally. And it was basically supplying, you know, it was Wagner supplies and supplies for the training they were doing. But yeah, this guy's, I mean, you know, they would do opinion polls, create newspapers for, you know, in favor of stuff or against stuff, pro-Russian stuff. I mean, he had a whole system like of, you know, media, government, you know, linguists, people that understood the culture. And, you know, they would go into an area and he'd figure out who he needed to talk to and get in touch with them and try to work deals with them. I mean, it was a hell of a lot more than just fighting the Islamists down there. It's like the shit that dude was involved in. And the thing is I do believe now, you know, Prigozhin's dead, and I would almost bet that Shoigu was in it because him and Shoigu had business dealings down in Africa and actually had some engagement down there. Not negative, I don't think, but they did business and compete. And before Prigozhin was allowed to bring Wagner into the Ukraine war, Shoigu was already recruiting PMCs in the Wagner model without telling Prigozhin. And then Prigozhin, so you can see there, that's probably where the death came from. Probably Shoigu got rid of him. Because
yes. And it that sounds like, you know, Prigozhin is making too much money, and you know, that also blows up his head. Like, you know, like he got too big-headed about it.
And if you think about it, what he was doing with those PMCs he was creating, I mean, basically get rid of Prigozhin and Utkin and that other guy, and the MOD and Shoigu basically absorbed all that Wagner infrastructure, all those deals, all that Africa money. I mean, it was basically probably a hostile takeover. I mean, maybe Prigozhin could have survived it if he played ball more, but maybe he was too rich and powerful to give up his hard. And they talk about how hard they worked for this shit. I mean, these guys, I mean, they really, I mean, I was surprised. I was like, damn, you know, you think these guys just ran around raping and pillaging. It's like they were making deals, providing security, making backroom deals. I mean, they were, you know, they would undermine. And Russia at one point was like, we don't even give a fuck what you do as long as what you do attracts the attention of the West and the EU. If you can keep them busy, that's fine. If we make money off of it, great.
Well,
of course, they were always trying to make money and get deals and obviously advance Russia's interests, but there was like no penalty for failing. Like as long as you kept America distracted or the EU, that was fine. If they made something out of it, great.
And he did it very well, actually.
But that's the environment that you have to work with, right? In Africa, you have, because it's a corrupted, you know, most of the place is corrupted. So, you know, you have to play along. If you don't, then you die. You will not survive. The same happens in, you know, Vietnam or in China. Like it's the same because you are in a corrupted country. If you don't pay certain coffee money, but don't even say like big bribes, right? Like just coffee money to those small fry that is doing your admin work, like do some government, you know, documents for you. You don't feed them a bit of money. You're gonna take a long time to get your papers. And that is true for in Indonesia, in a lot of countries. So yeah, I would imagine Africa is much worse, no?
Yeah, and it was just really interesting to see how he laid out how they would go about doing that. Like, you know, whatever guy they're working with, whatever warlord, he would have a Wagner advisor that would, be able to directly negotiate with the company, and the guy would feel like he had representation and stakes in it. And they would obviously pay the warlords a tax, but then the warlords would allow the miners to come in and mine, and then they'd make a percentage off of it, and then the government got some. And like you said, it was a matter of getting the permits and making sure you knew the right people, so when things changed, those permits didn't get interrupted. It's just really masterful how they really worked that whole area over. I'm probably still doing it to this day.
And it's not very different, right, from what the French is doing, in Africa all these years, right? It's basically the same thing, that you bite out all the politicians, make sure that you continue to have the rights to, mine the stuff, and then you just feed all these elites, give them good life, and then you can have whatever you want. The people suffer, doesn't matter. I think the same, for Wagner, when they take all this wealth from the country, it's still the people don't get it, it's all going to Russia, right? So
yeah, and you can bet with Shoigu and them taking over, all those operations are still in effect. Now it's just the MOD getting the money. There's no split between Prigozhin's company or anything, because, like I said, it sounds like they would have literally absorbed all of Wagner's. And think about it, his son took over, but he was probably read in like, well, you're part of the MOD now, so this is how it's going to be. I'm sure he's well taken care of anyway, so he's not going to rock the boat.
And they got the most loyal and most trustworthy person to hate it now. Maybe it's Surovikin. Like the most patriotic guy, and most honest person you can find.
Can I be wrong?
Right?
Can I be wrong? But I heard I read a message, I think a week or 2-3 ago, about Wagner going to Venezuela. Is that fake?
Yeah,
That sounds like suicide mission.
The thing is they were showing those IL-76s, and they belong to a cargo company that pretty much exclusively ships for the MOD. So, of course, there's probably been times where Wagner guys have been on those flights. So those planes showed up. Nobody knows what was on them. I don't know why you'd send Wagner guys there, because what are they going to do?
But it was not about the
they're not going to man SAM systems. I guess if the Marines land, Wagner's going to shoot at them or fly drones at them. If they were there, maybe they're there just to watch and observe and maybe run some electronic equipment for the Russians to try to detect shit or something. But I don't really see them getting involved. I would think even if the Marines landed, they would bail into the jungle and find a way to get the fuck out of Venezuela.
If I run Wagner, I would have worked with the Americans. It's like, because Venezuela is going to lose to United States for sure. Why not just work with them? They make a deal.
Well, the reason to not do that basically is the same reason why U.S. is still supporting Ukraine, right? So, it's part of this competition.
Here's another question. Does anyone think if the United States makes a move against Venezuela, that the Russians or the Chinese, if they were able to detect something or got wind of something, they would tip them off? I don't think either one of them will help them directly or even provide any kind of assistance other than what they already got.
They're going to continue providing.
I don't think they would provide technicians or AWACS. But I don't know if somebody would make a call and say, hey, a bunch of F-35s just took off or something.
But military Venezuela is a client of Russia, so they have Sukhoi 30s, SMs, I think 37s also. So if they need new weaponry, they're going to buy it from Russia. I think the Ilyushins, there were just S-300s maybe or some extra weaponry that they just ordered and that Russia delivered, like being a client of Venezuela being a client of Russia and the military equipment.
I think there's a better chance that Russia shipped in some electronic warfare stuff that they could set up somewhere and try to catch signals and monitor the Americans and maybe learn something, just like they would do in Ukraine.
Yeah, but
if they knew there was a type of aircraft operating, maybe they could set up a small portable radar dish, and they can set up somewhere where they know they ain't going to get bombed. Who knows? Maybe they'll even call the embassy and say, hey, our guys are over here at this park.
Yeah, but if I can give my 2 cents about Venezuela, what's happening right now with the Navy and the planes of the United States, and Trump saying, don't fly, keep your airspace open, don't try to do stupid things. He's just busy making Venezuela afraid and just trying to collapse the government of Venezuela. He's just making them afraid. I don't even think they're going to happen something. I think he's going to continue to shoot down these boats. And maybe if you're going to see, like, I don't even know if he's going to bomb inside of the country. Until now, he just did an open waters, international waters. I just think he's busy to make Venezuela afraid. That Venezuela is so
I
scary.
agree. I mean, I think right now he's trying to bluff them into surrendering.
Yeah.
But I mean, the thing is, supposedly they already had a deal. Like, supposedly Maduro talked to Grenell and they was willing to be our puppet and do whatever we wanted, but they don't want him. I guess they want the chick. But it's like, if you can get the bloodless coup, why not do it? And then if the guy don't work out, it's not like you weren't going to get rid of him anyway and just replace him. So, what plan B got delayed by 6 months? Oh no, or a year. Or maybe it doesn't ever happen because the guy does great and does everything you tell him to do and doesn't cause any problems.
But right now,
the whole idea that they can't work with Maduro is ridiculous. I mean, look at all the people we work with now and worked with in the past that were horrible people. It's like, just do it as a convenience.
The irony is what? Literally, this is Sun Tzu Art of War. So one of the rules, one of the chapters is about subduing the enemy without fighting. If you can win a war without fighting, that's the ultimate form of victory.
You just show your muscles. You come next to them and you show your muscles. That's it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and the problem that I have is, and it's what's always happening, and I already said before, the press, the media is playing with that to just make a bad image of Trump, to say he's going to invade Venezuela and blah, 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 blah. He's just showing power. There is the drugs problem. There is the drugs traffic problem. There is the president of Venezuela that probably is working with drugs cartels. It can be normal that there's something like that in a country like that. It can happen, and it happened in the past. And he's just saying, not with me. Just stop playing these games. Stop sending drugs to the United States. You're killing our people, and you continue killing our people. We are going to do something about it. And he showed it by shooting these boats. But
I mean, it's more than that, because Venezuela is not really a major player in the drug war, and stuff. It's Mexico. I mean, if you really want to fight the drug war, why aren't you attacking the cartels in LA and Chicago? I'm sure they know where they're at. They know where their house is.
I think there's already big differences.
I mean, I know it took them a while to find Bin Laden and shit, but I'm sure they could find people if they wanted to.
Of course.
I mean, they know where all the cartels are down in Mexico. Those are the people that are running it. I mean, yeah, get the boats, I guess. A few 100 pounds here and there always helps, but you still got to get the guys coming out of Cuba and the Caribbean and all those areas too. I mean, it's not like they're going straight from Colombia to America. They got to stop and refuel and drop off, and I'm sure pick up and pay people and all that. I mean,
but if you look at
just a way to make the people afraid and all that shit.
Yeah, but if people or is hoping that Russia or China or whatever will come and help Venezuela, I think you'll be most likely will be very disappointed, because just look at what happened in the Middle East. Where is Russia? Russia literally worked with United States to and not help Assad. The only thing that he helped Assad is that you can come to our country to be a refugee. That's it. That's the only help they give. They basically just green light everything. And as long as their own forces don't get killed, they don't care. They don't care. And China didn't even go and help Iran at all. Like literally nothing. So don't expect too much help. Especially Venezuela is way further than what Iran was or Syria was. So, and I'm quite sure Maduro understands that. That's the thing. That's why he's a bit. To me, there's a feeling a little bit of panic, but he also trying to wiggle himself out. But I think he had been offering all sorts of things to United States, to Trump, but so far Trump has not want any of it. And it's very unusual. I feel like maybe like what Von said, it's really to try to get him out without fighting. These are all threats, like what Lambo said, it's just threats.
I mean, I almost wonder if they're trying to spook him into flying to another country or something, or get him to fly and maybe try to shoot him down,
but who wants to take him?
Not even.
I don't even know where he could fly to nearby that would take him and give him any kind of protection.
Yeah.
Maybe Peru or
Argentina.
Colombia. Well, Colombia said is disputing the airspace closure, so maybe he could go to Colombia. but then he'd have to probably go to Russia.
He's probably going to get assassinated if he go out of Venezuela. So no, I think he's going to stay there. No, this is the safest place. At least he got the army to protect him.
For now.
Yeah.
Hi, Nunya.
Hey, dude.
Oh, that looks like
How's
an
it going?
old school WWF logo, right?
It is.
Wow. WWF. I like WWF over WWE. So no.
When did they change
Well, I
it?
mean, it's like
I haven't watched wrestling in 35 years.
Like Winston Cup, you know, when it used to be Winston Cup. Now it's fucking, you know, White Claw Cup or whatever
So-
sponsor they get.
WWF changed because the Worldwide Fund sued them. So then they have no choice. They change it. But it's so lame, right? Like, no, why can't you have the same abbreviation? What the hell, man? Let me see, when is it? It changed in 2022. 2002. They changed name. 2002.
Yeah. But talking about France and Ukraine, I don't know if you talked in the previous open mics about the 100 Rafales promised to Ukraine for 2035. Never going to happen, but yeah. It's that type of bullshit news and sort of contracts you're busy signing. Is that the way that you're going to play your propaganda? I don't understand that one. I was staggered when I heard that news. Like, Macron signed with Zelensky a deal for 100 Rafales, and then a little bit lower, and the message for 2000 delivery started 2035. I'm like, huh?
Yeah, it's all fantasy. Everything coming out of Europe is fantasy right now. I wouldn't believe a thing that any of them say because they're all broke. They don't have any money, and they're trying to figure out how they can back out of this thing.
But the thing is that we need to rebuild our army also, and France also, and they are also already have.
Yeah, but I mean, you got like probably 5 million people in the Western continental part of Europe that you need to get rid of that you're paying for. I mean, you got a lot of fucking. Yeah, you got to build your army for some reason. I mean, it's not because Russia's going to come get you. It's probably because the Polacks might get you, or maybe the Catalonians or something. I don't know.
You're going to need it against the Ukrainians pretty soon. I think they're going to turn on you.
We send it. Our Minister of Defense sent it letters to all 18 years old, and they're going to recruit to volunteer for 1 year in Belgium military. I think 500 new recruits. Stay serious. 5,000 or 1,000 maximum, something like that. 18 years old, and they're going to be paid €2,000 net per month. It's good for 18 years old. It's good payment to have free training, food, lodgement, all that you want.
I mean, I don't know. It's kind of sad because if you think about it, back in the Cold War days, you know, West Germany, France, Belgium, they all had competent little small armies that would click into the main American army. I mean, there may have been some issues with language and some of the communications, but it's like, dude, you already have a fucking blueprint of how you used to do this shit. It's like, obviously Belgium is not going to provide like the all aspect warfare that the United States can provide. So maybe Belgium can provide, you know, light forces, maybe some tanks, maybe some attack helicopters, you know, maybe Germany spends money on the tanks, you know, and maybe the aircraft, and France spends money on the aircraft and ships and shit. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, like Estonia and Latvia and those. What we got three MiGs, a BMP, a T-72, and a platoon of guys. You know, we got a combined arms army. It's like, whatever, dude. I mean, it's like that's how it used to be. You know, the Belgians would provide, you know, mechanized battalions that would click in probably with the Germans or the French. And then they would get together with, you know, if there would have been a Cold War, you know, a war in Europe. I mean, it's like now they're trying to reinvent the wheel. It's like, dude, just do what you fucking used to do in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. It's like, you know, you can afford this much. This is what you're going to do. This is what you're going to provide us. You know, I mean, obviously everybody needs a little bit of air defense and shit. And, you know, but I mean, let's be realistic. Not every country needs to have a fucking air force that you can't really pay for. because it's maintenance intent, especially if you're going to have F-35s and shit. Those really need to be the purview of like Germany and France and countries with some real fucking money or potential money.
We have the F-35 because we also
I
have
know, but I'm just saying
bombs.
it's like what happens when the war starts and we got 20 F-35s but we got 5 that we can keep running, whereas a place like Britain or France or Germany or the United States will be running hundreds of them. You know what I mean? It's like people just need to contribute where they can contribute and play to their strengths. Like Belgium's like. Maybe small mechanized land armies, maybe some, like I said, some
fly also,
and drones. You could just run ISR.
Actually, this is actually a very interesting topic and question, because I'm super against Philippines buying F-16s. The Philippines don't really have that much money to buy F-16s, and they're like struggling and try to buy it. But the reality is that what's the point of getting F-16 if every air force around you outbuy you, in terms of like 4th gen fighter jets?
No. F-16 is still a good plane, and they still being built.
No. It's not about the good plane or bad plane. The problem is you can only get like 6,
new or
for
second
example, or
hand.
12.
Did they bought new?
Second hand, probably.
I mean, think
second-hand.
about it, Lambo. The Philippines, their concern should probably be some air defense and ships. Probably a lot of coastal ships, maybe a few
coastal
destroyers
defense
to have a little bit of a punch and a little bit of a threat. But honestly, they need patrol boats, air defense, and maybe a few bigger ships just to kind of, have some weight. But they don't need fucking F-16s.
So I explain. So who are the potential adversaries? China, Malaysia, and Indonesia. You would need 50 fighter jets at least to be on par with even Malaysia or Indonesia. You don't even talk about China. China have 6th gen aircraft, So what is the point of a 12 F-16s? Why not you just buy like 200, like those lightweight fighter jets, and then just plant it everywhere, like F5, you just get like 500 F5 and plant it all over the country. No amount of F-16s or even F-18s or even the 5th gen aircraft is going to be able to deal with like 500, lightweight fighter jets, like propeller, even World War II style fighter jets. They will have no way to stop it. And these aircraft, the slow and cheap ones, you can use it for ground support, ground attack, and it's more flexible. You buy a F-16 for what? You can't, unless you're gonna be able to secure air superiority. The jets are a waste of money. They only have like 12, the Golden Eagle from Korea. Like, what can you do with 12 Golden Eagle? Get 200, get 200 Golden Eagles. Don't buy F-16s, don't waste your money.
So
like,
and the thing is you could buy like the F-20 Tiger Shark. I mean, I don't know if they could afford 200, but let's say they could get 50 or 60. It's not like there's aftermarket kits that like your needs are air defense and anti-ship threats. So you could probably pick up a Tiger Shark that has some kind of aftermarket anti-ship package you could get through like Lockheed or something. But you're right. I mean, it's like you don't need F-35s, you don't need F-16s. You just need either a whole bunch of little planes or spend it all in your Navy, because that's what you really need.
What I mean is that it's like you in any sports, right? You have like the top teams or top players. You as a weaker player shouldn't be playing the same strategy as the same game as the strong players or the strong team. That is stupid. Because you'll be outplayed by them. You have to do something entirely different so that you have a fighting chance. If you fight the same game, you're gonna lose.
Well, I mean, think about it. I mean, look at it. Like, what if you're a poor country, it's like, do you want to buy 20 HIMARS or would you rather buy like 400 Grads? I mean,
exactly.
You know what I mean? It's like, it's an old fucking truck. It looks like World War II. Yeah, motherfucker, but I can blank out a fucking 1 kilometer at a time.
One ATACMS missile can buy how many rockets?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like play to your strengths. You can't afford the high end shit, so buy a lot of the low end shit that maybe it doesn't always get through. But if you got 1,000 missiles to fire and they only got 500, something's going to get through. Play the odds.
But as a country, if you have an army, you need to have at minimum enough to protect your own airspace and your own territory. And if I'm talking about Belgium, why we had in the past, I think we had 130 F-16s in the past, A and B blocks. We sold all of them. We still have 42 left. But we have a co-agreement with Holland that we are switching with each other for defending the airspace of Belgium and Holland. So if there is like a plane threat, there's going to be a plane for Holland, or depending of the agreement and time of Belgium or Holland is going to go intercept the plane. Plus, we need to protect the North Sea. And then we have the agreement with NATO. We were active in Afghanistan. We were active in Iraq. We helped because NATO, America needed us, and we sent some planes to do joint operations. So we are in the pact of NATO, so we need to have a small air force. And then the air force that we're going to have now in the future are going to be fucking small compared to what we had in the 70s.
Yeah, but I mean, like again, tailor your air force to what the NATO needs. Like in reality, Belgium would have provided strike packages to the main effort.
Well,
They
minimum, we need
you
to
would have had the
defend
American
NATO
Air Force
territory.
setting
That's what
up
I'm saying.
strikes, and then you would have plugged in your little squadrons in here and there.
But
Or
at
they
minimum,
would
we need
fly
to
general
protect
things
NATO
like
territory.
they would fly
And that is-
caps.
Yeah.
They would fly cap missions over regular NATO forces and
Yeah.
stuff. I mean, whatever they felt like they were proficient at doing is what they would be assigned to do. But I mean, it's all plug and play with NATO. I mean, they should be anyways, as far as like the F-16s and shit like that.
So an air force, the biggest thing that we have with NATO are the cargo planes. So for a little country like Belgium, we have A400s. We even have Luxembourg has one A400 that is based in Belgium and Brussels, next to Zaventem. You have the cargo base of Belgium. So we are specialized in airdrop cargo. That is one of the biggest specialization of the Air Force, and we are world champions in freestyle para. Like the parachute jumpers at the force.
Yeah, do that freestyle shit over Bakhmut like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, but I mean, we have like our special forces or top tier. So we have.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, they're small in number, but they all add in and they can be deployed out from a main command.
Exactly, and these are all.
I was going to ask. I saw a story the other day that the Russians fired a zircon, I think from a submarine, into a Ukrainian target. And they were saying it was the first time that a zircon was equipped to attack a land target fired from the sea or some shit. I don't know.
That they did it in reality. Yes,
like maybe before that, were zircons only air launched?
No. So the zircon is ship launched, hypersonic. So they actually been launched always, also for land attack on Ukraine by ships.
So is it a new thing that they've developed a sub-launched variant then?
It was
because
already
that's what they were
planned.
saying. Instead of sub-launched it.
I
don't know. I mean, they made it sound like there was something new about the zircon. I'm like, I thought they always shot them at ground targets. I didn't know that there was never not a ground target for a zircon. I thought that was the whole point. And then I thought, well, maybe they modified it from aircraft launched. And then I'm like, well, they launch off ships. So
no, not from
my guess was I thought maybe they modified it to launch from a sub finally, or maybe a certain type of sub.
So zircon has always been launched by ship. And it's also why they had the delay of the supercruiser Admiral Nakimov that has delayed, because originally the ship was upgraded to have P-800 missiles, so the upgrade of the Granite missiles, and then they changed to have smaller launch cells because the launch cells of a zircon are more smaller than.
Oh, okay. Here's what I do remember. What they were saying was this zircon. I guess the sub-launch zircons were designed to be carrier killers, and hadn't been configured to attack the land target.
Exactly.
So that was the big deal. Was now they're configuring them to go after land targets and not ships. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So this type of weapons has as main task to do actually the anti-ship missiles. Or of EU Spain NATO terms, anti-aircraft carrier missiles, but the Russians made their missiles always multifunctional. So even an S-300 can be equipment with a nuclear head.
And I did want to say another thing too. I mean, they talk about all these strikes on Kiev and all these cities where a drone hits a building or an apartment, or there's some kind of explosion, whether it's because a drone was damaged and crashed or debris fell down and hit it. Another thing people need to take an account too is that there are people that do build drones in apartments and components for drones. And they do make videos and put them on Telegram, which is probably fucking stupid. So I do agree that there's probably a lot of accidental hits and stuff. But I would assume if a building is intentionally targeted by the Russians, it's because there was something there to hit, not because they wanted to blow up an apartment with some civilians and scare them. I mean, if you want to scare them, just knock the power out so they got to walk up and down the stairs and they got to boil water. Yeah. And they can't ride the bus to work anymore. That's probably scary enough. It's probably scary every night just to hear drones buzzing overhead. So I don't know if you have to hit an apartment, but the one video I saw in particular, it was a mother, what I would assume is a mother, like a grandmother they aged, and a younger woman, maybe her daughter, and they were both working on drones in their apartment, and they had a big stack of quadcopter bodies, and she was putting stuff on it, and it's like, and then you hear, a mom and a daughter, or whatever. It's like, well, does dad have a drone workshop in the back? Is that why the fucking apartment got blown up? Is that why that apartment building got attacked? Because it looked like a regular apartment, and then they had their little Etsy corner over here, but it was for drones, not ribbons and patches and crafts. Yeah. So, I mean, that could be part of it too, why these apartments get hit, because there's actually operations going on in the apartment. And that's not to say the Russians aren't doing the same shit. But, I mean, that might be why buildings do get hit on either side, because there's actually something going on there.
Are you referring that KH-101 that was filmed and the crash into a building?
No, I'm just talking about the random explosions. Every time there's a big raid, they always talk about apartment buildings getting hit. And I understand, stuff crashes into it or gets shot down and crashes, or debris falls down, or air defense stuff. But I do admit that they're probably hitting stuff. But I think if they hit a building intentionally, it's because there's a...
So, yeah, I have my theory in that. So if you have a drone that is hitting the top of an apartment building, it's just a drone that didn't know that there was an apartment building in his way and his road path. If you have a drone that is really targeting an apartment at certain points, like, or even like I said, the example of the KH-101 cruise missile, he didn't hit the top of the apartment. He really did hit the apartment, and you can see the video.
I get what you're saying. I've seen him come in from the side, which makes me think that, either it got damaged and lost altitude and crashed, or it was actually going for that apartment or that side.
One of the two.
The ones that go in on the top, I don't, unless there was a big radar dish or something up there we didn't see, then I figure those are just crashes,
It's war. They're always going to be missers.
It just depends on how they hit. If it's flying level and slow and you don't see any smoke or damage, and it flies into like the 20th story of an apartment on one corner, maybe it was going for that. But if it's kind of wobbling through the city and you can see tracers and then it, crashes into the top of a building, maybe it was just shot down. We've all seen the pictures of the, SAM missile boosters and shit laying all over the street and stuff. That kind of shit falling down probably blows up too. So, I mean, it's probably just a total fucking shit show when that stuff's going on for an hour or two.
Yeah. The best possible. I don't know where it was, but it was on Speak the Truth channel. He was bitching up. The guy was bitching about it. Martario. It was a missile attack, and a big industrial zone in Ukraine was being hit, and they targeted like a pizza factory and all that shit. And they say, "Oh, the fuck are they going to target foods?" If I am somebody from the military that needs to have more factories to build my drones, for example, or ammunition, I'm going to pay a company to use his factory to build my fucking drones.
Well, it's not even that, dude. I mean, if it's a pizza factory, think about how much grain's going in there that you can use to make food for your army. I mean, it's a legit target either way. I mean, you're either cutting off the army's food or you're destroying a secret factory.
Food can be very fast supplied. I think if Russia is targeting a pizza factory because they know that somebody maybe leaked the footage and that pizza factory they're busy preparing.
It could be something too. I mean, a lot of times those places have a lot of outbuildings. It could have just been that they were storing some equipment there because they had space.
Even storage, yeah.
But I mean, what if they're supplying a lot of food to the army, so they took out the factory?
Mm.
I mean, they could be making bread that go, you see the guys eating bread a lot and soup and shit. So maybe they're making loads of bread.
I think food supply is less the target for Russia. That's not so important, because if you need food, you always can have food, even supplied by NATO via Poland or Romania, something like that.
Yeah, but if you take one of the chunks out of their supply chain, then they got to go out and find the food to replace it, and then they got to get the food. Then they got to get the food there, and it's all weeks behind from when they were supposed to get the food that was supposed to come from the factory that got blown up. That's all I'm saying. I mean, they have factories and apartments. They have factories in basements and underground old abandoned factories, with basements. It turns out they have like massive industrial complexes under a lot of these cities that the Soviets built that they're still using. I mean, look what they did with the Orishnik. I mean, nobody was building shit above.
I was just going to say that, yeah.
That was all underneath that, abandoned factory, and they had to punch into that to get it. So, I mean, who knows what they got? I mean, remember all the pictures they were bragging about how they could hide shit, and they're showing all these like weird places to hide. And it's like, that's probably a pretty unique design that you just showed us the roof of. So I'm pretty sure some Russian guy is going to geolocate your ass real quick. Oh yeah, I built that back in 1957. It's located right here. I mean, and if I'm sure they know about a lot of places, and it's probably just a matter of confirming if there's something worth hitting. If they get word somebody's building something, then they probably go after it. But I mean, think about it. They're going after the energy and all that kind of stuff. Why not fuck with the food a little bit too? Just to make people more hateful of the regime. I mean, they are kind of trying to push the regime out, so why not? People are already cold. It's already a pain in the ass to get a drink of water probably in some of these places. You got to walk up and down your fucking high-rise every day. 3 times a night you get woke up to go hide in the fucking subway because some jackass is flying drones over your city. And now, now you got to wait 3 hours to get some fucking food instead of an hour. So you got to spend 3 hours on the street dodging the TCC and hoping a drone raid doesn't come in. I mean, it just, and who are you going to blame? Yeah, the Russians are doing it, but who's the fucker in Kiev? I mean, that might be part of the whole campaign. Just turn the pressure up all across the board. Pressure the troops, pressure the population, and pressure the government. And maybe one of these things will break and the Russians will get what they want out of it. Or Trump and Putin will get what they want out of it if the right people break.
I think that these apartments and industry high priority for Russia are the drones, and you can see it and that is why that Russia has a lot of difficulty to evolve on the front line as a drone threat. Ukraine is still very powerful in drones, and I think the moment they know where there is a factory that making drones, or where they have a suspicion, almost 1% confirmed, that they are building drones there, they're going to destroy it directly, because it's the biggest pain in the ass, I think, on the front line for the moment for the Russians. If you're talking about next to the soldiers, but there's the biggest pain in the ass for the Russians to be able to advance, you're the drones. And you can see on the map the regions where they have a lot of folks in 3 weeks. There's a big region I think in the south of the front line where the Russians are do very big advances, because the Ukrainians can't use their drones because it's foggy all the day long. It's like 3 weeks fog that they have, and they can't use their drone. So you can see the weak spot of the Ukrainians. They don't have drones. They don't advance anymore. I think the drones, I think, like I said, that pizza factory, it was a drone factory or drone storage place. And you can see what they did also. The container attack on these air bases.
Well, I mean, like I saw a video a few weeks ago. This guy was in his apartment, and it was a nice apartment. It was big, like a penthouse type thing. And he looked like he was having like a little get together. And they were showcasing, a Ukrainian Lancet, basically. And it's like, well, and when I saw that, I thought, well, maybe that's why these apartments get hit, because dumb shit like that.
Because launching them on the roof.
Maybe that guy runs the factory. Maybe it's just a little place to have a party and get together with your investors and show.
He's one of the engineers or something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, it's like this is an apartment in an apartment building, and they got a Lancet on display and a bunch of people standing around talking about it. It's like, well, maybe that's why shit gets bombed, because somebody found out that there was a fucking Lancet display going on, or a party, or or there was, so they think there's something there, so they go and bomb it
instead of a LAN party, the Lancet party.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the thing was huge. It's like I don't even know how the hell they got it in there, but you know, they had it on a display. It was brand new, nice and shiny. It looked like it was fresh off the line, and they were having a little get together. And it's like, well, you know, maybe that's why that, you know, because like I said, you know, you hear about dudes dying in their families. It's like, well, you know, maybe don't have Lancet dinner parties.
It's crazy that people don't understand how social media can be dangerous to post something online. Yeah, I have a Lancet party, something like that. I'm just going to post it on my Facebook, and somebody is following you.
It's all dated. It's all dated and stuff, but maybe it gives them a location to suspect.
Yeah.
And like I said, that mom and that daughter. I mean, that's just one apartment, and they probably had 100 drones in there. So think about it. You could have. I mean, think about it. It's not like you can't get widows of the dead soldiers to avenge their husbands by building drones at home, and you pay them a little bit to do it. I mean, I'm thinking about it. I mean, the Germans did it. You know, at the end of the war, they were building shit all over the country in little cottages and stuff. So, you know, they were building tanks and planes. So, I mean, imagine how easy it is to fucking build little plastic ass drones.
Dude, we saw in 2022 and the little bunkers in the trenches, people with 3D printers making these grenade launch drop systems for mounting on their AliExpress drones. They were doing that in the trenches. So there is probably, I don't know if they do, I don't think they're using this type of drones a lot anymore, but you can be sure some people are being paid to have a few 3D printers in their apartment to make some parts for the drones. Be sure of that. Like you said, the example that you give from Germany is perfect, actually. It's the way that they're doing, and they're not going to build a new factory to build drones. No, they're going to hire or take old factories or old hangars or even farmers' barns to build their shit. And that's why you're going to see a fab dropping on the barn. Why? Because it's maybe a stockpile of tanks or troops or whatever, food for the front line. And that's why the barn of the poor farmer being fabbed. That is how Ukraine is working. They need to have some little production inside of the country. In my mind, it's too much, but be sure that Russia is looking at the border also to see what's coming inside. So they actually been obligated to build inside of the country also. That is normal in time of warfare. Like you said, the Germans, after a while, they lost all their industrial complex. The whole of Hamburg, Dresden, being completely burned out. They didn't have all these factories anymore. So they needed to have a solution to build new stuff. What the Germans did was building big underground tunnels that slowed everything more down, and they never been used. But that was the plan C or D or E they had to build like their V2 rockets and their fighter jets, their Messerschmitt fighter jets, all that shit. But like for little drones, I am sure there are some guys being paid by Ukraine to use, and they have like 10 3D printers in a room in their apartment, and they're building parts for the army. 100% sure.
Yeah, and Watt, I saw your latest update about, like, I mean, I guess you could say they're right on top of Hilolopi now. I mean, literally. Aren't they like, isn't there like a small river there or something, or a little bit of a terrain feature, and then they're like, they could be in the city kind of? Or at least the outskirts.
You mean?
Yeah.
Hilolopi. I don't know. There are some.
Cuts me out when I need it.
Yeah, I have no idea, man. But I did see Deep State UA was pretty angry about the coup, about some claims, pro-Ukrainian claims that they have chased away all the Russians from Huepole. I have no idea, man. They look really pissed.
Yeah,
I personally haven't seen the geolocation.
That northern hook is just devastating. It just seems to get bigger and bigger, and it's like, and they're just kind of holding around the east and the south. Like you said the other day, maybe once they get a little bit farther around the north and maybe come down or something, they'll push in for the south, because it's like they're right there. And that wall that they're building is, I mean, it's crazy when you point that out too, because you really do see where these walls are forming up, where like it's just a block, and it just focuses all the Ukrainian attention there. Then they don't have enough guys to go up north or whatever or south to deal with these flanking maneuvers.
And the funny thing is, the Ukrainians will just keep trapping themselves in this kind of pockets. Like, if you see the flanking operation coming, you should be like maneuvering away so that you don't get encircled.
Yeah, look at Suburban. like at Seversk right now, it's like you need to be getting out of there because it's like the northern side is collapsing along that road. So you can't really go that way. And if you go straight west, that's about the only way because if you angle south, you got a chance of running into the Russians on the south. So it's like
they only have one road left in Seversk to resupply and retreat and or recover or rotate troops. There's only one small road. Like the northern road can't even be used. The one because the other road leads across the Seversky Donetsk River into Liman.
Can you show the map, Wyatt? Yes, do it. Do it. Show the map.
No.
Extra views, very good.
oh, you should have watched the episode so you knew the map.
I was just coming home when he started his open mic.
So you can see, right? This road leads all the way to Zakine and then you cross the river. But this is actually already destroyed. You can even see it on the map.
Yeah.
It's like already destroyed on the satellite imagery. Then they will be like, if you want, you have to follow the small road, then go to Krivoruka. This like
that's what I'm saying. It's like you
is,
kind of got to start working your way west.
But the Russians is already at Platonivka, right? They already like here. This road will already be like under fire, so it cannot be used anymore. The other road is actually through Sviatoporovsky. This is the other road. It leads all the way down to Rai Alexandrivka. This is the only road left, and the Russians are really close. They are at Zvenivka. They will like go over. They would have attacked and take this. So it's like if you're under this kind of situation, like you either have to conduct a very major counteroffensive, to unblock certain place, or you have to retreat and form a new line because your troops in Seversk is going to get encircled. And you can see this thing is coming over. It's going to go behind and it's like you're going to get encircled. Like, why you want to get yourself like, But Ukraine is Ukraine. I don't know. The Huepole is it's like the same thing, but in the earlier stage of the Seversk. You can see this northern place is happened like the northern flank of the Seversk. It's gonna continue in and take Vavarevka. Then the northern road cannot use, no. Then I believe then they left this highway all the way down to to Orikhiv and somewhere else. Not sure. But the Russians were then probably going to do a second prong in the south. This is what I'm predicting, that something in the south is going to happen and going to cut off the other road. And then they will take they will not storm Hoyapole right now. I don't think it's the right time to storm it because it's still a bit too open. But who knows? Like I don't know. Yeah, so that's why I think no. But I'm not sure why Ukraine is like this. Like warfare is like already so long, like. Shouldn't they have like pick up some lessons right from World War II or something? Why are they still doing the same obvious things that an armchair general like me can spot? Getting there.
We've been talking about it a little bit in the voice chat too, like with all the talk of peace and these 28 point and the back and forth and the the one guy resigning and kind of putting the whole regime on notice. We were wondering. I'm wondering too. I mean. I wonder how many guys on the Ukrainian side are starting to drift back away from the contact line just because they think peace might be coming and they don't want to die. Maybe not so much abandon their position as just, withdraw, maybe back to another settlement, or flat out just exit the area without permission, or maybe even some of the units are not going to rotate up and let the other, maybe rotate the guys out but not tell anybody. I wonder how much of that's going on. People starting to drift back from the front just because they think there's a peace deal in the works, or at least not moving up to the front as aggressively or fighting as aggressively in some places. I mean, I'm sure the nationalists, they don't care. They'll do whatever. But I mean, I wonder if the yellow bands and the green bands are starting to kind of hesitate and drop back, or maybe not be in those positions forward as much because they don't want to get killed right before there's a peace deal.
But there's not going to be a peace deal.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying, there's a lot of talk. Then you got, I'm sure some of these guys are hearing what's going on around Mirahad, Pokrovsk.
Well, I was just going to refer to that.
Kupiansk is gone, Seversk is on the verge, Yampol's gone, Lehman's under threat. I mean, And then you hear all this peace deal talk. I just wonder if there's guys starting to drop back or maybe not going up, or units maybe sitting in their positions and not going forward or rotating. You know what I mean? Not following their,
Or there still Ukrainian
not so much
soldiers
the
in
high
the
command
Mirograd?
knows, just people are making local decisions not to move forward or to get out of the area a little bit.
Von, do you think there are still soldiers in Mirograd?
Yeah. I mean, they probably don't want to be there, but
if you saw these videos about the Fab 3000 hitting a building in Mirograd, you need to be
dude. I mean, think about it, dude. I mean, look at
flexible there.
Volodar. There was a family that came out of a basement in Volodar. There was nothing left of Volodar except some jagged concrete sticking out of the dirt. I mean, I guarantee there's dudes in there alive still. There might even be some dudes that want to fight, but I would imagine most of them are probably just maybe hoping to surrender. I mean, I don't think any of them realistically think there's a way to sneak out. Look at the kill zone.
Yeah.
It's only like, what, a few hundred yards open, maybe a kilometer, but it's covered by drones and sniper rifles and mortars and grenade launchers. And hell, I mean, there's probably guys sitting there with fucking rifles that'll take shots at you too. I mean, like Wyatt said, it's a fucking death zone. And they probably know it. I mean, your only hope right now, if you're as Mirohad, is probably to hide in the basement somewhere and surrender. Because you're not going to break out. There's nowhere to sneak out. Look around the city. All the tree lines are blown up and burned out. There's no tree leaves anymore because it's winter time. So how are you even going to sneak out in onesies and twosies? You're better off. Like, I saw some guys that they did that. They sat in a basement for 40 days in Pokrovsk. They couldn't get out because there were so many drones. It was death to even stick your head out. There was dead bodies in the basement with them for 40 days. They couldn't put them out because they would get killed by drones. And they just sat there, waited until the Russians showed up. And once they heard the Russians, they made contact with them and they surrendered. So maybe that's going to be what happens. But I wouldn't imagine there's more than a few hundred people left in there. And I would imagine the majority of the people left behind are probably wounded. Because you're not going to try and carry a motherfucker out of there.
I'm just busy rewatching that Fab 3000 and that apartment building and that high-rise building complex.
Well, you got to wonder. You got to wonder that
building.
Yeah, I mean, you got to wonder. That was down towards the south.
Yeah.
Were the guys in that building, were they guys that evacuated the position to the south and were trying to make their way up into Mirohad and they got tagged? Were they guys that moved up to the south and got tagged holding that position open? Because if you look there, they may have been trying to hold that gap open so more people from the south could get out into Mirohad, but then they got chopped by that Fab. So who knows? I mean, they could have been guys escaping that got killed. They could have been guys that were holding that position open that got killed. But, I mean, obviously that building got chopped and whoever in it was probably dead. I mean, it fucking obliterated it.
You just can't survive that. And even that bomb can miss the building, you still going to kill everybody inside of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But, they're looking for people trying to get out. I mean, look at Pokrovsk and all these areas. You can see them trying to get out in small groups along tree lines or through these busted up yards and stuff. And, I mean, those days are gone. There's no way to get out of there now. So, I mean, your best bet is probably just to hide and surrender. Unless you want to, eat a bullet,
And what do you think about, I don't know how it calls, that little piece that Ukraine is winning ground on it. Is that just a part that Russia is liberating, going a little bit back?
Are you talking about Pokrovsk? Huh? There's little DRGs running back and forth through the lines, trying to ambush Russians or Russians trying to ambush them. I mean, it's not anything like they're not breaking into Pokrovsk and clearing a path. They're just finding gaps in the Russian lines, going in there and trying to ambush the Russians. It looks like sometimes they may get a few Russians, but it looks like most of the time they get detected and killed. Or they get chased back out.
It's Ivanivka.
Look at the helicopter.
It's on the front line is in Dnipro Oblast, Ivanivka. That is the place where the Ukrainians are advancing. The only place, actually, I think, on the front line. I don't know if I can help with that one.
Sorry again.
I mean,
the part at Dnipro Oblast, Ivanivka, is a part that Russia is busy losing ground. I think it's tactical.
The one is the Ukrainian claim. I will take it with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, I know.
Because I just have a geolocation of Russians like in a forward position deep inside Ivanivka just a few days ago. So to say that the Ukrainians retake the whole of Ivanivka is like deep state does do this kind of thing before, and then the next few days they will like retract the whole thing, totally like turn opposite and become like Russia captured even more grounds. Like this happened many times. So no, I will take it with a pinch of salt for now.
That was actually what I wanted to refer at the beginning of the open mic when I was busy speaking about Davidov, because that was his latest video. Good news from the front line. We are advancing.
Does the pro-Ukrainian YouTubers still show the map nowadays?
Nuts. Come on.
Do they still do mapping? The Ukrainian
little
side?
bit.
Yeah, they got a map from like 2022 probably, or some shit like that.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, and think about it. Look at Vochansk. Vochansk that whole place is obliterated, and the Russians are finally pushing out of that. And that was probably a place where the Ukrainians really tried to hold the Russians for as long as they could, but they finally got it treated out. Plus, I'm sure people have been moved to other places because other problems became worse. And now, because Vochansk has been attrited and there's probably not a lot of stuff there, and the Russians got the momentum, they're starting to push out, and I guess they'll create another buffer zone around there, along the border. I don't know if they'll push farther south. I mean, I kind of feel like they'll just do the buffer zone thing up there because, they're really focused on Donetsk and those southern areas. And I'm sure they're worried about some kind of peace plan happening somehow. And they kind of got to get that. But like on that peace plan too, like there's a lot of ways this thing can still get mucked up or delayed or whatever for weeks or months before it's implemented in the slightest way. In the meantime, Russia can just keep doing what they're doing. I mean, think about it. Like if I was Russia and everything lined up and I wasn't happy with what was going on the ground, maybe I wasn't where I wanted the map to be, or maybe my generals bitched. Now I got to change my mind. I might say, we'll sign the agreement after all Ukrainian forces withdraw from the Donetsk as a sign of good faith. And of course, the Ukrainians will raise hell, and the Americans, you said you were going to sign it. Yeah, we are going to sign it, but we want a good faith gesture. So, I mean, there's all kinds of shit that can happen. I mean, and you can guarantee, everybody here knows, doesn't matter what side of it you're on or whether you give a fuck or not, if the Russians don't muck it up, there's always a chance somebody in the American government will say something to muck it up, and you can guarantee the Ukrainian government or someone in the EU will say something or throw something in like they tried to do with their additions to the 28-point plan or their modifications. So even with all the peace talk, I would assume that there's multiple ways this shit's going to get delayed, and that only benefits Russia.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you look at these point plans, and certainly the one of Europe you have from the things that Putin's ask for his peace deal, for his things that he certainly don't want to see for Ukraine. There are two major points, and every time Europe come back with these points, and these points are Ukraine being European country, so member of the EU and member of the NATO. Never going to happen. And every fucking time Europe, if they're showing their proposal, these 2 points are in the deal. Every time. Only for these 2 points, Putin is always going to say, fuck off.
Yeah, but the thing is that the plan is between the United States and Russia. It's not between...
It's Europe also. It's next to Europe, and that is something that
but
if it was only USA,
there's only 3 parties that are going to matter on that. It's going to be a Trump signature, a Putin signature, and then fill in the blank of whatever Ukrainian government signs it. Because the deal is, Zelensky agrees to the framework. They start implementing the ceasefire or whatever, the withdrawal. Then they have elections. Then the new government affirms the deal, and then they negotiate all the finer points and work out the final product with the new government. Zelensky's only supposed to be there just to basically set the table for the peace deal, and then he's supposed to exit after the elections, I assume.
Yeah, but
he'll probably go to Miami and live in his mansion.
if it was only Russia, United States, and Ukraine, we already had a peace deal. We already had no war anymore.
You don't have a peace deal because you have Russia and Ukraine that aren't agreeing on points, so they can't get a peace deal. All I'm saying is the three parties that matter are Ukraine, United States, and Russia. They don't give a fuck what Europe wants, because Europe is always going to say stupid shit and try to implement stupid shit like, well, Ukraine should be able to have as big an army as they want. Well, then why would Russia sign a peace deal? That's half the reason why they got a problem in the first place.
Yeah, also. That's also
so, I mean, the whole idea that Europe has any input that's meaningful is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because Putin's only going to talk to Trump, and they're both going to talk to Zelensky and whoever takes over Ukraine after Zelensky's elections, if everything goes according to the plan and it works out. You know, if Europe wants to get involved, then they'll have to come in with serious proposals and not stupid shit like, well, you got to give back Crimea, or okay. I mean, why would they've removed themselves from the process by being idiotic. You know, if they want to be adults, then maybe they can come back in the process. But right now, they're not bringing anything to the table except ridiculous fantasy. You know, like, oh, give back Crimea, and then maybe we'll think about lifting the sanctions. Oh, I mean, it's not even a fetus with no brainwaves could figure this out as a stupid idea. I mean, they like I said, they don't bring anything to the table, so there's no reason for them to be included until they're serious. And seriousness is giving Russia a security agreement, figuring out what to do with the rump state, figuring out how to appease Russia and recover from the war and make money and get past this stupid little experiment that somebody thought was a good idea.
That's true. That's true. I hope they're going to. For me, like I say every time on my closings, I hope that war ends tomorrow.
I mean, think about it, dude. If Europe was serious, they would be saying, look, dude, the money's running out. The weapons are running out. You're not able to hold the map. You need to make a deal now and save what you can. I mean, if the Europeans were serious, they would have told them to take the fucking deal in 22. And they would have had they would have way more land than they got now. They have way more army. They would definitely be in a better position to have in future negotiations, because they would have retained a fuck ton of combat power. Because even if there was some kind of peace deal, they'd still be sorting it out. You know, in 22, we'd still be going through it all and trying to implement shit and verify this and that. I mean, and that's if we started back in 22. I mean, that's why the Europeans aren't serious. I mean, they're not. You know, they had a peace deal that would have ended the war and saved hundreds of thousands of lives. They told them not to do it. You know, I mean, they're not part of the solution.
I am even fucking embarrassed to be an European. If you look at my prime minister, and I said in the beginning here on Open Mic about these frozen assets of the company that are sleeping in Brussels, and that our prime minister is willing to giving these assets to Ukraine. But you need to have full guarantee of complete Europe, and nobody dare to even respond to it. And they are trying. Europe is trying to ask to Belgium, just do it. Come on, just do it. We're not going to sign nothing, but just do it.
Yeah, because nobody wants to steal money from a nuclear power. Nobody wants to steal money from a nuclear power.
Of course,
I mean,
not.
Toby's laid it out pretty clearly what happens if you start stealing money like that.
People
lose faith in the system, and the system doesn't work anymore, which is what they're entirely trying to avoid.
To sacrifice Belgium to do it. Like, come on, do it. No, fuck you. No, we need to have guarantees. We need to do it properly. Upgrades. You didn't talk yet. Talk, please.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot about upgrade already. Like, he's like so quiet. Like, no, we haven't heard of him since he came in.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on what you said. Why the Europeans still holding on to Ukraine and giving them money? Because maybe they have like intel, like maybe even if it's fraudulent and obviously not true, that they see that the Russian army is losing 1.2 million men, you know, since 4 years, you know, that they actually just conquered 1% of the land since the counteroffensive, you know, that they have financial troubles, you know, with the sanctions going on and so forth. So there is a, it's not like I'm advocating for it, or, you know, what's my position is on that, but that's their point of view, right? They see that totally opposite what we see, right? They see that Russia is in a bad spot, and they're gonna try to make a deal with them right now. They're gonna hold them back as much as they can and try to lose as less as they can, right? Because now it's not about winning anymore. Everybody understood that 1991 borders is impossible. Even the EU leaders understand that, but they don't want to reward Russia for invading another country, right? That's their main goal, right? And afterwards, you can say, okay, that's delusional, that's crazy talks, right? Anyways, Russia gonna take land, you know, and gonna have it recognized, and NATO will never be something, right? But they see it totally different. They really put that on the point that Ukraine can choose whatever they want to go inside NATO, that they can choose whatever they want to be in European Union, that they got attacked and they are the defending force, and we shouldn't reward nuclear power, you know, by giving them land, and that's their point of view, you know. And we're gonna keep going and giving money until these politicians are gone, and we have new politicians who actually see the reality, you know.
Now do Israel. Just kidding. A nuclear power that acquires
Listen, so many
land that
countries
nobody
in
says
Europe
nothing.
said the same thing about Israel, right? They weren't like very much for what Netanyahu is doing. Like France was one of the first countries, for example, who wanted to recognize Palestine as a state, and so on. So there, I don't think you can say that they were both sided, you know, on one topic or not. I think they're pretty trying to be consistent, at least for European standard, which is very low. So, but they do it, you know, they do it, and what can you do if they keep giving money and weapons? The war just will slowly, you know, they will just lose slowly. That's it, you know, and then it's up to the Ukrainians actually to decide, you know, the Ukrainian people. And I see more and more people and who are Ukrainians who I talk to. They say, "Fuck the land," you know. We losing entire generations. We're losing people for 200-300 meters, you know, every day. Thousands of people die, and that people who are saying we should never, you know, negotiate with the Russians are just delusional and fucking lunatics who want to go to war, you know. But after a while, that's the Ukrainians, you know, who needs to decide that, not the Europeans. They can just give them money, but if the Ukrainians just continue fighting even without money, it's still gonna be fighting, right? It's gonna be a carnage, but it's gonna be fighting, you know, and they're gonna defend what they can, how they can, you know.
Yeah. Nunya had been very quiet as well. Yeah.
Very quiet.
Yeah, he's lurking in the open. He's just lurking around, but he's like in the open.
Well, what do you want me to say that hasn't already been said? Yeah, I pretty much agree with what Upgrade just said. Europeans are delusional. The leadership there is. None of the Europeans want to go to war with Russia. None of the Europeans want to have anything to do with the Ukraine war. None of these governments can fund an ongoing war. Look at France and the UK. They can't even pass budgets in their own countries. How are they supposed to, you know, fund armies? The whole thing is fantasy. And as Upgrade says, all of these guys are just going to get kicked out of power, and they're going to keep getting kicked out of power until there's a political party that comes to power that will do what the people want, which is, as best I can tell, repair your relationship with Russia and get the gas flowing again, because we're all cold and broke here in Europe. So, you know, that message is there, and it hasn't changed, and it's only going to get worse as people get more and more broke and desperate. So, Yeah, I think Europe's got a lot of problems on their hands with this war. They've been left holding the bag, and now they got to deal with it. And, you know, I said this a long time ago, their biggest problem is going to be, how do we keep all those people in Ukraine once this thing is over? Because you're going to have like a massive refugee crisis, even bigger than what we've seen the last 4 years. So, yeah, they got a lot of problems. How they're just trying to figure out now, how do we unwind this down, and you know, with the least amount of damage possible. And I don't think that they have a good answer to that, because they don't seem to have a good answer for much. So why would this be any different? So that's basically my take.
Why do you think that there are going to be more people leaving the country after the war than now, or than the future, but inside the war, during the war?
Think about it. There's no jobs. There's no
jobs. Yeah.
And think about it too. Like I've said before, I mean, I kind of feel like, you know, let's just take the territory that Russia controls. I kind of feel like they're going to have a pretty good campaign. Like, if you're not on Team Russia, you need to head west. You're not welcome. So there might be a lot of people that don't want to live under Russian government, so they leave. Or maybe they were involved with the old government, or their national, you know what I mean? I think there'll be a lot of that too. Like, fuck this, I'm out. Or I did shit during the war, I need to get the fuck out of here. Like Nunya said, no jobs, shitty economy. I mean, I'm sure in a few months, once it's over, you know, there'll be shitloads of jobs if you want to do construction, rebuilding. But I mean, people might not want to sit around for a year waiting for all that shit to come in, so they leave. Maybe you'll get some migration back, but I kind of think it'll be a combination of that and people getting the fuck out from, you know, not wanting to be under Russia. But I imagine a lot of those people already left. So, but there'd probably still be some. I would think they want to, you know, vet everybody left behind and make sure everybody's on the same page. They don't want some nationalist guy hanging out and causing a problem with them 10 years down the road.
Yeah.
I was wondering, what was the European alternate plan to this so-called the 28 point that was leaked? I was reading it, I was like, what the fuck? So I think I should share this. It looks a bit funny.
It just goes to show that they never had any plan in the first place, right? Like, the plan was NATO defeats Russia, NATO breaks up Russia, NATO feasts on Russia, right? That was the plan. They didn't have a backup. Like, and, you know, it shouldn't have come as a shock to anybody. Anytime you hear a politician say stupid stuff like, for as long as it takes, or whatever it takes, when they use, you know, phrases like this, all they're telling you is, we have no plan, period. Because people with a plan wouldn't say such things. So, you know, they never had a plan. There was no plan B. And that's why they're here, trying to figure out how to back out of it with as least painlessly as possible. But I don't think that's possible anymore. Europe has really destroyed itself, or I should say the EU has destroyed Europe because of this conflict.
Yeah, and you can see how crazy it is. You see these two plans next to each other, that already these two first points is fucking crazy,
insane,
how different they are.
Whatever Nunya said was like spot on, because it's like it's not even a plan. It's just asking, you know, halt the fighting. Then we talk about territorial talks later. Why the hell would Russia want to do that? So this first point is already like ridiculous.
Well, you have these morons like Kaya Kallas who get up there and they start saying the silliest things. It's as if they're just saying, let's just pretend that the last 4 years has not happened, and we'll just forget about the last 4 years. We'll forget about who's winning. We'll forget about who's losing. We'll forget about who's dead, who's alive, all that stuff. We'll just forget all that stuff, and we'll start back from the same position we had 4 years ago. That's what this woman does, and she's their foreign minister. I mean, all these people got to go.
Is that the idiot that was out there saying we need to tell Russia to limit their army, not Ukraine?
Yeah.
I mean, like, but you know what crack is that lady smoking, or weed? She got some primo shit. I mean, to say that, you know, Russia needs to make sure their military's small. Oh, okay. Tell China that too next, and in India.
The thing
It's
is,
crazy.
even like the military limits, right? The one in the league plan was like 500,000, and that is like ridiculous. That is just way too much. 500,000 strong army is way too big. Like I don't even think Russia will allow 100,000. Don't even say 500,000. And it's like the European plan is 800,000. Which freaking country in the world have 800,000 other than
Yeah,
China?
I mean, you don't even
Think about
and-
it.
and
The
Russia.
United States only has about 1 million active duty, maybe a little more at any one time, and it's like you're going to have
Peacetime.
like a country that the size of Texas that's going to have an army near the size of the United States as far as manpower. It's like ridiculous.
You need to be able also
And-
to to fund all of this. 800,000 soldiers in peacetime. You know how much this is? That's a huge amount of money.
And they
don't have that
still want to
money.
take
Like,
Russia's
Julia said it,
asset
they
to
don't have
fund
that money.
reconstruction
the
in
Russians
Ukraine.
allowing like whatever oblasts are left, like maybe a battalion of territorial defense per oblast or something. Maybe a couple hundred guys per. Light weapons, no heavy, trucks, maybe some dushkas at best.
And they still want to use Russian asset to fund Ukraine's reconstruction. Like who is
Not
actually
gonna
losing the
happen.
war
It's
here?
not
I don't
gonna
even know who
happen.
is losing the war.
It's not gonna happen. I
Well,
don't know
and,
which.
you got Reeves,
Them-
the Chancellor of the Exchequer over in the UK. She's hiding out in her house because she's getting all sorts of death threats, and these people think that the public is going to want to fund any of this when they've just nailed the public with all sorts of tax increases, all sorts of service cuts, et cetera, et cetera. Like, they're all living in a dream world. And that's what I'm saying. Like, this thing is going to wrap up really quickly because nobody wants to pony up the money. That's it. It all comes down to money, and nobody wants to cut the check, regardless of what they say.
Yeah, that's true. I totally agree with Nunia. But on the other hand, you can see like the US did sign deals with the European Union, right? Which they hugely were disadvantaged with the taxes, with the tariffs, and they still had to they still signed it, right? And they still apply it, even if it's hugely disadvantageous for the European Union, but they still do it. They do a lot of dumb shit. They went to war for 4 years to Russia. They cut off themselves from energy. They cut off themselves from the rest of the world because they wanted to make a statement about being chivalrous, and be the white knight on the horse, and stuff like that. Meanwhile, doing by themselves horrible things, But it's not going to work out. The reality is going to come, and it's going to be very bad for Europe. And Switzerland is okay, but I'm telling everybody, and everybody around in Europe is saying the same shit. It was a fucking shit year, It was a fucking shit year. I'm sorry to say, Europeans, but it was a shit year. For me, it's okay. I'm living in Switzerland. For me, it's okay, But for Europeans, it was a fucking horrible shit show,
Is Switzerland even in Europe? No, it's like Europe is actually is a bubble, right? But then Switzerland is so high, right? It's actually popped out of the bubble, so it's not inside of Europe. It's like it's outside, but it's on top, It's like outside.
I don't know how European Union, which all their smart people, they don't see this jewel of success, in the middle of Europe, and just don't apply. Not all of it, obviously, because you cannot apply everything, but to try a little bit to apply some economical, and a little bit strategic, points of the Swiss, in their governments, It's been working for how many years, Even in the Second World War, we were like not, invaded by Nazi Germany, Before that, when the Napoleon came, also it was okay, he came a little bit, changed the constitution a little bit, but it's okay, It was never like huge, like downs or ups. It was mostly just going up, because we're trying to figure out to get the best results for our people,
Cannot like that. The politicians cannot earn more money. Like they need more money. Like
Our
you guys
politicians
are
get
too
a lot of
not
money,
corrupted.
right? They get a lot of money in Switzerland, but they deserve it, right? Because they're doing a good job,
No. They need it under the table. Like too obvious is no good. Like they need it under the table. Then the amount is like.
Well, unfortunately for Europe, like the decades and centuries of raping the rest of the world of their resources are coming to an end, right? And you know, how do you get around that? You know, you got France, which was so reliant on you know, African resources, for example. And, you know, it shouldn't be any coincidence that, you know, the inflation in France has gone up on energy and all that other stuff. And you would think it wouldn't as much because they're, you know, heavily nuclear. But then you look at it, well, where they're getting those resources from. Well, now they have to get it, you know, somewhere more expensive. And that stuff is super expensive. So, you know, Europe really just shot themselves in both feet with this whole thing. But, you know, it was inevitable, right? Like, we're at the end of the road here for this empire, the Western Empire, the last 500 years. So, you know, we're at the end, and, you know, we're watching history right now. And we should just prepare for it, because it's not going to get better in the West. It's just not. We're going to continue to decline, and probably a lot more rapidly as things accelerate to the east.
I think because of the energy prices and the inflation you talked about, Nunia, it's also because France has ridiculously dumb contracts with the European Union, where they need to sell their, you know, energy for much cheaper, which they actually should, because we have contracts with the European Unions which are implemented like fucking idiots, you know. So we sell to Germany because they don't have energy anymore, very cheap energy, because European Union, you know, because contracts.
Do they not have like any kind of work in where it can slide based on like economic conditions at all, or is it like, hey, I got lucky, I signed a deal for $1 a barrel, and now it's really $20 a barrel, but since I signed a contract, I still get it for $1, even though they know damn well they need to sell it for maybe 10 or 15?
The European Union, the basic of the European Union is more strong you are, more you give up, you know, more you give to the smaller nations, you know. And if Germany in their current state is not in a very big decline, especially industrial wise, then I don't know what you're smoking. And you can clearly see that all of the energy which is actually coming, the most of the electricity is coming from French, you know, atomic, you know, how's it called, nuclear power plants, you know, because we have them, you know. But the Germans did the turnaround to go back in Stone Age, you know, because they are very good at you know, deciding things for their future. But it's going to be like Nunia said, if we don't get the turnaround, especially now with we're going to invest so much money in military when the war is already over. This money needs to be founded for new technologies and for getting, you know, trying to finance all our debt. But no, instead we're gonna finance our military complex, you know, and we're just gonna lose money even more, and the decline gonna be even faster, like Nunia said. So it's just fucking idiocy what we are doing. We are like 10 years, 20 years too late, you know, in the decision making of most of the things what we are actually doing right now, especially on military. You should have never. The Russia should have never been able to do what they do right now if we had a military complex and military which is capable of keeping them back, you know, at bay, and also pushing them back. But we're just useless right now. We're just useless. That's why we're not in the peace talks, you know. Then we are useless.
That's why I told upgrade. No, France need to rebuild its military and then start invading Africa again. Like bring back the French imperialism.
Some colonies also in Asia, you know. I remember Indochina was also nice there. It was nice places.
Vietnam. I'm quite sure you guys have fond memories of Vietnam.
It's okay, Vietnam. You know, I think everybody has traumatized. You know, all the empires got traumatized by Vietnam, like Afghanistan. You know, let's not go there. You know,
I don't think anybody's gonna let themselves get invaded anymore, guys. They'll die to the last person now. So, you know, the whole idea of colonizing, whether it be Africa or South America, I think these are ideas from previous centuries. They know what that means for them, and they will fight to the last person. and they're ready for it too. Like, I don't think you guys realize how much the rest of the world, particularly the quote global South, hates the West. Absolutely hates every one of us. So now they've got options, and they're moving towards the options, and they're more than happy to do so. And we've got nothing to combat it. We don't have the economic might anymore. We don't have the military might. We lost.
Super chat by Utis. And then you have the problem with the new Europeans and all those weapons that will be flooding out of a defeated Ukraine. Yep. And we have been talking about the flooding of the weapons from Ukraine like for 2 years already, right? You know, upgrade. You're muted. You're muted.
I just wanted to add on what Nunia said, right? Because it's totally true, right? The rest of the world hates the West, but we still keep importing all of these people to our countries who hate us, you know, who don't like us, you know. And at the end, it's not a good mix, you know, if you have people who coming from countries which hate you, you know, stop importing people who hate you.
Look at that guy in D.C. the other day. He shot the 2 National Guard guys, the Afghan national that they brought over after the Biden evacuation.
I didn't want to go there, you know, Juan, but, you know, we can go
No,
to
I'm
this
just
topic if
saying.
you want to, you know.
I mean, look at these dumb fucks that they let in. I mean,
that's what happened when you watch too much 50 Shades of Grey, you know? Too much SM, you know?
and the thing is the guy was one of our guys. You know, he was a Afghan National Army Special Forces guy, worked with our guys, worked with the CIA, you know. They say, well, maybe he had PTSD from all the shit he did over there. Maybe he was upset about the way we left high and dry. I'm like, I don't, you know, it's like, maybe you didn't do a good job of vetting him. Maybe that's the problem. You know?
Well, I mean, clearly he had an axe to grind, right? For all we know, his family got butchered after he left, right? Because
supposedly he's got a wife, and his wife and kids are back in Seattle or wherever he's from, Washington State. But I mean, and the other thing too, it's like, you know, they're trying to figure out what happened. It's like, well, the girl was 20, so she was never in Afghanistan. The guy was 24, more than likely he was never in Afghanistan. So I mean, and it's just, there are soldiers. He might have just targeted them because they were soldiers, and he's pissed about Afghanistan or how he got left high and dry. Because if you think about it, all those special forces guys got really fucked at the end. I mean, they were the guys that really put out for the U.S. And then when it came time to get the fuck out, a lot of those guys got left fucking high and dry. There's plenty of videos of those dudes getting fucking rounded up and killed. And you can imagine the ones that got away might have an axe to grind. Because they got, you know, they say maybe one of his friends was trying to get out of Afghanistan, who was, you know, somebody that worked with us but was having issues and got killed before he could get out. So who knows? I'm not justifying what he did, but, you know, obviously there's a problem with who we're letting in and keeping track of, and, you know, making sure these people are talking to somebody or touching base with somebody so you can keep an eye on them. You know, maybe in 20 years, if the guy hasn't caused a problem, you can quit watching him. But, you know, when he first gets here, maybe for a few years, you keep an eye on him, see how he adapts and assimilates, and maybe make sure he's getting taken care of. You know, if he served your army, then I would assume he has some kind of access to benefits. You know, I mean, he was a soldier. He served your army as an interpreter and whatever. But who knows? I mean, more likely the guy had an axe to grind, I think. And they just happened to be unfortunate ones that got killed.
What do you think, Juan, about what Trump wants to do right now to stop the immigration from this?
Well, I mean, he should have done that on the first fucking day. I mean, that's one of the reasons he's having problems now with guys like Fuentes and shit, because all the promises, you know, dude, you've gotten 600,000 out at best. It's almost a year. You need to speed it up. It needs to be like 1 million a year, and that's not even enough. You need to fucking activate the Army and the National Guard and all the other shit you're legally allowed to do under the Constitution. You already throw phrases out here about, you know, Insurgents Act and all this shit, so fucking use it and deport the fucking people like they want. That's what you got voted in for, and that's another reason why he's having fucking problems, because it seems like he's more worried about
somebody else's country and what they need and not worried about what's going on fucking here. And you got women getting killed and raped and fucking, you know, people rioting in the streets because they think they're defending their neighbors. And it turns out, yeah, you're defending a guy who's a fucking 3-time sex offender who's been deported 27 times. And now you're mad because, you know, he's the guy that makes your tacos at the taco truck and now he's getting deported. You know, it's like, I'm sure there's people that are really nice people that get deported, but the fact of the matter is that the numbers are low because they're really just focusing on the worst of the worst. And that's what they're getting out. And they really need to just go out there and get everybody, you know, and that's the problem. He's fallen on that. People are pissed about that. He's not doing the mass deportations. And then you have shit like this happen and it just makes him look fucking more, you know, impotent. It's like, I'm more worried about Israel or the Epstein files or Venezuela. Well, what about these motherfuckers? You know, and I know people that were on military bases when these guys were getting shipped back from Afghanistan. The shit they were telling me that was coming off the fucking planes, old dudes with little girls saying that was their wives, and these people being put up. Like my friend, his son plays semi-pro hockey and shit, so he does a lot of traveling leagues. Well, he was down in Texas. They were telling the military families down there to keep an eye on your kids while these motherfuckers were walking around on base living there because they know how they are. But they're not going to make it a public announcement. They made sure everybody at at roll call knew, like all the sergeants told all the privates and all, you know, so-and-so, like the inside got people knew, hey, make sure you watch your kids around these motherfuckers. But, you know, I mean, that shit should have been done on day one, you know. He should have shut down all immigration and said we're going to have a massive vetting process. Because you don't want a guy coming in on an H-1B who's supposed to come in and make $150,000 come in and be a fucking janitor. You know, he's supposed to be here for a reason to make a certain amount of money in a specialized field. He didn't come here to fucking make pizzas at Domino's or drive a fucking delivery truck for Papa John's or Amazon. He's supposed to be working in a fucking factory or an engineer or doing something like that in IT, you know, something useful. We don't need another fucking window washer. We don't need another gardener. You know, those visas are supposed to be reserved. And they just, you know, and then he's trying to do cutouts for farm workers and cutouts for, you know, hospitality workers, which I get. But again, there's ways to do it. And there's a process you could have started instead of kind of ham-handed this half-ass, like every time something happens, we're going to do H-1Bs for everyone. Then all of a sudden there's backlash, and all of a sudden, well, you know, maybe we're going to do a better job of checking the H-1. It's like, dude, he's just fucking up on all this shit. It's like half-assed, and he's all over the place, and it looks like he's not really getting a lot done.
And this is what the left or the Democrats, or the anti-Trump people don't understand in the United States. That the MAGA folks, the people who support Trump, want even harder, like, you know, the deportation and everything. And the left or the Democrats or the anti-Trump people thought that whatever Trump is doing is already like fascist. You know, they already like, no, this is too much. You know, this is too much. The thing is, the Trump supporters want more. And whatever Vaughn just said is something that I've noticed. Like, the Trump supporters really stand on that kind of position where they really want it more. Like, even Charlie Kirk said the same thing. You know, he was questioning, constantly calling, you know, Trump and the administration, you know, when he was still alive, like, no, we need to do more. We need to do more of this, not more of this thing, but this thing, you know, like.
And I think that's another reason why people got pissed off about, like, Thomas Massie and stuff. It's like, look, dude, we support you. We want you to succeed. We want you to do what you said. Now go fucking do it. And now he's getting pissy with some people because they're holding his feet to the fire. It's like, dude, you said mass deportations. You said this. You said no new wars. Now all of a sudden Massey's persona non grata because he wants to hold your feet to the fire about being more fiscally responsible, not getting involved in any new foreign entanglements any more than we have to. You know, I'm sure Massey's smart enough to understand that there's degrees of involvement and we don't need to go balls deep every time, you know, and he's getting pissy about it, you know, same with Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, and maybe it wasn't so much Trump on the Epstein files, but all your spokespeople, all the people that are in your cabinet now and floating in your universe were out there talking about the Epstein files and you didn't deliver on that. You know, then you got the AIPAC thing out there, and it's like you got a guy like Fuentes. It's like you make it easy for him because all he's got to do is point out what you said and what you're doing. and you're not fulfilling your promises. And granted, he does say extreme things and, things that people don't like. But, when it comes to the basic things that people care about, like economy, affordable housing, healthcare, your child's future, educate, he's not wrong. You just don't like the messenger, but the message is fine. And that's why it's kind of fucked up, because Trump's fucking up, and you say a guy like Fuentes is a threat. Well, then don't give the guy any ammunition to fucking threaten you. But, when he can sit there and just go down the list of all your campaign promises and highlight in detail and articulate in detail why you're fucking up and why people should stop supporting you or start putting start calling you and holding your feet to the fire, then he wants to get pissy. It's like, look, dude, we're here for you to succeed. Go do your fucking job. You have our support, but you're not going to have it indefinitely and unapologetically if you're not going to fucking do some basic shit that you said you're going to do. It's not hard to do. You're great. We made money off tariffs. You're pushing Russia around, or you're fucking throwing your chest around with China. That's all great. But what about home, dude? That's what we want. That's why you got put here. And he still has that, but it's like he's got to start getting his shit back, or maybe JD Vance or somebody can pull him back from the edge, or maybe those guys will take a bigger role and steer things from the outside a little bit around Trump. I don't know, but he's kind of like at a point where he can start losing a lot more support if he doesn't start doing some things.
He just has a lot of mess to clean, Von. That is crazy.
Yeah, but there's certain, like I said, like with the immigration shit, that's a quick fix in the sense that you can really lock shit down and get it rolling. And some people are saying, and it is cope, but some people are saying he is laying the infrastructure down to do that by hiring all the ICE guys and building these facilities and stuff. And that's true. It may happen, but I'm just saying people are aware of his lack of achievement in these promises that people really focused on, like the economy, affordability, immigration, not any new fucking wars, and foreign aid too, to be honest.
But if the Democrats were not so stupid, and also by trying to block everything every time, because they are thinking he's a Nazi.
It's not really the Democrats here. It's the political system in general. Trump's trying to do things. Other people want to do things. Trump's got to navigate that. Trump's influenced by other people. Other people have sway. He owes people. It's a whole lot of stuff going on. It's not just Democrats, because there's Democrats that support some of the stuff that the popular stuff that Americans support. Like, let's not have any new wars. Let's worry about stuff at home. Let's not get involved in foreign entanglements. Let's not meddle in other people's business. Let's make sure our economy's strong and our people have jobs and our people can buy a house. And it's not, you don't have to be a millionaire to have a couple kids. That's what people want.
The problem that Trump has, and not another president had, is that since his first term, he was, how can you say that, bullied, put in a negative about everything he does. Since 2016. Oh, come on.
That's not the problem. That's not the problem.
You're talking about the media. He's dealt with the media his whole career. He's a master at manipulating the media. All that negative attention was like literally tens of millions of dollars in free campaign ads. Yeah, they said it themselves. Every day they talked about him, the guy just got more popular. Did you see Trump said he told that bitch to shut the fuck up? And that's horrible, but everyone loved it. No one thought it was horrible except for people on the news.
You still have in the United States two types of media. You have the left and right media, and maybe neutral one also. In Belgium, for instance, all media, all of them, are shitting about Trump. All of them. That's what's happening in Europe, for example. How can you make good publicity if your media is talking bullshit? Look at BBC. They've been accused by.
That's why you got alternative media. You got podcasts. You got live streams. You've got all the internet shit. Because if you can't get it from Fox News, you can find it somewhere else.
But in Europe, the podcasts are pretty new compared to the United States. You know what I mean?
Right, but the answer, in my view, is a lot simpler. And to Vaughn's point, Trump is simply not fulfilling his promises to America first and making America great again. That's what everybody voted for. Everybody voted for more inward investment, in more inward, focus on internal issues within America. That's what people voted for.
Yeah,
Trump's not delivering on that, and that's why they're turning against him.
He's kind of like lightly touching these issues and getting stuff a little done so he can say he's doing it, but he's not doing it to the extent people want. I mean, people want
at the end of the day,
deportations.
And at the end of the day, Trump has been captured by the deep statists. I think that's pretty clear. He's now fulfilling their agenda. And the deep statists, they're never going to support an America First agenda because they don't care about Americans. Okay, they care about themselves and only themselves and their globalist buddies and their corporate friends. So, George Carlin said it best. It's never going to get better. It's only going to get worse.
I mean,
so
the best you can hope for is you can see Trump fight, and get things done here and there, but it's always going to be an uphill battle. And whatever step he takes forward, the deep state will make sure there's 2 steps back. Plus, you got all the people around him of varied loyalties and shit. I mean, the momentum's good. It'd be nice if it keeps going. Maybe it will. But, like I said, they don't like these guys on the right bringing up stuff, but it's like, well, then deliver. And then the guy like Fuentes doesn't have talking points. A guy like Myron Gaines doesn't have talking points, or women. All these right-wing people that are popping up and living off of Nick Fuentes clips and all the other clips. It's like, if you don't want these people to exist and you don't want them to undermine your agenda, then fulfill your agenda that you ran on. And then these people don't have a leg to stand on. They can't complain you're not doing America first. And that's what, like Nunya said, that's the biggest thing. We're not like total isolationists, fuck the whole world, but goddamn, dude, we have problems here. Can we worry about some shit here for 5 minutes? Just once? That's all people want. Just worry about America for a little while before you run off across the planet again. Just for a little while. That's all we want.
And Vaughn, you're never going to get that. You're never going to get it. Like, ask yourself, why don't you?
I know. I'm just saying, but I mean, that's the problem. He's like dabbling in it, and it's like people are hungry for it. It's like, you're not going to give us what we want, and it's going to be a problem down the road probably. I mean, you got midterms coming up. You got 2028 coming up. I mean, you really kind of need to make sure the base is happy with the results. I seem like they're going to catch up in time to.
I think the base is thrilled, but I think my definition of base and your definition of base are 2 different things. You still think that the left and the right matter anymore, and what I'm saying is, no. I think whether it's Republican or Democrat, the base behind them that's pulling the puppet strings, they don't care who's in power anymore. They're all more than happy to keep playing off the left versus right thing, because that distracts people from the fact that both parties are ripping you off, right? So I think the base is quite happy with the performance.
Oh, I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm talking about the base, like the regular working class people, not the base of the elites that are actually very happy with.
I think the elites are thrilled, and it's up to the people to kick them all the fuck out if forced by needed. Like, we're at the point now where all of these globalist scumbags got to go. Every single one of them got to go, and they can't ever be allowed to be in power again. And we got to start fresh. And I don't know what that looks like, but we're too crooked and corrupt not to just blow it all up at this point. That's my view on it. Like, that, the governments in the West are just nasty and corrupt all around.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like the VIP base is happy, the general admission is not.
Yeah. So people gotta get angry, or if you just want to be complacent, as your incomes keep going down, your standards of living keep going down, you'll own nothing and be happy, as the WEF clowns always say. That's the future they want for you. So
think about it. This situation you're describing is perfect for a guy like Nick Fuentes to exploit or something. You know, you can't afford a family. You can't afford a house. You can't afford this. You can't do that. It costs you $100,000 to go to college and get a useless degree. You can't. You know, I mean, it's like you know, you don't want this guy around, but you're gonna set the table for him to fucking eat, like feast literally every night.
Oh yeah, and he can exploit it. Absolutely. But it doesn't mean it's not happening, right?
Oh yeah,
So,
I mean, and that's the thing. You get Candace out there and all these other people that have big followings, and they're not all on the same page with every issue, but there's a general populist trend that's like, hey, you know, what about us? What about us? What about us? And it's getting louder and louder, and the establishment people are really fighting it. I mean, we'll see what happens out of it. I kind of agree with you. It's like you get that hope, and it looks like something's going to happen. Then there's always a way to crush it somehow at the end or blunt it. But you know, like I said, the momentum's going the right way. Hopefully, it can continue. But you know, those voices got to get louder and louder and more demanding and more demanding. Like Nick Fuentes, I'm not trying to keep hyping him, but he's one of those guys that's out there. You know, like, you know, if you're not going to do this, this, and this, we're not going to vote for you. And
this is where the voting population needs to, you know, organize and use their voices more. Look at the whole Epstein files thing. Everybody was outraged about that. Everybody made their voice heard, and the government ended up changing, you know, course, right? So, you know, when people collectively use their voices, it still does matter. The problem now is I just don't see where we have any sort of organization in these Western societies anymore. Nobody gives a shit. Like, there's never an anti-war protest. Like, there was some for Gaza, but
I mean, even if you were to get like Candace Owen and Sank and Anna Kasparian and Nick Fuentes and a bunch of other people together, and they had a good platform, it still wouldn't work, just because there'd be too many people on the either side that would, oh, fuck that guy or fuck that bitch, you know. And even if they came together with a good populist platform that they could support against the establishment, I mean, it seems like some of that stuff's in the works, but like I said, who the fuck knows what's going to happen. I do think it's going to be interesting the next 2 years with Fuentes and all these guys out here in the right and the left and everybody fighting over, you know, you got Mondani on the left and Nick Fuentes on the right, and then all the idiots in between. So it ought to be an interesting political season for sure.
Yeah, well, I think Nick is too green. His balls need to drop first. Maybe in a couple of decades.
I mean, dude, he's 27 years old, and he's been like destroyed by the establishment media since he was 18, and still carved out a niche and survived.
I'm just talking about maturity levels. It's not nothing against him. It's like you just can't have the stamina and the insight. I think Tucker Carlson is much more of a viable option than Nick in that sense, because he's older. Just and you know, like he has a much more palatable like discourse.
Yeah, but you got to look at it too, though. With Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, that's an adversarial relationship, because Nick Fuentes' generation views guys like Tucker Carlson, me, or people older as the reason why they got fucked. So,
no, yeah, that's true. But the main power base of any like political society isn't the youngsters. You know, the youngsters are the cannon fodder, but the real power base is midlife men, right? It's you know, the slightly old men like your age, that generation.
Yeah, but do you listen to what Fuentes says? He talks about infiltrating the establishment over time and getting in positions and hiding your views and lying about who you really are until you get to the pinnacles of power and then unmasking yourself. Yeah, I mean, that's a long-term project. I mean, the guy's not dumb.
Yeah, that's a project for 20 years. Like I'm saying, that's something that will mature.
I mean, the thing is there's already a lot of these Groyper type people in the government. A bunch of them just got wiped out over an email scandal because they got exposed. But yeah, there's lots of people there. They say that upwards of 40% of Trump's administration could have Groyper type people in there. And the thing is you hide. You don't say how you really feel. And then when you get where you need to be, then you expose yourself.
That's the way to go. That's 100% a good strategy. But like I say, you need senior members of political organisms to actually achieve that. You can't do that with like the freshmen coming out of college at 30 something. You need, 50, 60-year-olds that have like enough, resume to actually, carry weight in what they're doing. That's what I'm talking about.
I think the problem is those people don't trust the older people because they see them as the reason why the problems exist. So it's going to be hard for them to trust, whereas they might just want to do it themselves. Like, we've tried it your way long enough, old man. We're going to try it our way.
Yeah, but think about it this way. Like, Biden's generation is on the way out, same as Trump's generation. So like the next generation of old people that can get into places of power is a rechange, right? It's a different generation. That's what we're coming up against right now. We're coming up against a change in generations. Like the boomer generation is on the way out. So but it's still going to be the next generation. It's not going to be like the 20-year-olds that are going to take power. It's not going to happen unless you have like a massive civil war and all the geezers, get wiped out. Then you get young warlords that are like edgelords that, can pillage and rape throughout the countryside and establish their fiefdoms. But we're not there yet. So like right now it's going to be a rechange in generations. It's not going to be the new generation that jumps into places of power. Same like the boomers. The boomers were like the revolutionaries back in their day. They're going to take over the world and stuff like that. And now is the time where they actually took over the world, right? And this is their world. We're living in the boomer generation's takeover period. So now we're going to have to wait. Like if you want to see the base trad Gen Z generation takeover, that's going to be in 20 years at least. You'll probably have a period of like millennial rule, which is going to be like boomers on steroids, which means on estrogen and hormone sex change drugs. And that's going to be a phase that we're going to have to pass through until we get to like this new generation of dropout, completely rewriting the political order. Maybe it crashes before that, and we get the warlord period. But I think that there is a institutional change happening, like the fact that Tucker is getting edgy on this type of stuff about the lobbies and a certain country in the Middle East. That's very telling because he has institutional support. He's not a nobody, and so somebody behind him is actually considering to drop the leech in some aspect, which would be a net positive in and of itself, even if not much else changes. Just that alone would be, a great step in the right direction. Who knows? Maybe Trump is a bridge between, the establishment and this new generation. Maybe Trump's whole shtick is to be so blatant about his support for Israel that he just repulses the entire American establishment against the neocons and the war hawks and all the Israel firsters. And that's going to be his role in history. He's going to be considered a hero for like exposing, in such a blatant manner, the corruption and the co-option of the American establishment. Even maybe it's willing, maybe it's unwilling, but it's happening nonetheless. Like when he went and told, who was it? Laura Loomer? No, I can't remember. With this old hag that is one of the main sponsors of AIPAC, and he told her like,
Maureen Adelson.
Adelson, yeah, that one. And he's like, what do you prefer, America or Israel? And she doesn't respond, and so he says, yeah, I think you prefer Israel, right? And that was, and he does that. He does that a lot. He really likes doing that. So he's there fluffing up Israel, but he does it in such a way that it's just repulsive, and it's impossible to hide. And that's a virtue. Even if everyone sees it as a betrayal, it's still, at least he's exposing the betrayal.
Did you see something I saw something too. Trump's son Eric just came out with
of vodka. I think that might be another issue with the Trump administration is the fact that so many in their administration like really play up the patriotic America rah-rah shit. And it's really just to sell vodka and build apartments and condos. I mean, I think they were saying that a lot of people kind of think that, and it might be true to an extent, I could see it, I kind of agree, that his kids kind of use the Trump name to make money and push it. And I mean, I'm sure they're good people and all, but, you know, are they really part of this change, this new vision for America? Or are they just, you know, using daddy's name to sell vodka and make real estate deals?
Well, of course they're using daddy's name.
Oh, I mean, but you know what I'm saying? It's just like, you know,
at least
we're not asking for much, you know. I'll buy your vodka. Can you deport some motherfuckers? You know, I'll buy your vodka. Just don't bomb fucking Iran, okay? You know what I mean? It's like, I'll buy some steaks from Trump Steaks. Just, you know, don't bomb Venezuela. You know, what it's like, are we being held hostage? I'll buy 3 boxes of steaks and a case of vodka. Just don't bomb Iran. You know, if everybody in America does that, then he won't bomb Iran, but you only have 24 hours to order. But use the discount code Patriot for 20% off.
Yeah, use the promo code. Yeah, that's how he rolls, baby. That's how he rolls. And yeah, it's exasperating and it's insulting. You know, it's actually very degrading to have to negotiate like that. You know, like, you know, with a merchant who's like selling you, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like that sometimes. Seriously, like, you know, what do we got to fucking do to get you to do some shit? You know, buy some steaks, buy some vodka, stay a night at the Trump Tower. I mean, tell me, it's got to be cheaper than another fucking war.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, but that's a great spirit. Like, I'm impressed that you're saying this, Vaughn, and I think it's a great sign of like a sort of token symbol of American sentiment towards the trajectory of the politics, because, you know, it's actually an amazing transformation and a good omen that like all you patriots, that you aren't buying the bullshit, you know, like, oh yeah, we have to go bomb Venezuela because, you know, something, we have to send soldiers to die or whatever, like just slaughter a shit ton of people over there for, you know, Lockheed Martin's stock price and, you know, market.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want a new war, but, you know, if we're going to consolidate the Western Hemisphere and you can do it bloodlessly, then why not? You know, it's like, why, you know, like the whole deal with Grenell and Maduro supposedly had that arrangement where he stays in power and does everything we want, like a little puppet. It's like, if you can get that, why wouldn't you take it? And it's like, well, you know, like Thomas said, probably because they want to expend ordnance so someone can refill the supply and make money off of it. Because really, it's like, if there's a chance you can get this guy to do what you want or leave, and you don't really have to fire a shot, then why wouldn't you? I mean, like I said earlier, if you just want somebody that's going to be a puppet to let you do what you want in Venezuela and he agrees to do it, then who cares? Let him do it. If it doesn't work out, you can get rid of him and replace him with the next guy, which was what you were going to do in the first place. You know, it's like, try Maduro out. If Maduro works, then keep him there. Quit acting like you can't work with Maduro. Like I said earlier, you work with Stalin, you work with Netanyahu, you work with the Shah of Iran. I mean, let King Saud of Saud, you know, I mean, pick a guy. You know, we've worked with plenty of people that were horrible motherfuckers over the years. Now all of a sudden, what, Maduro's worse than Stalin? Really? You can't work with Maduro, but you can work with Stalin. Okay. You know what I mean? It's like, get over yourself already. If the guy's going to bend over and let you do what he wants, then just do it. I mean, how much more of a flex do you need? We didn't even have to shoot at the motherfuckers and they surrendered. We just flew a B-52 along the coast and that bitch surrendered. I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of annoying because I don't really know what the fuck they're doing down there, because everyone knows that drugs going out of Venezuela is not the problem. If you really want to deal with the drugs, you got to go to Mexico and then probably LA and Chicago, like heavy. like inside the United States. I mean, a few fucking boats going through Venezuelan waters. Wow. Well, would you like stop a day's worth of cocaine? Big deal, you know.
Yeah, in a small city, a day's worth of cocaine.
Oh, you
in a
just took
small
out
city.
Springfield, Illinois' cocaine supply for the day. Oh no. What will they do?
Yeah, and it's crazy because you can definitely get your way in all sorts of ways. Like you really do have power to, and it's basically you're just feeding Lockheed and Boeing. You know, they're like taking all the cake, and it's the same thing with Nvidia and with OpenAI and all these guys. Like all this tariff money, all the investment of the allies who want to lower the tariffs. It's all just getting funneled into this bubble. And American industrialization, like the blue collar workers and all that shit. It's just going to shit. You're not really building up the country. You're just feeding this bubble that is unsustainable, but it cannot pop because it's gonna bring down the economy. In a bad moment.
If we take over Venezuela, as an American, I would expect my gas prices to go down because I would expect us to be getting plentiful, cheap Venezuelan oil since we just got that market cornered. You know what I mean? And it's like it never translates. Free Iraq, free Kuwait, but it never comes back to the pump. It's like as many times as we've been in the Middle East, we should be getting like free oil for all the times we've supposedly bailed people out. We should be getting like 25-cent gas or something. And we don't even, and it's always the same market price as everywhere else. Sometimes it's a little cheaper than, like Hong Kong or something, but nobody drives in Hong Kong. So if you have a car, I mean, like Wyatt talks about how much it costs us to get a license and all that shit. I mean, if gas is $5 there, it's like, well, I already spent $100,000 to get my license, so $5 a gallon, I'll pay it. It's like you're already in for $500,000 to get your driver's license in a car. You might as well. What's $10 a gallon in gas? But I mean, that shit never comes over here. We never get nothing back. It's like the prices don't really ever dip down or stay down. There's no like flush of oil on the market getting processed to make the prices go down. It's like this never happens. It's amazing how much it never happens.
Yeah, I mean, not only
as much oil we seem to have control over, the price just never seems to go. I understand our companies want to make money, but $65 a barrel, you can still make good money, and the price of gas could be pretty cheap.
It's not the issue that
it doesn't have to be $90 a barrel every day.
The issue is that they want to make all the money. Like any benefit that they're gonna get, they're gonna keep it. And any expense that they can give you, they're going to give it to you, and that's the logic of it. Like that's the problem with the oligarchy.
Yeah, Vaughn. It's like I said, they don't care about you, man. Unfortunately, the last thing they care about is you.
Imagine if they like rehooked Europe to Russia with all the gas and oil. I bet you they'd still find a way to fucking charge them 3 times what they got before. Just because it's new management. Even though the pipeline's literally right next door, there's no distance to travel really or nothing like that. I mean, it's just bullshit. None of this shit ever fucking translates down to the regular guy.
It's simply because people already got used to paying that.
I mean, with all the oil on the market, plastic shit doesn't even get cheaper, let alone gas.
Yeah, and the worst part is that it's not even that you don't get any benefit from all that, treasury and blood that's spilled towards these, slush fund projects. It's that it's always used to screw you over, like the Patriot Act, and like all these surveillance projects and programs. Like, oh, we're gonna get rid of the immigrants. Oh, sorry, no, we're just gonna surveil all of you, with Palantir, and we're not gonna get rid of any immigrants, really. Maybe just a couple of tokens, but it always comes back to bite you. In a way that like it's just so cynically, cruel. like they don't give a fuck at all, and it's this completely disconnected and pedantic attitude towards the people, and it's gonna go on until people don't tolerate it anymore and pull out the pitchforks. Eventually, I guess you can probably avoid that from happening. Like, and that's the whole issue. During the Cold War, you had this ideological enemy that was a threat to the West because it could convince people of communism. And so your governments had to be on their best behavior. Like, they had to sell, that communism was a shithole and we're the shining city on the hill. And when that got out of the way, then they just got free range to like screw you over however much they wanted. And all the benefits that you accrued through that process of the Cold War, they've been systematically dismantling it. And that's why the life quality, and the standards of living have been plummeting. Because you guys don't have that rival anymore. And so like it's like, okay, capitalism won now it's free range capitalism. We can do whatever the fuck we want with you people. But now that there's starting to be this certain level of geopolitical confrontation again, then that should work to your benefit. But I get the impression that your elites, they just cannot like stop squeezing the cash cow. Like, they know that they have to.
Well, maybe they're not like even really elites anymore. I mean, yeah, they got lots of money. Maybe they do have like connections and influence. But think about it. These motherfuckers aren't the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds or the Kissingers or anybody of that class of elite as far as, big picture, long-term, diabolical, maniac. You know what I mean? It's like these guys are like fucking, Dr. Evil from fucking Austin Powers, versus like a real Bond villain from back in the day. I mean?
Yeah, GoldenEye.
Before. I mean, it's just like some countries still have that old school diplomatic corps, but I think the West that's probably part of the problem is it's like amateur hour on a grand scale. I mean, there's very few, I think, serious diplomats in the West anymore that other people in the world actually take seriously, that would respect, like even though Kissinger was a monster, he could sit down with Xi and Lavrov and they could have a discussion and there would probably be some respect there. But Rubio, Xi, and Putin, they think he's a clown or anybody else.
We gave up our diplomatic capability 30 years ago under the hegemonic rule because we found that we really didn't need to use it because we just weren't around dictating terms to everybody. So now 30 years later, the rest of the world is kind of sick of that and they're moving on. And to your point, Vaughn, we're not equipped for it because we've got moronic people like Marco Rubio and Kaya Kallas and people of that ilk who just, they're not that bright. And they're all bound by their ideology, which blinds them from any sort of pragmatic thinking. That's where we're at.
Yep. I mean, think about it. Even a guy like Dick Cheney would have known how to talk to these people and maneuver through these circles. And he was a fucking total monstrous scumbag too. I mean, he was obviously not much of a diplomat, but you know what I mean? The guy was smart enough that he could work these circles and play the game. And there's nobody like that anymore. I mean, it's all like, my dad was, Brzezinski or whatever. So, it's like, it's all connections and no gravitas, as they like to say, no substance. Right. Like it's just a diploma but they don't have any real experience. Nobody respects them. They wrote some hokey papers about how you could break Russia up and turn it into a cash cow. And now they're working at the CIA or the Defense Department or the State Department. I mean, look at it. I mean, Hillary, Libya, Syria. Yeah, good job. Good. Thank God she was there as a strong diplomat.
Yeah, how can they be so stupid? And yeah, it's like basically the Rothschilds, and all these families, these aristocratic families that you were talking about. They're basically still in power, but they no longer have the characters. They just have like the inbred offspring of spoiled brats that are running the family business into the ground, as often happens.
Well, I mean, like, think about it. Like, who's more scary, George Soros or George Soros' son? Now, George Soros' son has all his money and probably to some degree his access and, stuff like that and networks, but he's not George Soros. he's never going to be George Soros. He couldn't do what George Soros did if he was put back in time in George Soros' position. You know what I mean? But he's still a scary character because he's got the money and the connections and probably the influence. But he'll never be what his father was. He'll never be as effective or, efficient as his father was. And I think that's the problem too. A lot of these, like you said, they're still there, but they don't have good pieces anymore. They don't have good equipment anymore. They're getting like great, recycled or rehashed, pawns.
Well, and not only that, it's becoming more and more difficult for them to control things because, in the past, all they had to do was control the West, Europe, United States. That was it. But now it's becoming impossible for them to maintain control over the world because they just don't have that influence anymore. They can barely control their historic playgrounds, much less somewhere like China or India or wherever, right? Where they don't have that influence or that history. So yeah, I think it's only going to accelerate for these elites. And that's why you're seeing them make some of the decisions that they're making, because they're out of ideas. And in a lot of ways, they're just panicking.
And we have Gareth.
Hey, Gareth.
Well, Gareth, we're just dunking on billionaires. Want to come join the party?
He can't hear us. He can't hear us. He didn't hear it. You need to do it again.
That doesn't sound like something Gareth would want to do.
Oh, we lost
he's
him.
Gone. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess you could say with all the inbreeding and coddling and pampering, the next generation of supervillains is pretty weak.
Yeah, I mean, we need better supervillains.
Well, like none of you said, they're out of ideas. They go back to the old playbook and shit. Like they're like I said, they're not those guys. They're not able to like have the wisdom and draw on the experience to come up with a new plan or a new idea or a new angle. It's like they got 3 angles because that's what they read in a book, and that's all they know. They don't have any like real experience doing anything.
Hello, can you hear me at all?
We can hear you now.
Okay, fair enough.
Can you hear us?
My headphones. Yeah. You guys are coming back to George Soros like a dog returning to its vomit.
Yeah, I was just thinking the exact same thing, that like when we mentioned George Soros, you came back like a dog to his vomit. But
Sure.
no, but yeah, like we're talking about, we're criticizing billionaires and their dynasties and the degeneration of their generations. So
There
I
you
was
are.
hoping you would come back to defend them, so against these,
You know how
these
many-
evil anti-Semites.
Do you know how many billionaires there are
Quite a
in
lot.
the world? How many? About 3,000, a little over. How many of them can you name?
I can probably name like the main families, the dynasties that hold real power, not the Forbes list.
I'm talking
Like the
about
ones that
actual
created-
billionaires.
The ones that created the capitalist system, the engineers, the real
Engineers.
capitalist families, the great oligarchs that created Western capitalism. Not some random Elon Musk, he might be the richest man or whatever, but that's bullshit. Like he's just a public figure. The real millionaires are the ones that constructed the great monopolies that formed the industrial capitalist system. Those are the great oligarchs. Not some random dude that just popped out of a startup and
Really?
has a market cap.
I see. And what are the names of these families?
Well, the Rothschilds, the Morgans, the Rockefellers, the Kennedys, so on and so forth. Like there's a structure. You have the Rhodes fortune, the the Bilderberg, the Round Table, those families that go to school in Bones, the Anglo-American hegemonic dominance system. These guys, they're actually they created the system that allowed for mass extraction of wealth from across the world and concentrated it into a global web of logistics and influence that created a hegemonic world order. They created the League of Nations, the UN.
And so the entire rest of the population of the world is just inactive?
No, they're the fuel. They're actually powering that machine. Like, while some design, others push. That's the separation of labor.
But fundamentally, we don't have any power over this society at all.
Well, you do, to a certain extent, but that power is capitalized. So that's why you're the motor, because you don't have a will. You're not a planning agent. You're not an active agent. You're muscle power. You're manpower. Your agency is expended for the capitalization, the concentration of capital of those who can funnel it. That's how it works.
Anybody who's familiar with accounting will know that any company is designed to produce profits for its owners. I mean, what you're describing is fundamentally not a secret to anybody. I wanted to go on a brief digression, though, about how much $1 billion really is. If you walked out of your house every day and $1,000 in clean bills fell out of the sky and landed at your feet, and you picked it up and got to keep it for free, well, then obviously at the end of a year, you'd have $365,000. So if you write off about $30,000 for living expenses, round it down to a cool $250,000, it'd take you 3 years to have $1 million. And you'd have to repeat that process another 999 times to become a billionaire. Take you 3,000 years of $1,000 falling out of the sky at your feet. And there's more than 3,000 people that have that kind of power. And I don't think that a mere handful of families is capable of controlling that. And I think it is much more important to address them as a class. So apparently you don't want us to do. You want us to think about people's identity, not their existence as a real social force.
No, actually, that's what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying. You're saying that it's a person's identity. The fact that they have a certain amount of wealth. That's the problem, not the issue.
That's not their identity.
What their
that's their relationship to the means of production.
Their actions are, and how nefarious those actions are for humanity. It's like, it doesn't matter who the person is, it matters that they're of a certain class. So like you can destroy a token billionaire, even though like the literal, greatest genocider of mankind, hypothetically, walks away scot-free because, he's of a protected, he's gay, or he's Jewish, but let's just kill this token millionaire. I don't know. Let's grab Elon Musk and lynch him from the light post, because I don't like millionaires, but let's not touch the actual owners of the joint, because maybe he's gay or maybe he's Jewish.
Okay, well that is of course totally absurd, made up nonsense. But how is it that the people who control that much wealth are not the owners of the joint, as you put it?
Like which amount of wealth are you talking about?
Like that $1 billion that I just mentioned, where if you got $1,000 for nothing every day for 3 years, that would only get you to $1 million, and they've got enough wealth.
Yeah, well, because
just $1 billion.
Because $1 billion is nothing compared to $1 trillion, and $1 trillion is nothing compared to the power of coercion and mass manipulation. Like $1 trillion is nothing compared to like the control over information.
You don't think that $1 billion can buy you itself a newspaper?
It depends.
I mean, haven't we just seen the leadership of CBS changed purely by the fact that it was purchased by someone, and that someone wanted somebody new to put a new spin on the news.
Who bought that? Do you think you could buy it if you had $1 trillion?
Yeah, of course.
Well, no,
They couldn't stop you. That's what
exactly
trading.
the point.
That's what how the stock market works. You could buy a controlling stake.
That's not how it works. How it works is that you need the permission to purchase things that are strategic importance for
No,
the
you
established.
don't. I mean, if you came on the scene and you had $1 trillion and you wanted to go in there and buy controlling interest in shit, you wouldn't need to have anybody's permission. Now, they might get pissed and want to try to do some kind of shit back to you, but I mean, if you roll in there with money, you can do what the fuck you want. I mean, like I'm just saying. I mean, you could buy controlling interest all day long, and you know,
it depends if you're one of their people or not.
Yeah,
if you're not one of their
that's
people,
what I'm saying. I mean, if you start buying it and they don't want you to do it, then yeah, there's ways they can stop it on the market and shit. But if no one's paying attention, you can go in and buy a controlling interest, and then all of a sudden you're in charge, or you're at least in the process of making decisions. And I mean,
anybody paying attention when so many trades
I
are
wasn't trying to
automated.
particularly, single out George Soros. It's just he's a popular figure that most people associate with nefarious conspiracies. And you could say, like if you think of if it's all true about how evil and manipulative he is through the years, I mean, he's a pretty bad dude. And all I was saying was like his offspring will never be what he was to his agenda. His son will never carry forward the agenda as well as George Soros did. And the thing is it's the class of people. They have billions of dollars, whether they're good people or not. They do have influence, and those people can get together, and that's where you get these cabals and all that shit. So, I mean, the billionaires are bad and they're good, but obviously with most of them are probably all friends. So, if they all want to get together on shit, it's probably pretty easy to do. I mean, look at political campaigns. The tech bros get behind Trump wins. If the tech bros get behind Kamala Harris, she wins probably. It just depends on where they want to put their money, and it's probably, like who's going to make them the most money down the road versus any like real ideological, concerns.
Sure. The American rich are full of people who made their money in organized crime or smuggling or, of course, slave trading and so forth. So I don't see this kind of exclusive club being enacted on any basis other than wealth. If you've got money, then you have power.
It's the other way around. If you got power, you get money. So I seems arrived directly in a black hole. When joining.
Well, like, what about Elon Musk in that scenario? How did he get power? Was his power being a rocket man to get the money, or did he?
No. Elon Musk is
but what I'm saying is he's a billionaire now, and he obviously has a lot of influence in American politics, whether you like it or not. But he's a guy who got money than power, probably not power than money.
And he didn't get it by being elected or anything.
Like I said, Elon Musk is a good example of a nouveau riche, who's been allowed into the club, as he can perform certain tasks for his masters. Like he's a new money. He's a new money that has been allowed control over.
I don't think all these billionaires have masters either. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. I mean, I'm sure Elon Musk has investors and shit, but I don't think he's beholden to masters any more than
look
a Rothschild.
You don't remember the walk of shame?
I mean, there's people that call shots.
Do you remember, Vaughn, when Elon was stepping out of line and they quickly shipped him over to kiss the wall and step back in line? They gave him the walk of shame. They dressed him down into his place. They took him to Auschwitz. They showed him everything that he had to respect and what he had to obey. And after that, he's been stepping in line just fine.
Or maybe he went along with it because he didn't want to lose his rocket contract.
No, it's just ridiculous. It's just
ridiculous. I mean, maybe he doesn't want to lose those government contracts, so he plays ball.
If you're gonna start bumping in to like the people that literally own the world, that have all the money.
Own it if other people have the money?
Well,
no. The people that have the money the people that have the power, that have the guns, and that have the media, they own the world, and they're gonna let you just walk into their yard, and step all over their carpet. They don't have guns. They don't have, all forms of way to kill you from here to Sunday if they don't like you. You think that people that have
got $1
power
billion, you
don't
could
have a
hire yourself
vetting
an
system?
army.
Oh yeah, I don't
No,
care
you
that
can't.
you want to destroy
can't.
my monopolist empire. I'll just allow you because you have $1 billion. So now we're cool.
But
right?
he's not there to destroy the empire. He's there to join the empire and provide the empire with rockets.
Yeah, that's the thing. So you're in the club, right? You get accepted into the
He
club.
may not be a
because
nefarious
you
part
can-
of the club, but he's a part of the billionaire club that exerts influence. And maybe one of his buddies that is a little more hardcore or whatever flexes
But
with his money, whereas maybe Elon Musk just lets you talk shit on
Well,
Twitter. I mean,
You just said it yourself. You have a master, even if you don't know him. The one who you are not allowed to criticize. That is the one who is your master. And
like Charlie
just like
Kirk.
Gabriel explained, Elon Musk changed tune quite quickly. Obviously, he would lose contracts, so he likes his contracts more than being independent. And I don't think that if you have $1 trillion and you have no connections that you can buy an army. In no way you can buy an army. Just look what happened to Jack Ma. If he tried to step out of line of the real rulers of the place, he was very quickly silenced.
Yeah, but come on, China's got an army that costs a lot more than $1 billion. The point is that you can turn money into physical force. So this is a circular argument, saying that physical force is what really controls money, when money can also command physical force.
You can't, because these billions, they are in reality, all of these billions, just like the dollars, are all controlled by the Western governments. Russia had $300 billion, and West decided, no, you don't have them, and they simply vanished for Russia. And
but the Western governments are controlled by billions.
Elon Musk has his trillion or billions in his backyard or in his basement, so he can use them. They are in the vaults of banks, and banks
or
have
in
the last
stocks,
say.
right? It's not
or in
liquid. The
stocks.
money is not liquid, and it's in the banks. So the government can just one word and then everything freezed, like what happened to the Russian money in Europe. So
okay, but again, this is all because the governments have physical force, and we're supposed to believe that there is some other physical force that can prevent you from being influential.
So the thing is, how do you go from
power?
I think the only way you can go from a lot of money and then you have a physical force is you have to be a mafia. You have to be like the crime lords, where you have money that cannot be traced and everything is cash, and then you can buy an army, like what happened to the Mexican mafias. If you have legitimate income, I think it's very hard because the money is all tracked. It's all in the banks. Right? Yeah, you need some kind of illicit activity to earn that kind of money. Like that's what CIA do as well, right? The CIA money cannot be tracked as well, so that's why they can do their own shit.
They sponsor. They traffic drugs so they can have black money that they can use to sponsor dictators. It's all well known, but again, it's just this idea is so absurd. This so fundamentally naive and blind, willingly blind, I'd say, that just for the virtue of having money, like you found a box full of money, you found a truckload of trillions of dollars, and you go tomorrow to the bank, and all the billionaires are going to open their gates to you, and they're going to pat you on the back like you're a friend.
Yes, that's exactly what's going to happen. I mean, look at Trump. His father ran a brothel. And nobody in elite New York society had any trouble with his money, and now he's president of the United States, and now his son is president of the United States.
They might have been his best customers. So what?
It's just so ridiculous. It's like such a willingly blind. Like, of course they're gonna accept you if you have money, as long as you play along. And don't threaten their empires, because that's what empires are. They're like a delimited borders of influence and power that are defended by powerful interests, and if you step in line, if you step in their lane, they're going to crush you with all the force of their might. And if you step in their line and they don't crush you, is because you're useful to them in some respect. You know, if you're let into, just because it's the same argument that the capitalists make. It's like, oh, anyone can become a billionaire if you work hard and have effort. No, you have to be vetted. There's a vetting process. You have to step into the role that they want you to step to fulfill, or else you'll be whacked. You know, like even, but of course, you know, like,
again, if you've got $1 billion, you can pay to get people whacked.
Yeah. You can pay
this
to
is
get
so
people
absurd.
whacked.
You've got no evidence for anything, just suppositions and vague adjectives about what you assume is going on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't provide you a source
or anything.
Do you have a license to ask for a source?
I think anybody making an argument should be able to support their argument. I mean, do you know that the average life existence for the feudal aristocracy, who had much greater control over the flow of wealth than modern capitalists do, even so for them, the average dynasty of feudal aristocrats only lasted for 5 generations. So yeah, I mean, there is other evidence for long-term wealth, but the wealth and the control don't need to be the same thing. Not everybody who's rich needs to be running society.
What is your evidence for that?
Plenty, as I've already mentioned. The fact that so many people who are involved in nefarious or illegal activities have been welcomed into the American elite and into all elites. I mean, like all the business that's done in Britain with all the Russian oligarchs.
Isn't the original accumulation nefarious and illegal activities in itself? Why would that be an exclusionary?
Well, I mean,
like,
I'm just throwing this out there, but I mean, and I don't know if I'm agreeing with Gareth or not, but think about it. Like what he's saying about, you know, they don't really give a fuck where these people get their money from as long as they're all in the club together. I mean, look at the Epstein files and list. I mean, there's a cross section of rich people from politics to industry to Hollywood, from all sides of the aisle, all backgrounds. And they're all like in the same club, going to the same island, and they're all different people.
You know, I mean, and think about it. If the stories are true about the island, and you know what's going on in the island, you know these people are disgusting degenerates. But guess what? They're all still fucking hanging out at the same cocktail parties or playing around at golf or whatever. You know, going to the premieres together. So I mean, Gareth's right in that sense. They don't really give a shit.
Big club. It might be a big
club.
Remember
Madison
Cawthorn. Also several cliques in the club. It's not just one.
Oh yeah, you're right too. There's definitely cliques and stuff, but I'm just saying, I mean, it is, you know, I mean, look at everybody co-blending together. You know, you got pedophiles and spacemen
this also explains Gareth's argument that power doesn't stay for more than several generations in the family, because the cliques are fighting over having the supreme power, you know, and it's mafias who are fighting for the best positions, and they can keep it for some time, but eventually they lose it to another mafia.
But I agree with that. My disagreement is that Gabriel seems to think that there's some superior authority over all these rich people and their cliques, and that they aren't really fighting each other, that they're all serving as some kind of central directive. I don't believe that at all. I don't think there's any evidence for that.
Well, that's not central, but it's several cliques who are basically mafias, and they have their rules, and they align with each other. Sometimes they all align, sometimes they fight each other.
Well, I would say that they have a class interest.
It's like you're saying the mafia are a bunch of criminals, therefore they can't be an organized, structure or.
Well, that's a very bad example, because the mafia are notorious for fighting against each other.
They're all fighting against each other. They're not organized. Okay. Therefore, it's just a matter of having money and a propensity to violence, and that makes you a mafioso. Yeah. When the definition of mafia is organized crime. So you have a centralized authority, by definition. If you don't have a centralized authority, then it's not organized crime. It's just petty crime, even if they have billions of dollars, because it's just the one dude. Like, you need organization, and at a level of billionaires, at a level of of capitalist social engineering, and class structure, you do have a hierarchy of billionaires. It's not like you just pop in there.
What if it's not so much like you're saying there's hierarchy? I mean, there's cliques, right? So let's just say there's the capitalist clique, the socialist clique, and the fascist clique. And each one of those cliques has an overlord or a guy that's in charge of the clique that they answer to, and they all work the agenda. Now, maybe sometime rarely between those three cliques, there's some agenda item that benefits them all that they would agree on. But, the idea that it's just one thing, it's like there's multiple groups fighting. They all have their own agendas, and I'm sure they all have their own boss they answer to. And sometimes those bosses agree on one thing, like, hey, we can all make some money off this, and they all do it. But most of the time, maybe they're always arguing with each other, fighting over their position and agenda and their control.
Answer to the king, Bond. The Lords don't answer to the king. Look at this historical example in which the Lords overthrew the king. Okay, so obviously the Lords are all disorganized and act according to their own whims and their money power, and the king has nothing to do with it. There's no such thing as a king.
What the hell are you talking about?
Sorry,
all I'm saying is that maybe there's just each group has got its own organizational hierarchy that they deal with. And
there definitely aren't any like
three or four hierarchies, maybe once in a while they all agree on a particular subject and they get together, but most of the time these 3 or 4 hierarchies are always jockeying for position in the world and control.
Except that it's not capitalists and fascists and what did they say, socialists.
I was just using it as an example. I mean, it could be. There's probably 20. There's probably the Hinduisms and.
No, I don't think it's. They have no ideology. I don't think they have ideology. They're just mafias who are going for profit. It's basically a few capitalist or fascist cliques. It's not anything else. All the rest are foot soldiers.
I was just using that as an example of maybe like 3 distinct cliques or 3 distinct power bases that would have differing agendas that would collide, and then once in a while they would agree. Just like in the real world, you'd have Russia, China, the United States. They all rival each other, but once in a while there'll be something they agree on together. Kind of like that. Yeah. They all have their agenda. They all have their vision. Once in a while they can be friends. Most of the time they're on edge with each other.
Depends.
Well, there certainly won't be a clique of socialist billionaires. I can guarantee you that.
Well, there's the Fabian socialists, don't you know?
I know the Fabians. Don't know any billionaires among them.
The Britsock of Orwell. He talks about the British socialist.
That was the work of fiction.
Yeah, but he was.
Well, if you listen to Fox News, Putin is a billionaire communist. So,
and it's like it's funny that you deny all this thing. Like there's no such thing as a capitalist hegemonic world order. Like, do you think that capitalism has hegemony over the world?
Capitalism, yes, but that's not the same thing as saying it's like a single organization. It's a class. They share a whole bunch of interests and act to a certain degree in coordination, but they aren't an organization that sits there and plots. Or to the extent there are things like that, they're very small.
You think they just stumbled into power? So you're like a.
Wait a minute, a lot of them are just born into it.
A social Darwinist, that they rose to power for like evolutionary capabilities or something. It's like a spontaneous. Supremacy.
Quite the opposite. In fact, there's research showing that rich people are dumber than average. So
then why are they in power?
Because they have class rule. Okay.
Oh, okay. So a circular argument. That's what keeps them in power.
It's not a circular argument at all, because you're asserting that there is something else.
Power because of class rule.
Yeah.
What makes the class have the rule? What makes the class have the rule?
Right. Their wealth. I mean, they literally control our lives 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. The wealth that we produce flows into their pockets, and they use that to buy the politicians.
Circular argument again.
How is it circular? I'm describing.
The rich are rich because they're rich. That's what you're saying.
No, that is
The
not
rich
what
are
I'm
rich because
saying
they're
at
rich.
all.
There's no strategy. There's no plan. There's no plotting. There's no
They're better organized than
institution. There's
anyone
no
else.
infrastructure. They just,
No.
you know,
But
they just pop into place.
But again, we've already been discussing the fact that they are in competition with each other. So there can be such structures, but they are buffered by rival structures. Okay, it's not a single organization. That's the criticism that I have of your argument. I think that the world is much more chaotic, and that this is a kind of a retreat into a comfort zone where there's just one single knot that can be untied and everything comes loose. And it's not. It's much more complicated than that. There are many thousands of people involved with many different opinions.
That's a straw man that you're making. You're assuming, again, like you've done repeated times, you know, just because something sounds like something, then it must be that, and therefore that is wrong. Okay? And the fact that there's a hierarchy and a structure and an organization, it doesn't mean that the world is not chaotic and that there's not rivalries and that there's not fighting factions. There's still a hierarchy.
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what that's exactly the case. And that's why your argument fails.
The lords can't possibly answer to the king. The lords can't possibly answer to the king because sometimes they kill the king. Therefore, they're not subject to the king. And the lords can't possibly cooperate in a court because they sometimes fight against each other. Therefore, there's no such thing as a court or a king, and it's just chaos, you know, spontaneous people crashing against each other that happen to have wealth because they have wealth. That's your explanation for global capitalism.
No. Let's talk about the feudal system, though. Because the occasions in which the nobles rebelled against the king are very few and far between. They did occasionally happen, and kings did worry about it, but they were easily also able to play off rival aristocratic power bases against each other. However, that didn't mean that you couldn't enter the system. A famous case is William Marshall, who started out. He was the son of a poor knight, basically. I won't take long. And he was a tourney knight. He fought in the tournaments. He was like a professional sportsman, and he eventually rose to become the king's right-hand man, and then became the regent of England when the king died. So it is possible to come from the outside and enter the system. If you serve it, you will be welcomed in. But it isn't one single system. There are a lot of rival factions within it.
Okay, so you're saying that the fact that a random person who wasn't a peasant, by the way, he was still a peer, but that person rose to the rank of right hand of the king. That disproves that there's actually order and hierarchy. That's your argument.
No, not at all. It proves that there is a hierarchy that can elevate him, for one thing. My argument was that it's not just the case that there is only controlled power or there is chaos. You can have a system which is driven by conflict and which has gaps in it, which allows people to come up as they serve the rival forces. I mean, you could make your way up as a man-at-arms for Warwick or for Lancaster.
Well, that's what I've been saying.
I mean, Gabriel, look at the world the billionaire class is like the cartels. I mean, they do have interests that do cross over and benefit each other, but they all fight each other for territory and stuff all the time. And they each answer to their own bosses and their own hierarchy. There's no like super cartel that they all answer to. And they're all powerful. They all have money. They all have influence in different areas. I mean, that's all. I think that's all Garrett's trying to say. I think that's all I'm trying to say. It's like
the fact of a hegemony.
There's these groups and there's these classes, and it's like, yeah, they may have overlapping concerns once in a while, but they're each under their own machine. They're their own machine. They're their own organism, and they may look like other organisms, and other organisms may look like them, but they're all separate entities with their own command structures, their own agendas. What I'm trying to say is that you can't have centralized, because these guys all realize they're powerful, that they know sometimes they got to work together or sometimes they have to cooperate.
Well, yeah,
even if they're always at each other's throat 23 hours a day the rest of the time. They're still smart enough to understand that to keep their power and control, they may have to work together sometimes, even though they're always trying to undercut each other.
They fundamentally work together. They fundamentally work together And then, you know, like when they can, they'll try to stab each other in the back.
Just a causation, like the fact that they all work on their own agendas just makes it look like they work together because each one has their own agenda, their own vision. So, I mean, and if there are competing visions or agendas, then they're not working together. They're working for theirs to get there. And, you know, think about it. There can be alliances of convenience to get stuff done, but you still want to beat the guy in the end.
No, I don't think so.
I do. I don't see what's so hard to understand about. There could be different groups with their own command structure, their own separate entity, and they're all competing on the global stage.
These people are not stupid. They're rich, and they understand that fighting will just lose the money most of the time. Therefore, they find modus vivendi between each other and have maybe some rules or not, or unwritten rules or something. They don't fight a lot against each other. You don't see that in the elites in the United States or otherwise. You see that very, very little that they fight really against each other. I can remember the Hunt brothers who tried to manipulate the silver market, and they were taken down. This was an example where there was fighting in the system, but usually they don't fight because all sides lose money if they fight too much. So they live together and live and let live the others. You know, that's how I see it. In the end, there is towards Gareth's main argument, and I would like to move on from this point later because it really feels like a black hole. There is this oligarch class in Russia which developed after the Soviet Union fell, and they basically had the rule over the state until Putin came and blocked them, and he showed them that they have to submit to the state power, you know. So there is power above them, at least in Russia. In other states, these elites control the governments. You know, they have their people in the government, and they control the legislation and write the laws basically that are being then introduced. So I don't see them fighting very much, and they depend still on structures like states. The Russian oligarchs have finally realized that also. When their yachts and stuff has been taken away from them for nothing that they did, you know. So because the yachts were not in Russia, they were in other places. They still have powers above them, and either they can occupy these powers or corrupt these powers, and then they control it, or if they don't control it, they have real authority above them. So can we move on, because this really feels like a black hole. Have you guys discussed?
Guys, I have to go. Guys, Poland. No, I have to go. But I just wanted to close with this, that like every single team is going to have competition inside it. Like everyone in a team is competing with each other. It always happens, you know. And the fact that there exists a hegemonic world order, by hegemonic, you like by definition are talking about a centralized power structure. That's what hegemony is. Okay, there's no such thing as a horizontal hegemony. Okay, so like if you had right now we have a bipolar world or a fractioning world. Okay, but before that we had a hegemonic world order which was governed by a centralized power that ruled over the other powers. Okay, and that in terms of economic power means that there was a capitalist class that had control over the rival castles of capitalist interests and could crush them at will. And last point is that when you have power struggle, either it destroys each other or it organizes into a structure, or else, you know, some other more organized power is going to take it over. And so, to conclude, there is chaos and there is infighting and all forms of competition, but they're still organized under a structure that took over the world, took power over the world voluntarily. Like, it wasn't perhaps all designed by them, and, you know, like, It's not like they control everything, but a particular group of people who had certain plans for world domination succeeded in achieving that, and now it's falling apart. So it's not like they have absolute control, but it's something that happened that it's undeniable. And there's a whole trail of history, of intentions, documents, plans, organization, schemes, assassinations, and all sort of stuff that's established them into power. That did happen, and that's why we live in the world order that we live today. And with that, see you guys later.
God damn it, Gabriel. I saw you were on, I hurried to get on, and now you're leaving, you bastard.
I was glad that you guys came on, because I needed somebody else with long hair besides Gabriel.
Well, nobody can see my hair, it's too dark.
Smile.
RT, give it your best, man. I know that you'll bring the light of elite theory to these darkened minds in my stead.
I sure will, buddy.
So I'll leave it to you.
Anyway, super chat by Uncle Coping. If you don't like and sub, you're a terrorist. Okay, see, so yeah, like and subscribe.
Archimedes, you're the blackest.
Point out something quickly.
Archimedes, you're the blackest guy in here.
I know, right? Look, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's so dark in my camera is just shitty, I guess.
I don't even think that's Archimedes. I think that's Miro.
It's Bigari, bro. Look.
You need a better lighter.
Hell yeah.
Have you discussed the Ukrainian corruption scandal already?
Not really. Not really. Yeah, you can start.
Well, this fits like a segue from except Gareth wanted to add something. Maybe you want to add it first?
Yes, just quickly. I just wanted to point out that how shifty Gabriel's argument is. Because he started out appealing to the general idea of hegemony. But we would say that Rome was a hegemonic power over the Mediterranean in its heyday. That doesn't mean that it was controlled by a single tiny family. We know for definite that it wasn't. And then he shifts that argument to this small, tiny group of people. So he's just using the fact that power exists and then trying to say that that proves his tiny group of people nonsense. Anyway,
well,
I'm done.
Better let it be until Gabriel is here again, because you're taking his arguments. The issue is correlated a bit, because the corruption in Ukraine is also something that has oligarchs and wannabe oligarchs. This guy Yermak was a very powerful guy. What do you say about his? Have you seen that he wants to go to the front lines? This is very interesting. Either he does it by his own intent, or he's been told to. I'm not sure about that.
Apparently, legal proceedings against volunteers are suspended until they end their service. So that could be a way of him avoiding a court case or some effort to that end, especially if he can sign up and get some kind of staff posting, for example.
If it's only suspended until the war ends, it doesn't help him a lot. The other guy, what was the name of him, who fled to Israel? I think he did it smart. He did it smart. He's outside. He's outside of the reach now of authorities. Whether these authorities have a real interest to clear this up or not, what do you think about this? I think this institution, the name is Nebu or something, has been installed after the Maidan, and I suspect very much that this was installed under Western influence. Like the government then. Is it maybe some situation where these people who are currently the government in the Ukraine are being pressed by I see only Trump and his guys who would do that currently by the West to get in line again? because why would they let them be discovered for their so-called corruption? I don't really think it's corruption. It feels more like undisclaimed payments. I doubt very much that the finances in the West didn't know about that they have taken their cuts. So they let it be, and now they are attacking them, which is interesting. Either they want to keep the rest of the guys in the government in line, or they want them all removed. What is your opinion?
Well, I think that more than one thing can be true at the same time. That the West can be pressuring Ukraine to fight Russia, and also that it genuinely wants to clean up the corruption, because the corruption would undermine the business that they want to do. And also, of course, there is certainly a sincere sentiment among the population that the corruption must come to a stop. So I don't think that it should be necessarily presumed that there's an exterior influence unless there's proof for that.
Earlier in the conversation, I say that, maybe Zelensky is just really pure innocent and he's not the corrupted one. But everybody around him is corrupted, and he's like struggling really hard to get Ukraine together. He's like, what the fuck is happening? Why all the money he bring in is gone?
Isn't Yermak a long-time Zelensky ally, though?
No, I think somebody said they hated each other for a long time, or they really had issues with each other. Because somebody was telling me that, I think it was Thomas, like he blames them for poisoning his wife, so there's beef there or whatever.
Great conversation by super chat by Geostone.
Hey, did anyone see that video? I mean,
Geostone, you should jump on the open mic, man. Look, don't feel too bad if you're ugly or something. I mean, we've got Garrett here, Goyen, it's all good, we don't judge.
Did anyone see that video the other day of Zelensky talking, and it looked like a chunk of cocaine fell out of his nose while he was talking?
Yeah.
I was like, I mean, I don't know if it was real or AI, because anymore you can't tell, but it was just funny as shit. Because it's like,
so on X, they analyzed the footage frame by frame. It seems to come out from his mouth, so he could be like eating some sweet and it just flew out. So I think probably from the mouth. From the nose, because the angle of the way how it dropped, it doesn't look like it's from the nose.
Yeah. Also, look, if you had coke in your nose, right? I mean, you would snort it up, bro. You wouldn't knock it out. I mean, let's be real here. I don't know if any of you have ever done coke, but there's not a lot of extra coke hanging around. Okay, it's not really the nature of the drug.
Clearly, we have no experience to feedback on that.
Fucking
at least in Archimedes level. How do you know that?
How do I know that? I do fat lines in Amish, bro.
The only Ukrainian I learned.
Amish.
The only Ukrainian I learned was, or the only Russian I learned was Slava Kokaini.
Look, why are they going after this Yermak guy? Is it as simple as just, well, okay, the guy who had some corruption? I mean, everyone has corruption, right? I mean, I would imagine, maybe this is just a stereotype, but just about every single Tom, Dick, and Harry, so to speak, has some kind of multi-million-dollar corruption, if they're of anyone of any importance. And so you could go after just about anybody on corruption, I would guess. I don't think that it really matters who actually is corrupt. What matters is whether you're, whether you're on the way out or if you're on the way in, politically speaking. It's a game of politics. So I don't know much about Yermak. I was under the impression, I guess I know less than I thought I did. I was under the impression he was a Zelensky ally. But so I'd like to clarify, if he's not a Zelensky ally, then this seems like, Zelensky's going to be here for the long haul. But if he is, it seems like they're beginning to undermine the guy, and therefore undermine Zelensky. Let's see this.
Super chat by Thomas. Vaughn, I said Bogdanov hates Zelensky and his clan because they poisoned his wife. Yermak and Zelensky are longtime allies and friends.
Right. Budanov is the guy that they're replacing him with.
I got the wrong name.
So, recently we heard some stories about Zelensky purchasing land out in Wyoming. I mean, it seems to me Zelensky is going to be exiting scene left pretty soon here, right? Sorry, exiting stage left pretty soon here and fucking off to Wyoming or I guess we all thought it was going to be a villa in Milan, but turns out it's going to be a McMansion in fucking Wyoming. But such as it is, he'll be out of the political scene. I think. I think that the more that we see this situation develop with the peace deal, it might actually be something real here, right? That the United States really is changing around the leadership in Ukraine in order to make possible a peace deal, and that means getting rid of Zelensky. I don't know, maybe not, but it seems like that's what it's shaping up to go. That's the direction it's shaping up to go.
So I just want to say, Kiko in the live chat, I give you this a warning. You test me again, I'm gonna ban you from the Discord server. Don't think I don't dare. Okay, sorry.
I was just going to say, I don't know that getting rid of Zelensky would make much of a difference, because he's still stuck with the situation of the constitutional amendment, which requires that Ukraine join NATO. And I think there's another law that, there's a law that bars him from negotiating with Russia. So they would have to have those struck somehow, even to begin negotiations.
Why would that be a problem? This law hasn't been there, and it then was made, so it can be cancelled easily, I think. And the other thing regards the constitution, I'm not sure if it needs in Ukrainian legislation some referendum or stuff. I think they can do it in the Rada. They can simply change it.
Right, yeah. They may well be able to do it in the Rada, but I'm saying that it's a process thing rather than a personality. That was my only argument.
Hey, Kiko, can I invite you to join up on the open mic? It seems like you're trying to understand where Wyatt's position is. So the best thing to do would be to talk to him, over actual conversation instead of chatting. But I think Wyatt is clearly, this is what I've always appreciated about Wyatt, in the question of whether he's pro-Russian or pro-Ukrainian. Wyatt's a Singaporean. He loves Singapore. I think at the end of the day, I mean, he probably works for the Singapore government. Let's be real, for the Singapore CIA or something. Yeah, exactly.
There's no CIA.
Yeah.
I used to work in the military, literally.
I still do, but I used to also, right? That kind of used to, Wyatt, I see. No, we're all feds of some nature. But Wyatt, that's his position. And so in terms of his insight on Russia and Ukraine, he actually does have a genuine third-party position, And that, I think, is so valuable, because this is the mental shackles of unipolarity and bipolarity that we need to break out of. It's not just one or the other, one side or the other of this conflict. There are more than two sides. There's 4 or 5 sides on this planet in all ways: ontological, geopolitical, cultural, religious, and and we need to appreciate that that's the reality. And Wyatt, being from Singapore, he's got his own position on a lot of things, and that's great, And we can get away from just thinking pro-Russia, pro-Ukraine. You can be a third position or fifth.
Super chat, NGSA, as a good communist, you must know that the constitution is just a piece of paper, Gareth.
Well, obviously.
Yeah.
But,
just like everywhere else.
And another super chat by Thomas. They're going to go after them for corruption now, because they are refusing to fall in line. Now the US actually wants to end it, and the puppets for X reasons don't want to. Gareth, you can change the should be constitution. I think he run out of text. So I just want to add another point. What Archimedes talk about me is correct, and in fact, even my position on China is not really anti-China. If you go and watch real anti-China those real anti-China YouTube channels, you look at what they say, how they say it's entirely different from me. No, I'm not anti-China because I'm fucking Chinese. No, there's no reason to be anti-China. I'm just talking about the Communist parties, how they have operated their foreign policies, how they have behaved, and their patterns over the years, and how the region perceived China. And literally just recently, my prime minister just talked in favor of Japan stepping up, on the security issues for the region. That literally is what I have been telling you guys. And the whole region is the same. Everybody is not looking at China the way how the people not from this region being pro-China is looking at China. It's different, because we all from this region, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, South Korea, all of us experience China firsthand. There's a difference. Our fear of China is real. It's a bit like the Baltic states' fear of Russia is real. But the thing is, Russia has been like largely, still pretty, nice. They are giving, energy at cheap prices and whatnot. But in China is a bit different because of the way how the things works. But I try to provide the views. But if people disregards how the Filipinos think, how the Indonesians think, then of course you are just wanting one-sided news, then one-sided opinions, then of course again DPA is not the place. You just like in Ukraine war. If you want pro-Ukraine, you just go to watch Denis Davidov. You want pro-Russia, they're almost all gone. They're all removed from YouTube. You can go to YouTube to look for them. But it is what it is. So yeah.
You know why?
Anyway,
Interestingly, Southeast Asia, right? And that means all of these countries together, including Burma, Vietnam, all the mainland Southeast Asian countries, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, and so on. The sum total of all of their population is about 750 million, which is approximately the same as the sum total of all of Latin America, including Mexico and the Caribbean, 720 or so million. So I think it's quite fascinating, isn't it, that these two regions are rather analogous. Do you feel that Southeast Asia, is sort of the Latin America of China?
It is. The only difference is that the United States has already gone through that history where the British Empire was the most powerful country in the world, and United States have maneuvered itself to the point where it finally controls the region around it. Before that, it was very difficult because all the different empires was around, right? The French, the Spanish, the British, and United States is actually weaker than them. So now it's China's turn. The only difference is that we have United States to back us. So China do not dare to do more. They're already doing a lot. To be honest, it's already a lot. Everybody is under severe pressure, and that's why everybody is now pivoting United States.
It does put the United States in something of a position analogous to that of the Spanish Empire circa, 1820 or so, right? I know Voyan loves that, but it maybe isn't quite so simple.
The funny thing is, like I said many times before, the region actually was very pro-China. Everybody wanted China to become strong and become our new big brother to protect us from United States. But China fucked up its foreign policy so badly in the past 20 years, everybody decided that I think it's safer to side with the United States. And literally everybody started to buy United States, US or at least European weapons. Before that, if you actually go and look at Malaysia's armaments, the equipment, Indonesia as well, they are buying both Soviet and the West. They are buying both sides to balance, because everybody is afraid of United States. Now everybody just purely buying American or European weaponries. This is a sign. It's not this, and nobody dare to buy Russian, because it's like no. They can't trust Russia right now because Russia and China is so close.
Can you give examples? What did China do to the near abroad, to the Southeast Asia? What examples do you have? Do you think the boat collisions or what is the real?
I can tell you
problem?
the biggest one was the militarization of South China Sea. That is the biggest thing that turns everybody against China. Although, of course, publicly, when they are diplomatically, they will still be nice to China. They still welcome, with the red carpet and everything, because they are a big power. You cannot just outright offend. But but behind the scenes, everybody's just buying American weapons. Everybody's militarizing. Indonesia has literally copied Singapore's weaponry. We got Leopard tanks, they bought Leopard tanks. We got Apache, they bought Apache. Now they are buying I think they're buying F-15s.
Nigga, what the fuck is a leopard tank gonna do in Indonesia, man? Are you gonna put it like fucking little floaties on it so that it can swim across the island? What the hell?
I don't know. The thing is, they need to protect themselves, right? If let's say China decided to land on Java, then he's still fighting on land. How big is Java? It's still land. So you can still use the tanks.
So
Yes.
before the China militarization of the South China Sea, was there a balanced military power, or somebody was there as a dominant power?
No, it was like a no man's land, a sort of half. Like, everybody did. There was one period of time suddenly, one country decided to land its troops and put their flag. Then everybody gets rushed for it because all these islands, some of these islands are inside the exclusive economic zone of these countries, and there are also some islands already was militarized. Like Taiwan have a few islands there. So then Vietnam claims most of it, like 75 or 70% of it. So there was always this contest. But the thing is, none of us wants a war. So everybody stick their claim and then they just like, put the military and then, but they will just focus on mutual interest. Nobody will monetize the place. Nobody will go to severely militarize the place because it's like not worth it, You are fighting over islands that you can never use. So that was the status quo. But the thing is, when China started to reclaim the island, they made the island way bigger and started to build massive military bases on it with massive deep water ports with huge air bases. Then they started to put surface-to-air missile systems, surface-to-surface missile systems. That's a totally different thing altogether. Like they literally just militarized the point where they control the whole of South China Sea, like military. Just that they don't dare to exert that claim because United States is still around. United States, that's why the United States have been doing this, freedom of navigation thing. They just sail all over South China Sea just to make it a point that, no, you don't own the sea in South China Sea. And the whole of Southeast Asia, as mainly the countries that depend on the sea, like Laos and Cambodia. Laos is not really the one because Laos is totally landlocked, but everybody was like, oh, that's good. No, we want this to continue. We support the Europeans or the Americans to continue to sail around and challenge the Chinese claim of South China Sea because their claim basically eats into the economic zones, and you cannot recognize that. You recognize that, then you lose all your fishing grounds. You see, and it was for Indonesia's case, it was the Chinese ship going into the Natuna Sea, which triggers Indonesia, and then Indonesia start to deploy all their capable fighters. At that time, their air force was weak as fuck. They sent all their F-16s there, and they realized they're super underprepared to fight a war. It's like all the best fighters they have is F-16s, and they have to deploy all of them into the Natunas Island just to face off the Chinese. And then they realize that everywhere else is just open. Like they have gaps all over the country because Indonesia is huge. And from that point onward, they started to invest a lot into military. Because Indonesia is a very peaceful country. They have no threats, because they're so big. No countries will threaten it militarily. But it's like except China. Then they started to militarize. So the thing is, this is not any China. No, I'm basically just telling people this is the reality in this region. Because if there is no United States, then of course China would behave like United States, like how United States treat Venezuela like right now. 100% for sure. Well, why not? People is already supporting, China to whack Japan right now, right? They support China to conquer Taiwan right now. What makes people think that China will not whack any single country in Southeast Asia when they have the means to? They would, of course. No, so it's a kind of like a contradiction, right? Like China is so peaceful. Then after that, no, China should whack Japan for saying that they will help Taiwan. It's like ridiculous. This nonsensical. Like either they will use their military or they will not. If they will to put pressure on other country, then they will.
For me, the fact that they have that much military build up is to use it. Who they use it against, it's only time. So definitely, yeah. I don't have. I can go off of the belief that China is peaceful. They will not use it. If they're peaceful, they won't have all these arsenals. They are building. Right. They're building these weapons for purpose.
People always point to the past, right? They say they have not used it in X number of years. They have not used the military, right? But the point is not whether they have used the military or whether they have not used the military. The point is whether they will use the military or whether they will not use the military. And nobody would say that China will not use its military. So,
the
you know,
way-
and this is the thing, this attitude, like this is the multipolar attitude, right? If you actually want to think of China as an actual pole in the world, you have to treat it like an actual power pole that is capable of doing damage and harm. It's not a peaceful country. It's a powerful country.
Actually, you missed the point
Okay,
slightly.
but hold on.
You missed the
Something
point
that's been
slightly.
ignored in all of this is the
I think
fact
you
that
can say-
China is facing constant threats from the United States. I mean, so the reason it
No.
has
Yes, of
all that
course,
weaponry
because
for
there are
hot-
multiple poles in the
wait.
international system.
The concept of China is constantly facing threats from United States doesn't gel because China basically built its wealth off United States for like most of the 20 years. It's only the whole thing, I can tell you, really triggered and escalated because of the militarization of the South China Sea. There was zero tension between the two countries. If you go back to history, you
No,
look at
that's
the
completely
newspaper.
untrue. That's completely untrue. There's never been tension between the US
There is no tension.
and China. No, come on, that's completely ridiculous.
There was no
it goes back
tension.
at least to
It was the
Taiwan.
militarization that started the whole thing. It
Well,
was
there was
then
tension from
under
ROC.
Obama, and then Obama started to criticize, and then they started to have this build up of this challenge.
American
it was under
officials
Obama's era.
openly speak in public about war with China, it being inevitable, that it's coming, that China. I mean,
they
they
were
even
communists.
say literally that the reason to justify war with China is that China may grow so big that it would no longer be defeatable, that they would no longer be able to impose their will on China. So they are actively talking about war with China, and so it is reasonable for China to
Those are the
arm
think
itself
tanks
in
that's
defense.
warning the politicians, which the politicians ignore.
No, not really.
Even Obama ignore. That's the problem. Obama basically allowed the Chinese to reclaim the islands. He never sent in the military and navies and just stop it. And it's none of the Southeast Asia countries dares to do anything. Because we're also
Can I put a pin in this conversation for a second? Because all of this is he said, she said, oh, he said he was going to do this. They said they were going to do this. I only said this because I was afraid of what you were going to do. Dude, this is how people talk to each other. This is how people deal with one another. This is not how states work, okay? These are powerful states. They are poles in the multipolar system, okay?
Exactly.
They have interests. They have power. They are always at each other's throats. They are power entities. They are gods made out of power and violence, okay? They are aliens that have come down, okay, from 10,000 years in the future and planted their consciousnesses upon the land of this planet, okay? That's what they are, all right? Stop treating them like freaking little humans that are, oh, I'm only afraid of you. I'm afraid of you because you said that. I said this. They have
Well,
a power balance,
It's irrelevant.
and so they're at odds. It's fine. It's normal. That's how it's supposed to be.
China
It
has
means
done-
that they're sovereign. This is the proof of sovereignty. Okay. The fact that you don't like it means that you don't like the sovereignty. You're so fucking buck broken by unipolarity, where only America was sovereign, that your entire
Yes.
worldview is that nobody else can be a subject itself. Everybody else is just an object, and America is the only
All
subject.
of that, Archimedes, is kind of irrelevant. Also, how China behaved in the last 100 years, whether they attacked anyone, is also irrelevant. It's also irrelevant what you think that they will do in the next 100 years is irrelevant. The only thing that is relevant is what capabilities are there. So if there are no capabilities, any threat that China can really project onto anyone, then there will be no afraid surrounding, and there will be no afraid Americans that they will lose hegemony or stuff. It's only the capabilities who are a threat, And since China has economic power, it's impossible that they don't develop also in the end military power. They would be stupid to not develop in military power when they're so rich, Somebody would come and take it away. So they have to develop military power, and when they have military power, then they have capabilities to be a threat to the surrounding nations. It's understandable.
Exactly.
But it's also a simple fact of nature that it's the case that they combined with economic development, they develop military projection power, and the states surrounding China will have to live with that. It's simple as that. Either they join other powers like America to weaken China, or to restrain their power, or to roll it back, that the development, well, it's a gamble. They can gamble on that. If it's successful, maybe they will have a peace in their neighborhood for the next 100 years. But if it's not successful, then they are an enemy of a big power, which is next door. I don't think it's smart.
So I explained many times. I did say that if I run China, I would do a lot of the same thing as China is doing right now. In terms of how do I play this economic game to take all the wealth from United States into China and trap it there. I would do maybe some of the espionage I will not do, but I will do some of them. How I build up the military, I would put some pressure on the countries. But the thing is, the main problem with China is the foreign policy. It's not the build up of the military. Everybody would expect, like what Vojin say. If you have the money, you have a very powerful military. Singapore have one of the most powerful military in the world as well because we have fucking a lot of money. The same thing. The problem is, how do you project your foreign policies? We have India not so far away. It's just next door, generally almost, as far as China is. But nobody feels threatened by India. We have Australia that is going to buy nuclear weapons, but nobody really feels threatened by Australia.
India and Australia lack the capability, though. India and Australia are not even close to China in power, in hard power. Not even close. Australia is it's a resource colony, and India is India.
Yeah. So let's say Japan as well, right? Japan also have a very powerful military as well. The key point is my point is, no one feels threatened by other people's military for no reasons. You see, it is the way how the foreign policies is being implemented. The kind of thing that they say, the kind of economic, political, pressure that they put on other countries that makes people feel threatened. India have never flexed its military, on any country except Pakistan. So there's Pakistan is totally paranoid about India, and India is paranoid about Pakistan because they flex on each other. But you see, the rest of the region not that much. So the thing is, China, if they have not. That's why I say the biggest mistake China have ever done, not just about the wolf diplomacy, but was the militarization of South China Sea. Yes, you have secured the islands. Yes, you have so-called military control over the airspace and the sea around South China Sea in the event of a war, but you have lost the geopolitical aspect of things. Now nobody they trust you because everybody just all they know is that you have a knife on our neck. That's literally what the South China Sea Islands is. You literally punch into Southeast Asia, because Southeast Asia is like a block, right? Basically, they have a knife just go right into the center of Southeast Asia, and that's what China did.
But my bro, but Wyatt, isn't this also describing Panama or Puerto Rico?
Exactly. So the thing is, this is why everybody supports the United States now. Because we do not want to become like the Central Americas, We do not want to be like Venezuela right now. Because if there is no America, then China will literally send its fleet, Because, like, for example, Singapore said something, something about China. Then China can send its whole navy fleet basically to our shores and dare us to shoot their ships. And then if we shoot, we are dead. If we don't shoot, they can blockade us. It's the same. That's exactly what the United States do to Venezuela. And the whole of Southeast Asia know that this will be our future if China becomes the predominant power in the region, which is why everybody is pro-United States right now. The same reason why everybody in the end will support Taiwan, because if Taiwan falls, literally that will be the future. Because Taiwan falls means United States has failed, and United States fails to no longer become the predominant power that will protect us. Because if they cannot even protect Taiwan, then they cannot protect anyone.
Why do you ever imagine there to be a Southeast Asian NATO?
We used to have it. It's called CITO. It's Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, but it went out of fashion. So because the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization basically have not much Southeast Asian countries inside. It's basically the British, the Americans, and then the French or something. And then we have I think maybe Malaysia inside. It's basically just very few. I think Thailand was inside. So it was, but because that organization was a Cold War organization, it's just a NATO, is to deal with the USSR and the communist threat. So, after the Vietnam War is over and everything, CITO become irrelevant, and ASEAN the ASEAN, the new organization, becomes more relevant. So CETA was like de facto defunct. But ASEAN is not a defense treaty. ASEAN is like an economic, social, friendship organization. Like it's meant to allow us to keep in contact, to build this friendship between the countries, and then we can talk to the world as a bloc. Because individually we are very weak. But as a bloc, we become a 700 million people organization, right? Bloc, so that we have more voice. But that's what China is also doing to try to dismantle us from within. They already got Cambodia and Laos into their books. So and then for the first time, I think a few years ago, or maybe 5-10 years ago, like for the first time, we are unable to come out with a statement, a collective statement, because of Cambodia and Laos refusing to play ball. And usually the statement was just talking about we want to maintain freedom of navigation in South China Sea, to keep it international waters so that trade, everything can flow. And that statement cannot come out. So that's China doing its diplomatic thing, But the thing is, there is zero needs to do all these things because militarily we can't defeat China. You know what I mean? When you are so powerful, why would you still need to coerce? Like, there's really no need. Like, nobody is going to steal anything from China.
Yeah, but again, they want to violate the American carriers.
That's what I'm saying. Is it possible? It's not more about stealing from China. It's more about hosting somebody that can steal from China. Could that be the reason why they're trying to bully their neighbors?
But because the thing is, that's why I said they don't understand. The more they exert themselves, the more you're going to get United States and other people involved, like India and everybody to get involved to counterbalance China. That is the main reason. The more aggressive you behave, the more we're going to counter it. If China continues its behavior, one day, you see, Japan have started it. Japan is the first country to now declare that they will protect and defend Taiwan. Slowly, if you observe, more and more countries will start to declare support for Taiwan.
I believe.
Don't be surprised that will be the case.
I believe that lady in Japan is the same thing that we have currently in Ukraine.
But I can tell you the difference. The difference is, okay, for Ukraine, yes, they say support, right? Who came to support? No one. They only give money and give weapons. And a lot of it you need to pay back. For Taiwan, it's a different case because the threat is real. Russia threat is fake. The one for Taiwan, Japan will go to war for real. It's not like for fun. They will go to war for real. United States will be in it. Of course, United States will hold back a lot. But but one by one, the countries that we declare, they will literally go to war.
I believe Japan
because we are not like the Europeans. They are all like hypocrites.
I believe
they just talk.
I believe Japan will only get involved if the U.S. take the initiative to lead the war. But Japan will not strike the next day after China strike Japan. Taiwan. I don't see Japan doing that move. If they get involved, they get involved. Only when America take the lead and they will join, they will follow suit and say, okay, we'll help them. But to say they will respond the next day or the same day, China attack Taiwan, I don't see that happening.
So I share my perspective as a person from this region. Japan is not joking when he say that they will defend Taiwan. They will go to war literally without United States. So that is my position. So of course you can believe like differently, because from your understanding, from my understanding, Japan will go to war for real, 100%. South Korea now is considering. So Japan took the thing is why the Singapore Prime Minister supported, because we are waiting for someone in the region to say we will defend Taiwan. Because what will happen is that as more and more countries declare, it will end up be like not just Japan, there will be South Korea, there will be Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, everybody. Then it literally makes it impossible for China to attack Taiwan, because they will literally start a world war if they do that. That will be the trajectory if everything goes on. But of course, it sounds like fantasy right now. But the thing is, this is not new. During the Cold War, the contingency was that if China attacked Taiwan during the Cold War, the whole region will go in. Singapore's military literally have military. We already have equipments in Taiwan, and I'm not sure if it's still the same contingency right now. But previously we have main battle tanks there. Our soldiers train there, and we interoperate with the Taiwanese military. That was what was then.
Because you are still the same vessels like in Western Europe against the Soviet Union. You're the vessels of the Western Empire against China.
We were the vessels of the British. Yeah. The British under SEATO, they actually have nuclear weapons in Singapore, and our government don't even know. They actually deployed nuclear weapons. They name it as something else, and they deployed nuclear weapons. So the thing is, the region is different. Our region fight for real. Our region's not like the Europeans, like so comfortable, right? So that is the scary part, and that's what Japan tried to tell China. That's why they tell you up front, so that China don't miscalculate. Because once they miscalculate, they decided to go to war, and then suddenly we all enter, then you'll be like Ukraine war over again, because it's a miscalculation.
Honestly, Gareth, it feels like a fantasy what you're telling. Go on, Gareth.
Thank you. Can I just remind everyone that Taiwan is a province of China? It doesn't claim to be otherwise. It does claim to be the rightful government of China. So obviously, if Japan is going to give a guarantee to this rebel government, that is tantamount to a declaration of war. I mean, if somebody gave a guarantee to the Isle of, or to the independence of the Isle of Wight from Britain, the British government would totally freak out. It's an absurdity.
That's perspective, because you are now thinking that China, the mainland China, is the real China. South Korea and North Korea, which one is the rebel government?
Well, de facto, they got the capital, so.
Yeah, Taiwan has a capital too.
They've been recognized by the United Nations anyway. But the point is that this is not like some neutral thing. This is the West interfering in China's internal affairs.
It's not.
Yes,
because Republic of China, East China, they have a civil war. The Republic of China lost the civil war in the mainland.
Yeah.
And then the mainland China. Let me finish. The People's Republic, the Communist forces. That time they are still not called People's Republic of China. They continue to fight across the sea. They managed to conquer Hainan Island. Then they tried to attack Taiwanese island, the Kinmen Island. They failed. A lot of soldiers died. They tried to land across Kinmen. Then after that, the Korean War broke out. Then the Chinese resources is focused on the Korean War. Then after the Korean War, they are unable to fight Taiwan anymore because they are exhausted. So the end up, what happened is that the Republic of China still exists. It's a separate government. It's a separate country. It is as country as it gets.
Not a separate country.
Claim doesn't matter. It's just China's claim on Taiwan is just like Serbia's claim on Kosovo. It means nothing. In reality, Serbia have no control over Kosovo, and there's no control. That means it's a separate thing.
Then I have a question for you. How does that differentiate from the Palestinian issue? You say Palestine is not a country because nobody recognizes Palestine.
But Palestine is entirely conquered. Palestine is entirely conquered. Israel.
They're still fighting. No, you're saying they're not conquered.
But the thing is, the main communist forces have never landed in Taiwan Island. No, you listen. The communist forces have never ever landed or governed the Taiwanese island. Never. The Israeli forces have conquered the whole of West Bank, the whole of Gaza, and they have basically occupied it and have occupation on it.
Okay.
That is the difference.
You are saying currently because they have a government, they have A, B, C, D, so it's almost like they meet all the criteria for a country. No, China says no. And the same thing. Palestine have a government, they have a presence. I think Palestine is even recognized under the UN compared to Taiwan, if I'm not even wrong.
But they don't have the thing is Palestine don't even have a border. That's the problem. What? The border is nonsense. It looks like a broccoli.
No, they have their border. Is somebody that trespassing their borders. They do have their borders. Somebody else is trespassing their borders. So, but Taiwan, on the other hand, doesn't even have.
Okay, I explain a bit different. I explain again. Yeah. Whole of Palestine has been conquered by Israel. Entirely conquered. It is. It's freaking just conquered. The IDF is everywhere. They conquered. I think in the 6-day war, the Yom Kippur War, they conquered the whole thing. Gaza as well. They have occupied it and have occupation on it for a long time. So until today, Israel is the one that still decides where the border is, what is the checkpoints, how do the people go in and out. Literally, it's a colonized place. It's a colony of Israel right now. and Israel have total decision on what Palestine can or cannot do. China has zero control over what Republic of China can do. That's a problem right now. It's a totally different thing. It's entirely different. They are more legitimate as a country than Kosovo is. But Kosovo is a colony of basically NATO. You have NATO forces basically controlling the whole thing.
Taiwan is the same.
But Taiwan doesn't claim to be a colony. It claims to be the rightful government of the whole of China.
Correct. That's why the thing is the civil war is not over. They have never signed a treaty. Just like North and South Korea, they have never signed a peace treaty. The communist forces and the Kuomintang forces have also never signed a treaty, because for a long time the KMT has wanted to return and conquer back China, and that's why they hold out against declaring independence as Taiwan. They just hold out, and then by the time the population has there's new generations coming up, and all these people identify themselves as Taiwanese, it's too late. If they have declared the Republic of Taiwan right when they lost a seat as China in UN, I'm 100% sure United States, all this will back them. But the thing is, United States basically backstep Republic of China, because they say that at first they say that we'll support you, you are part of the non-Soviet ones. But when they realize that they can turn China against USSR, they betrayed the Republic of China and welcome People's Republic of China into the UN. That was what happened. That was the geopolitics then.
Yeah, but this is your point.
They're going to betray all of those who're throwing yourselves into their arms now.
It was actually rather successful in this.
It's contradicting your point. Everybody accepts China's claim on being one country, and everybody accepted China in the 70s to be communist China to be the one country.
So not every country. No, not every country.
Almost every country.
Most countries' position of one. So no, the most of the world's one China policy. Everybody recognizes there's only one China. Okay, so that is the one China policy. But most of the countries never say the one China is which China. That is the key. So the most of the countries in the world, including Singapore, we have the one China policy, but we never declare that it's a People's Republic of China or the Republic of China. You can check it. I know Japan actually recognized People's Republic of China, but the rest of the world is not. If you look at United States position, it's actually not clear.
China. The one China policy is defined by China. It's not defined by foreign powers.
No, it's defined. No, the China, of course, will declare themselves as China. Like both China think that they are China. The outside world put a position. We say we agree that there's a one China. There can only be one China.
Well,
which China is up to the two Chinas to fight it out. So right now, the People's Republic of China is the China. But one day, if the Republic of China reconquers back most of China, that can also be the China. That is the ambiguity of this one China policy. It's never to say which China is the real China. We only say that we recognize one China. That is the one China policy. So you can either be the ROC or the PRC. We don't care. It can be a totally new China if there's a revolt and totally new China appears. We don't care. There can only be one China. That is the one China policy.
Yeah,
there's never say that it's always going to be People's Republic of China.
This is a non-argument. Of course, if China develops somehow in the next 10,000 years and somehow most of Chinese live in Australia or somewhere, everybody then in 10,000 years will accept that China is on the territory of Australia. Of course, it's true. But currently, everybody accepts that the real China is the communist-ruled China. Everybody, I think Lithuania has tried to accept that the Taiwanese embassy or something. There was something, and they got punished by China with trade. Obviously, everybody accepts power and capabilities. And currently, the communist China, at least in name communist, currently has all the capabilities. And I don't believe for a second that any of the Asian states will fight for Taiwan unless they get ordered and or promised support by America. Unless America says, you go to war and I will support you, and I will make sure that you win, just like they said to the Ukrainians. Then no one will go to war against China.
I don't think that's what people want. People expect. You know, in the region, we are very pragmatic.
Look,
All we expect is if United States must go into war and actually commit to the war.
Voyin, you're
Winning
right.
or not winning, right, is
That-
another thing altogether. It's not really that important. The thing is whether we commit to fight or not. It's not like the Ukraine situation where everybody just talk and then nobody fights. When they fight is fight, like because there is no way back.
Voyin,
Once we fight, we choose to fight. There's no way back.
You're right that
And-
most of the world. Sorry, Wyatt. You're right that most of the world de facto recognizes that China is, for all intents and purposes, the People's Republic of China, the PRC. Right? For all intents and purposes, they recognize that that is the de facto reality, that China is the PRC. Right? And they do business with total legitimacy with the PRC, and they recognize it. But de jure, they have the little one China trick, which is a bit of an interesting ambiguity. But that's, like you said, just de jure. De facto, everyone recognizes, of course, there is one China. And de facto, everyone recognizes that there is one Taiwan. That there are indeed de facto two separate countries. By the same token, that de facto there is only one China, that being the PRC. By the same token, de facto there is only one Taiwan, that being the ROC. And we are nice to the PRC and we say there's only one China, and we're nice to the ROC and we say that there's that they are actually China, even though they're not China, they're Taiwan. They might as be anything. They might as well be Formosa or whatever else they might want to be. But the point is, they are Taiwan, right? And they are de facto independent. And the claim of the CCP on, or of the PRC on as a state on that island, that geography, is not comparable to the claim of the British upon the Isle of Wight, because the British do currently occupy the Isle of Wight. It would be more similar to the claim that the British might have on Iceland or something like that, if such a claim were to come to be, because of some, or on Normandy, perhaps. Normandy might be a better example. The point is that the communist Chinese, that the PRC never controlled Taiwan. The Qing dynasty did control Taiwan, but that was taken from them by the Japanese. It wasn't taken from them. They lost that before they transformed into the PRC, and before they collapsed into the Civil War.
Why is that important? Why is
The
that
point,
important?
because it's not a part of the state de facto that is rebelling against the state. It is a different state de facto, a different state on a different territory,
them.
right? No,
So-
I know,
so
de jure not to them, but in truth, it is to them, right? Because they don't actually go to Taiwan and expect to use their same passport, right? They do understand de facto it is a different country. They treat it as such.
In fact,
Everyone
if you go back to
understands the reality.
No, if you go back to the maps, historical maps of China, you just go back to historical map of China, Taiwan almost literally don't figures. They almost literally don't figures in China's map. Because they're just another island nobody cares about. Because the only thing that matters in China, in historical China, is the mainland. So it is only until I think Qing dynasty, maybe Ming dynasty, but that was very late. That is like the past 500 years only, that they started to care a bit more about the Taiwanese island. The Taiwanese island has always been this pirate-infested island, and the Aborigine peoples there. Nobody
There were
cares.
Polynesian type people there, A
Yes.
lot of it was a Polynesian jungle island, right? It wasn't really a Chinese place. In fact, it was the first. There was a Dutch colony in the early 1600s on Taiwan before the Qing had any formal control over Taiwan. Of course, they knew where Taiwan was and they explored it and whatnot, but they had no actual formal control over Taiwan when the Dutch colonized the island of Formosa. This is true.
Then Qing,
this is true.
I think it's Qing
After that, the Qing
attacked
had
them, right?
Exactly. After that, the Qing muscled up to the Dutch and took Taiwan from them and started populating it of their own, which was an admirable effort by the Qing.
And again, Qing is not even a Chinese empire. Qing is a Manchu empire. It's a barbarian empire.
And then in the 1800s, I think it was in 1888 or so, so then the Qing have it for about 150 or 200 years after the Dutch have it. And the Qing are defeated by the Japanese in war, and the Japanese take it over from the end of the 1800s onwards. and only after the Japanese lose in World War II does that island go back into the hands of the Chinese, and only then for a couple of years before before it becomes the refuge of the
and I want to add also,
nationalists.
even
The
when
arms.
it was so-called returned to China, nobody gave a damn about Taiwan Island. Like, it was totally not cared. What happened is that the Kuomintang forces lost the war, and then they have to retreat, and then they run. So they basically flooded the Taiwanese island with a lot of Chinese people. It was never even that Chinese, you know.
It's it would be like, it's more like Canada and the USA almost. Okay, if you want to look at another example, like Canada was also part of the British provinces, but they went a different path, right? When these ones broke away, USA is kind of the Taiwan to Canada's China in some sense, right? But in reality, there are de facto separate countries, even though they have this fractious history, right?
I would imagine more a bit like, for example, United States go into a civil war, okay? Then, okay, maybe the old civil war, let's say you use the old civil war, okay? What happens is that maybe the alternate parallel universe is that the Confederates retreated to Cuba, okay? And then continue to call themselves United States. But then they have run Cuba all by themselves, and then there's full of Americans, but they're all Confederates, and all speak Southern, and then the Union United States.
Texas.
Then the Union United States tried to attack Cuba, which is now Confederate Cuba United States. They failed, and then after that, the war just basically just fizzled out. And then from then on, there is two United States. One is in Cuba, the other one is the whole of mainland United States. That is the situation. Can you still call Cuba part of United States? It's a different country, it's literally a different thing. They just happen to call the same thing. So the whole world will now declare there can only be one USA. It cannot be two. And then, of course, everybody will recognize the big one, right?
There's two Koreas, right? It's not that hard, man.
If those Confederates are still claiming to be the rightful government of the United States, and a foreign power is arming them, I wouldn't find it surprising if the United States were alarmed.
Yeah, of course, and they'd be alarmed if the Mexicans were claiming that they want to conquer the United States and a foreign power was arming them, right? I mean, of course they'd be alarmed. They are adversarial states. Okay, they're alarmed. But if you wanna appeal to some juridical right that the state has, it's just not the right path to go down. You have to look at it de facto, and the fact is they are totally different states. And look, historically they have been too, for most of their history. Coming up to this point, they haven't been part of the same state.
And so it gets more complicated because then the mainland United States, which is the Union United States, declares that Cuba United States, the Confederate United States, cannot disclaim themselves as United States. They must forever be also called United States. Because if they declare a Republic of Cuba, they go to war. Do you understand the kind of conundrum? The Union United States have never touched Cuba before. They have never ruled it. They have never stepped on it. But then it's like, but these Americans that is in Cuba, if they declare themselves as Republic of Cuba, we'll go to war. But then they insist that they must forever call themselves the Confederate United States. That is the current conundrum that Taiwan is in.
But that doesn't quite work because we just established that the Qing dynasty did hold Taiwan for some period, and that was sufficient for it to be considered part of the country. As far as they're concerned.
I mean, like, if your argument...
The fall of Rome doesn't make you make any
dynasty,
descendants of Rome to have claim, right? Sorry, sorry, you repeat again?
Well, I mean, if your argument is really, like, depending on the status of Taiwan during the Qing dynasty, well, the Qing dynasty is, like, it's over, man. You know, it's irrelevant today. Like, that just is, like, so irrelevant, it's unreal.
No, it's not irrelevant because the point is that at the time of the Civil War in China, Taiwan was part of China and had been for a century, as was already mentioned. So there's no particular reason for the communist forces to consider that just because somebody with a red star hadn't stepped on it, then
you didn't hear anything that we said about the history of China, man. You know, you're saying that it had been part of China for a century. It had been part of China for a century, and then it had been part of Japan for a half a century, and it was a different China then that regained it for only a couple of years at the turn of World War II. And it was, it's not, and it was in the midst of the Civil War, right? Which, if anything, it was given to the nationalist Chinese, who were the official victors of World War II. So, if anything, the post-World War II transfer of the statehood of the sovereignty over Taiwan that got transferred from the Japanese Empire after it was defeated, it was given to the Republic of China. It wasn't given to the PRC, right? As was, of course, the rest of China, right? Obviously, right, because the ROC was the accepted dominant power in China, and the PRC were seen as a rebel group. And then the PRC were victorious, and the ROC retreated there, and now they have this diplomatic conundrum. But you can't find a solution here. Again, just looking at de jure, the reality is they're different countries. They're different countries. It's just the
another
truth.
thing, you cannot claim it from the previous empire that precedes you. Qing Empire is a totally different country. Literally the country is called Qing. It's not China. It's like Russia trying to claim all of the territory of USSR. It cannot fly. No one will agree to it, because USSR is the preceding power before Russia, the current Russia. So you cannot. If Russia today use USSR's border as their claim, then of course everybody is going to fight Russia, man. 100% everybody is going to fight Russia, and that's what the Europeans is trying to accuse Putin of doing. Because that is the legitimacy to fight Russia. So the thing is, if you cannot use Qing Empire's borders to decide, so these PRC now have deservedly take Taiwan, because the reality is that ROC also claims the whole of freaking China and whole of Mongolia and the whole of Xinjiang. They have the same claim. So you cannot side with one side. No. So if you side one side, then you are biased. They're simply as biased. They haven't finished fighting.
Hold on a second. But then we're all agreeing that both factions, the remnants of the Civil War, agree that there is one China, that Taiwan is part of China, and that they disagree over which of them is the rightful ruler of China.
Yes,
so,
correct.
De jure, yes.
Okay,
yes.
so
that's the official line. Yes, that's the de jure line.
Right. So my point is that I don't think that the PRC can see this, in their opinion, rebel province being armed by a foreign power and not think that is a direct threat on them, because these people are making a claim on the rest of China and they are being armed.
Of course, and they also threaten them to not disclaim the claim. That's the most funny part. That's the most funny part about Taiwan's situation. They can't even disclaim that, okay, we don't want the mainland anymore. They can't even do that. Because once they do that, it means they declared independence, so they will lose it. So they have forced the Republic of China to stay as Republic of China so that they can continue to claim Taiwan as part of them, which they have never conquered before. So the thing is, that is also a very China-centric view, because then we are totally ignoring the Republic of China Chinese, the Taiwanese, of their own agencies. They want their own freedom. They don't want to be ruled under the communist regime. They have all the rights to get military support. Sorry, you can go.
Just real quick.
Here's a proposition quickly, which is that the ROC recognizes that there's no hope of conquering the mainland, and it surrenders its claim to be one China without declaring independence as a separate country. It just no longer has a KMT government and doesn't assert that claim anymore.
No, that's nonsensical. How can you disclaim most of China and then you have to define China as simply the island of Formosa and say that you are the real China, but you don't control any of China whatsoever? I don't know. That sounds. I guess that's potentially possible. I just want to respond to somebody in the chat in the comments that said, why doesn't China just renounce its claim? Why doesn't Taiwan just renounce its claim to the rest of China? That's why it's trying to explain that
they cannot.
The PRC would not let the ROC do so, because the PRC is not allowing the ROC to declare itself an independent country as an independent Taiwan, right? And what independent Taiwan? I mean, what you're saying, Gareth, is the same as identifying themselves as an independent Taiwan, right? Ultimately, if they drop their claim to the rest of China, it means that what they're saying is, I am the republic that controls the island of Formosa, and that is what I am, right? This geography called Formosa or Taiwan or ROC, that is just their independent country. That's a declaration of an independent Taiwan, just under some different name, right?
Sure, but they could have a similar kind of relationship with China, in which they're just left as an independent province that doesn't
Right.
that isn't a threat against the body politic.
Well, this is how it is now. It's a peaceful trading relationship, right? And then and this works for everybody. Nobody is at war actively at the moment, and they've been, de facto treating each other like two independent countries that are friendly to one another, or that have been able to trade and have tourism back and forth, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest threat, really, of escalating this, is that you increase the cultural rift, and then you don't even, then you close up the opportunity of even an amicable reunion in the future.
I mean, isn't it kind of like, it's kind of a scheme? It makes sense in some ways and it doesn't make sense in other ways, but they both agreed to go to play by it in order to keep the peace and just get along until it figures itself out.
So that is actually what the whole of the region wants. So if you look at the one China policy, really look at it, the whole region all say that there's one China, yes, but then they also expect that the Taiwan issue to be resolved peacefully. Nobody, but generally speaking, everybody only wants status quo. They want nothing to change. So once there is military action taken against Taiwan that is changing of the status quo, and is also trying to absorb Taiwan through military force, then of course the countries don't support. So that is what what Japan literally was saying. It's like, if you try to use military force to take Taiwan, we cannot support it. But if China can absorb Taiwan in a peaceful manner, nobody will dare to do anything. Nobody will get involved.
In a peaceful manner.
That's the situation. Yeah, how is it going to be peaceful? Nobody knows, no? So
yeah,
the thing is,
like a
China
European
could have done
Union
it.
process for 75 years that leads to greater and greater integration, and then eventual, unification. Maybe, I don't know. There's not really a peaceful way to do this.
No, I think it's doable. I think it's just like East West Germany kind of situation, where once you can have a kind of alignment that one side is happy to join the other side, it's doable. The thing is, the China right now, Taiwanese don't want to be part of it. That is the real reason. If let's say China evolve into some kind of democracy, there's freedom, there's no more suppression, there's no people just disappear, people can have freedom to really practice capitalism and be rich and there may be multiple political parties and whatnot. I can tell you, Taiwan would likely go back into China. The problem is now China is just very different. It's just too different from
Are
the
they afraid to get the Hong Kong treatment, where they're promised
100%?
autonomy?
Hong Kong is already lost its sovereignty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I mean, if they could actually get it a deal where it's stuck, then it'd be one thing. But they don't trust them, and there's no reason to trust them.
So you see, the thing is, Hong Kong is the example that Taiwanese will use, because when Hong Kong returned to China, the game plan, the rule was that 50 years no change. Politically, nothing will change in 50 years. But we are not even halfway there. China already enacted a law within Hong Kong, which will basically strip them off of most powers. And basically everything Hong Kong is controlled by China. And now Hong Kong ports can literally just impound container ships based on orders coming from China. And that's what happened to Singapore's ship as well. They impounded our ship that came from Taiwan. They was carrying our armored vehicles, because it was just like, go in, they were dropping other containers, but just happened that the ship have our armored vehicle. They impounded the ship, they took armored vehicles, but that's all coming from China, which means Hong Kong is not sovereign anymore. So there is no such, the 50-year no change in political system or whatever is already broken. So the thing is, Taiwan is looking at all these things and they say that, okay, fuck, then we can never trust this one country, two system bullshit. It is because Hong Kong 50 years return directly, totally absorbed into the China system. I think that's sensible, because ultimately, they are not a sovereign country per se. They are just a colony. Taiwan is a separate, entirely different country. They totally have entirely different democracy and everything. So they would have expected forever there will be a totally two system, but then it will never reach there as well, because they already seen what has happened. So they will never accept. So it's not really a moral, ethical question about No, Taiwan is part of China. They should return. No, that's not how the world works. No, no one in Taiwan thinks like this. Maybe a small handful. But the majority, people just want to have their own life. Just like Canada do not want to join the United States, despite it's way more similar than China and Taiwan. Sorry, Voyin. Virgin, can you hear me?
He's frozen.
Or he's lagging? He's
lag
not
out.
frozen, but I don't think he can hear us.
Oh.
Oh my god, he's lagging by like 30 seconds.
What the hell?
Oh, we cannot hear him also.
He's muted. That's his problem. We can't hear him. He's not muted on
For him, we cannot hear you.
Streamyard. Yeah, his microphone is.
So that's why it's like it's very painful, when I do videos about Taiwan, China. It's like I'm not even
Can you
being
hear me
in China.
now?
I'm just explaining.
Yeah,
I can. So I just want to finish my point. I'm just explaining the situation, the geopolitics, the reality in the region. It's nothing to do with pro-China or anti-China. The reality is that it's just two different countries. They are totally different countries. It's like as different as Canada and the United States. It's two different countries, and it's just that China in the past 10 to 20 years suddenly is so rich and so powerful. Everybody think that, oh no, they deserve. But if you go back 20 years, 30 years ago, China is a freaking backwater. Nobody give a damn about China. No, if you tell Taiwan that, do you want to go back to China and join back to China, they will laugh at you. They will say, you want me to go back and be these country bums? No, it's like, it's even the Hong Kong people, that's why they hated the merger back into China, because to them it's like they are downgrading, by joining China than leaving British Empire. So the world today is different and people see China differently. But people need to go back 20 years or 25 years. You look at the China, then it's a totally different thing. It's a different country at all. People laugh at you, say that anyone should go back to join China. It's like, it's a joke. And Voyin is gone. Yeah. So no.
I'd just like to mention again that every year the United States performs a mock invasion of North Korea. It's a regular event. It's quite logistically heavy. They have tens of thousands of troops, all of which have to be convoyed into the area and so on. It's a big force projection. And obviously, North Korea being contiguous with China, that's also an invasion route. So I just find it this sort of romantic that that China is not granted the right to be concerned about its own future. I mean, it just seems like all of its concerns are being dismissed, just like Russia's were.
Well, they are right. They can concern. Nobody is stopping China to be concerned. The problem is not. Now the countries are not saying that China cannot be concerned.
You're not letting me be concerned. All I wanted to do was be concerned, and I'm not allowed. Oh.
No, the thing is, people are reacting to China's actions. This is not. We are not we're not saying that China cannot be concerned of Taiwan or want to take back Taiwan. Everybody recognizes that China, the mainland China, wants to take back Taiwan. Everybody recognizes that. The thing is, we don't want them to do it militarily. That's all. No, and the thing is, once you say that, and China is not happy, then they start to
that
review.
your business? It's not your business.
But again,
but the thing is, nobody recognizes Taiwan as part of China per se too.
Is it Taiwan's business? Is it the ROC's business?
Okay, I can tell you how nobody give a damn about China's claim is Taiwanese tourists goes to anywhere around the world with Taiwanese passport, Republic of China / Taiwan passport. Every country recognize it, except for countries that are totally bought out by China, which is actually very few, like some of the Pacific Islands and whatnot. Literally every country, they recognize Republic of China passport. That is a lot. That says a lot. If we really believe that Taiwan belongs to People's Republic of China, we have not recognized this passport, because it's like, no, sorry, there's no such country. We don't recognize it. You understand what I mean? Because you can make up any country, right? You can make up No,
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, I think this misses a lot of points. For instance, you mentioned Hong Kong and how it was promised to be, the way it was for 50 years. Well, which way was it? It was a colony of Great Britain. It had one democratic election just before it was given over to China. So to make the impression that they were a kind of a democratic system, they never were. They were just a colony. And the same thing is true for many other vessels of the current hegemon. There is no such thing that people are concerned for keeping their freedoms, which they don't have. They never had freedoms. They were a colony of Great Britain in Hong Kong. And now they are either a colony or part of China, however you want to look at it. I think it's a part of China. And the same is true for Taiwan. If the People's Republic of China, which is currently communist, and I don't understand why it would lose the right to a former land because they have a communist government. That's not the reason to lose some claim. It would be just the same to say, okay, Trump never, before he got elected in 2016, well, Trump never ruled over Texas, so now he can't rule over Texas anymore. Because now it's Trump in government. There is no reason. There is a government and an entity, a state that has the capabilities to push through its interests, and that thus it gets respected and accepted. And the Taiwan only exists as a separate entity because of United States of America, not because of people in Taiwan are concerned or not concerned. It's only because Western hegemony had the power to constrain China from taking it back. No other reason.
So Donbass should return to Ukraine.
Of course, if Ukraine has the power to do it, of course it should return to Ukraine.
Correct. So I return you back exactly the same thing. If China has the means to do it, to conquer Taiwan, then we will recognize it.
Yes.
That is the point. It's exactly the same thing.
Yeah, but
so what happened to...
No,
so basically Taiwan...
There's an additional point. There's an additional point. You want your state and other states in South China to agitate and to even military intervene from China taking it. This is the additional point. So you have to decide yourself, obviously, and your governments, if you bet on a China that is weak enough to be constrained, or you want to take on the fight and be an enemy of China. If China wins, I don't think that it's an interesting point to be an enemy of a regional hegemon or even future global hegemon.
Yeah.
It's
so Russia
bet,
entered into Ukraine. Russia entered Ukraine is a massive gamble as well, because they will be facing the whole of Europe, the whole of America, and potentially more plus. Russia felt needed to support Donbass and to fight the whole of Ukraine. So the thing is, Ukraine and Donbass is actually a very, very good example. It's a civil war, and the one part is totally unconquerable for a period of time. The bigger power, the one that with more land, unable to conquer the smaller part. That is basically China and Taiwan. The same thing.
No,
so
that's far away. Far away.
I'm explaining in the sense that it's a civil war that was not ended. There was a freeze of the front line. That was basically that it is. Just that this front line in China and Taiwan froze for like decades. So now, after decades, maybe both sides, they didn't fight, they trade a little bit, they developed, then now Ukraine want to claim back Donbass. Then Donbass say no, then Russia backs it. That's exactly what happened. So
Wyatt, it's not exactly that way. You're ignoring a big factor, You could the same way explain it if Micronesia has some village which wants to split away and they have the same issue theoretically, a bigger part is fighting against a smaller part, but it's not that way in the real world. In the real world, there are big players, the hegemons, the regional powers, which have always influence, and the real fight, everybody understands it, is a proxy war against Russia. It's not the Donbass issue against the Ukrainian government. So the issue here in Taiwan is also not purely if some sovereignist Taiwanese people who don't feel Chinese want to belong to China or not.
I mean, look, honestly, who cares what a Slavoid has to say about the issue, or even a Chinaman from Singapore for that matter? What we really need to hear about is the British perspective, the British colonialist perspective that Gareth was providing to us earlier. Please, Gareth, continue schooling the chat about the realities in Southeast Asia. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules their waves. Da 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 da. Let's go.
Well, it's after midnight, so I was about to drop off anyway. I'm afraid you're out of luck. Bye.
Thank you, Gareth.
Fucker.
What an absolute pussy.
No, the thing is, it's not a the matter is the same as what you Virgin just now earlier said. If you have the means to conquer it, then it's yours. The problem is no one wants the place to change because no one trusts China. So everybody see Taiwan as the red line. If Taiwan falls, China dominates the region, everybody now have to listen to China. And nobody wants to listen to China because of the way how China behaves. That's why I've been telling you guys. So Japan is the first one to outright declare that they will defend Taiwan. So now I'm anticipating that slowly more and more countries may follow suit. Maybe, because it's a huge sacrifice. And we do not know. But the more countries pledge that they will support, then the less likely war will happen over Taiwan, and then the resolution will end up have to be peaceful. But China is already preparing for war. So there is 100% they are doing that. They're preparing for war. And the window for the invasion should be within 3 years, maximum 5 years, because Xi Jinping cannot live that long. It's because the main thing is that Xi Jinping is the one that is very ambitious. He wants to get this done before he dies, basically. He had prepared this for over 10 years, actually. Like the way how he ordered the certain type of mobilization, the reorganization of the military, the reclaiming of the islands in South China Sea, all is under Xi Jinping. Before Xi Jinping, the leadership is a lot less aggressive. And basically, he basically, changed the foreign policy entirely. So the old foreign policy is to conserve and be patient. That is the China plan. To conserve and be patient, because they believe that one day, their time will come. But Xi Jinping is different. Xi Jinping believes that you need to push for that change to come. So, and it's not wrong. Anyone can do it.
Maybe he believes the time has come.
Yeah. So he believed. For sure he believed. And then he met Trump and he's like, fuck, all the plans is just messed up. Like, for real. Like, everything is messed up. Because when it's Obama, the decline of United States is super clear. And if Hillary Clinton become president, the decline will continue. China was so confident. They are fucking confident. Then Trump somehow won, and everybody got shocked. So then everything got messed up. And then they got Biden back. China was happy again. Then Trump come back again. Then now trade war again. So this is just part
but it doesn't materially change anything, does it, Wyatt? I mean, American shipbuilding is non-existent. Their fleet is going to be reducing in size over the next decade.
I wouldn't say it's no impact. Like, you have to see how China behave to different provocations. Because if China have absolute advantage over you, they'll absolutely bully you. But in United States case, they are not exactly in the advantage. It could be even. It could be United States a bit more advantageous. It's hard to tell. Because it's too many aspects. But they cannot just trounce on United States, because if United States is absolutely weaker, they will have just ignored United States entirely.
Even locally?
They would just ignore. They just do whatever they want. To Japan and to all this. They just do whatever they want. They don't care. So the thing is, the region understand China, they uses their strength and their power. So the region is paranoid in that sense. Just like, the Central Americas and South America is paranoid about United States, because they know United States will use their power, and they just use it without no care. Just that China cares a bit more in the region because there is still they still need to curry favor with us. They need to keep that relationship at least publicly with the rest of the region because they have not won the geopolitical battle yet. The United States is still, the big power here. So,
look, man, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't watched any of your updates on the Taiwan situation. Okay. I struggle to understand why the Chinese would engage in a military conquest of Taiwan, a military invasion, because that seems like an operationally challenging exercise to embark on, like a really challenging exercise with colossal losses, even if you were to succeed. Why would they do that given the nature of Taiwan, like the way that they vote? It's close to 50-50, and there's a lot of people in Taiwan that are very sympathetic to the PRC, that are okay with reunification. It would make more sense to use soft power to lure them in and get them to rejoin 10, 20, 30 years. It'll take longer, but
there is only one reason, obviously, because Taiwan is the perfect anti-China. It's a big unsinkable aircraft carrier in front of the main ports of China, so it can blockade China. And this is the main reason China will never let go of Taiwan like they let go of Mongolia.
No, it can't.
It was also part of China.
No, it can't. It makes no sense. Because
how do you blockade?
Because of how close it is, it can also be blockaded. I mean, where do the Americans really have a massive advantage? It's in their blue water navy capability. It's in their logistics. It's in their ability to operate anywhere on the planet. If they wanted to blockade Chinese shipping, they could do it from anywhere. They don't need to do it at China. They can do it anywhere on the planet.
Oh, it makes it a lot easier. It makes it a lot easier. To have a land mass 100 kilometers from any port, so you can fire rockets inside.
Assuming you can get the rockets to this place.
Yeah,
assuming you can get the rockets to this place. But if you blockade it, if you block off any naval traffic, any air traffic, which you can with standoff weaponry, then it's just a fucking rock. That's all it is.
They can fucking blockade China. They blockade China in the Malacca Straits, okay? So China is not immune to being blockaded.
You could just drop that far enough away. Like, why risk your naval assets to Chinese missiles inside of like the 9 line when you can drop down around the Straits of Malacca or the Suez Canal? And I mean, it's not like you don't know what ships are fucking going to China anyway.
No, so that's not even the point. The point is,
and what makes you think China won't seize American ships?
No, the thing is, the theory don't make sense because so Taiwan allegedly can blockade China. But that is only in the time of war, right? Only in wartime you blockade, right? So in peacetime, nobody blockades China, right? So the solution to stop the possibility of a blockade on China from Taiwan is to start a war so that Taiwan can blockade China. The logic don't make sense. Because
such a blockade wouldn't be total. It wouldn't be total because of Belt and Road, because of Russia, because they have land links. Much more expensive, much more difficult, but still, those lines of communication exist.
They can blockade China for more than a week.
So this is a circular problem, right? With the same as the Japan's statement, which China is outraged about. Nothing happens if you don't go to war with Taiwan. The blockade cannot happen if there's no war. The blockade can only happen if there's a war. Same thing for Japan's case. Japan say that if you blockade Taiwan, basically is an act of war, then we go to war. But if you don't do an act of war, Japan will never go to war with China. So that is the circular problem, you see, that China don't keep playing to the crowd, that people just get played into it. Nothing happens if China don't go to war with Taiwan.
Gareth was saying before, like the fact that Taiwan is a pretender to the throne and exists and is being supplied by a foreign nation is a existential threat to the state. I mean, this is insane. Taiwan is such a small country, even if they were armed to the teeth. It's a question of, is it an actionable threat? It's not. It's not. So again, back to the question, why would there be a drive to rush something that is already happening naturally through political processes and soft power through military means? Is it purely like an ego thing? Because I mean, this is what they say about the Russian Russia-Ukraine conflict, you know, the Russians are trying to reclaim the Soviet Empire, they're expansionists, every European country is at risk of invasion by the Russians, etc. It seems to be a very similar narrative. Is there any truth to it? Legitimately don't know, because I don't really keep track of it. It's a question for you, Wyatt, as the resident expert.
No, so the thing is, for a long time, China don't really see Taiwan as a threat or anything. Like, really for real. Like, they just want it because, you know, that completes the map. You know, because they claim off this area, right?
Gotta catch
Taiwan
them
is the
all,
only unresolved
Pokemon.
part.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really the only part that is unresolved. All the other borders, they already fought skirmishes and whatnot, right? And sort of have the border more or less there, you know? More or less, you know, other parts are like totally impossible to secure, like, you know, the mountains with India. Then with USSR, they already fought the skirmishes and they already lost the land, you know. They like, okay, fuck it, we can't have it. So the only Taiwan one is the only one that haven't resolved. They haven't resolved it. So it is a dream of China to resolve it. If I run China, I also will have this dream. No, but the thing is, it like you said, militarily it don't make a lot of sense because it's going to be super costly, because Taiwan is built like Vietnam, just that it's an island. No, this Vietnam is on an island. It's full of mountains. There's unlimited number of tunnels and caves that is used militarily. We do not know. It's because it's all classified. So the thing is, it's going to be very costly. Of course, no, given pure power, just like, you know, Russia and Ukraine, Russia is going to win Ukraine regardless. China is going to win Taiwan regardless. At what cost? Whatever cost, you know, whatever cost China feel is worth it. So that is the thing. But why China still don't do it? Because the cost is high, you know. And if you fail, imagine you only take the low grounds, and then the Taiwanese forces continue to stay in the mountains for decades. You're gonna look like shit.
But it's not just the cost, the pure military cost in terms of men and material, but it's also the collateral damage. Yeah, if you destroy all the infrastructure, like, then what was the point? It's just a rock. It's all the businesses, all that stuff there, the people,
but
the
thing
civilians.
Is, they don't want Taiwan because of the wealth. They want Taiwan because they want that border. So they just want that border. There's no meaning to it. Just like they took Xinjiang. Xinjiang is not rich. They just want the border because they just want the desert as a buffer zone. They want Taiwan as a buffer zone. That's all. The thing is, it's very expensive to do that. So they have to think carefully whether they want to do it. Japan's declaration just made things very complicated for China, because now when they do war planning, they now have to consider Japan as well. Like, for real. Like, before that, it's not sure. You know, like, maybe, you know, really United States will be like.
Do you really
like
believe
Ukraine?
China does not have that into the contingency plan that Japan, US?
No, they have plans, but they're not sure. They're not. For example, they saw what United States do with Ukraine, right? United States never entered Ukraine. So the thing is, they might think that these Westerners might be, you know, very coward. No, they're just acting strong. Actually, in time of war, they will not come. They would think like that. They would think the same about Japan as well, which is what Voyin earlier was saying, right? No, they don't believe Japan will enter the war. So Japan outrightly said, we will. So that China now have to consider, of course, when the war break out, whether Japan will go in is another story altogether. But the thing is, Japan now put it out there and say that we will go to war if you attack Taiwan. So now China must make the war plan to consider Japan as well, which is a fucking big country. Japan is not a small country, it's a huge country as well. So, you know, that complicates the war plan.
And is one of those nations that can become a nuclear power overnight.
Japan's a long country.
Which, in the case of a conflict with China, they probably would. They would have to. They would have to build atomic weapons into production very quickly.
And the thing is, if Japan enters war, United States will find it very difficult to not enter war, because United States is by constitution, by their law, they have to defend Japan. So then the war will not be contained around Taiwan. South China Sea will blow up. Philippines will get involved.
Just before we move on in this chain of events, is there any reason to doubt what the Japanese have said?
I doubt it.
Well, have the Japanese ever said that they would get involved in something and backed out? because the Americans have a long history of this, of supporting other nations, of having allies and then dropping them like a sack of shit. The Russians do as well. So you can look at these kinds of proclamations with a skewed eye. Have the Japanese ever done anything like this?
So one way to see how much we trust. So one thing, how you see how much we trust the United States, you just look at our military size. No one depends on the United States.
Yeah. So, right? But to answer your question,
all of Asian militaries are very big. Everyone is big. Everybody is like ridiculous. We have ridiculous size of military. If you look at Europe military is a joke. Most of the European countries all depend on the United States. If you look at Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, maybe Philippines is too poor to have a big military.
What do you guys think of Australia?
It's all big. Australia is impressive on the surface. On the surface that they have all the ships and the planes, but in actual war, I'm not sure. Like I'm not sure how big the military doesn't look big enough.
Very small, 40,000 regs.
I mean, for such a huge continent, the military is tiny.
Very small.
You can't defend yourself actually. So there was these jokes
and cousins across the sea.
So there was these jokes among Chinese that they maybe they should colonize Australia because there's a lot more land for them to expand, and a lot of resources over there, and it's very weakly defended. They wouldn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, look. The size of the regular military is a little bit misleading because we also have millions and millions of bogans that will stab you if you look at them wrong. So we got meth heads, we got V8 Commodore driving hoons, we got all manner of local wildlife that is also a legitimate threat.
Send in the Ormus, man. Send in the Ormus.
Yeah, the emus. That's it. We got emu cavalry, bro.
So the thing is, it's not ideological. I'm just saying that these are the considerations that China will have to think about. Like I say, China have no wrong if they invade Taiwan. They are not wrong because the civil war is not over. It's just that there's a cost to it, and then it's anyone's guess who will actually enter war to help Taiwan.
I have an extremely racist perspective on all of this, and that perspective is based on spending years and years working and studying with East Asians, Chinese, Koreans, etc. Yes, I can hear you. I'm just talking over you because I'm a dick. And my basic perspective that I've achieved over this time is that, for the most part, like, Asian people are not warlike. They just want to live their life, work, make money, and all this kind of stuff. They're less volatile, less aggressive than Europeans, for instance, on average. And like you raised this point of the Southeast Asian Alliance, ASEAN or whatever. That's like 700, 800 million people. It's a lot of people. It's a very large bloc. And if it came down to it, if there was this chain reaction that you were describing before, that is a very serious conflict that the Chinese, were they to engage in that conflict, they would win in time because they have more people and they have all the manufacturing capacity. But what would be the cost? Massive cost. And I fail to see how that passes a cost benefit for these people.
It's not just that. The thing is the foreign policy, like, most of the country's perception with Taiwan, the relationship with Taiwan is very positive. Like, it's like with Japan. Everybody have very good impression of Japan. We all trade very well. We have very good diplomacies together. So, when Taiwan being such a friendly country, such a welcoming country, got invaded, the whole world will start to like, what the fuck you doing, man? That's why you see when Japan stands up against China right now over Taiwan issue. You see Singapore, we speak very positive of China, of Japan. Because it is true.
For me,
yourself,
Brian, let's get the Balkanoid opinion. Go ahead.
Well, right, you're contradicting yourself several times. First, you said everybody accepts that it's one China, and now you say everybody will get angry if it gets invaded. No, it's not about getting angry. All of these countries, like Japan, South Korea, they don't decide themselves if they want to go to war, and it's not America who will be forced then to protect them. It's the other way around. They've been pushed into the war on the promise that America will protect them. Otherwise, they wouldn't go to war, because if you can't win a war, why go to war? Why would these countries be interested to go to war?
Yeah, correct.
And
that's why
only reason
everybody that's why we
the
keep
only reason
asking
why China-
United States to get more involved. If you know,
Yeah,
if you
maybe-
follow the geopolitics
yes.
here, everybody's
I mean,
asking United States to
I
get more
think you're
involved.
totally underestimating like the scale of these ancient, like brutal blood feuds of Asia. Okay, I don't think you really understand the gravity of that.
I wouldn't say blood feud. Like I'm just saying, nobody can win China, right? Correct. So everybody's asking United States to come in to get more involved. So the involvement now is that United States is pretty strong on the military side. So the region is asking United States to entrench themselves more economically, culturally, and all these things. So that it's more entrenched and the population is more welcoming of the United States. That's what's happening in Southeast Asia. So the thing is but Japan is not just a mere power. Japan is actually pretty powerful. So even though they call themselves self-defense force, but it's not. Their military is pretty formidable. So they can actually do their own thing. But of course, they will still want United States to get involved. So the thing is, if the whole more and more countries stand up, and then if United States don't help, United States will lose the region forever. Like we'll just stop the war and say fuck, we all join China. So the thing is, United States it cannot just treat it like Ukraine. Like this region is not Ukraine. No, we are not Eastern Europe. We are like very different. If we sense that United States is going to abandon us, we are all going to side with China. Like
well, yeah, that entire region, that entire Southeast Asia region is much more populous and much more economically productive. Frankly speaking, I mean,
so
these European countries are tiny.
The cost for China is that they have to weigh and they need to estimate, is it worth because of the diplomatic cost? Because once they take on Taiwan, they will lose a lot of the world. It's going to lose probably a lot more than what Russia lost over invading Ukraine. Particularly the near region, like the closest countries all around China, is all going to be like suddenly become super unfriendly with China. So yeah, so that's the main thing. I mean,
it's also more difficult than Ukraine because there's no way to cook up a possible casus belli. With Ukraine, the concerns are very understandable because of the deployment of the anti-ballistic missile solutions, the deployment of NATO troops, the fact that there's a land border, the short distance to critical Russian defense installations, the capital, etc. With Taiwan, that isn't really the case. It's not the same. It's not a land border. It's different.
Yeah. So if there's a land border, China will have long conquered it, like long time ago.
Yeah.
So
that's a military necessity.
It's just the sea that they cannot overcome so easily. They actually conquered Hainan Island, which was already very impressive because Taiwan never thought that they would lose Hainan Island. I mean, they have the right to invade if they want to, if they feel that they can accept the cost. The thing is, yeah, I mean, the region is already not so happy with China, away with their wolf diplomacy. So I'm not sure. The China is in this very difficult place. The red line is actually declaration of independence. So as long as Taiwan do not declare independence, I don't think China will invade. But the thing is, if Taiwan declares independence, no country will support Taiwan. That's what will happen. No country.
Please explain that, because you were alluding to this before, and I really don't understand it.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I said, the region wants status quo. Nothing changes, which means ROC will forever be ROC. They will forever be stuck in this conundrum with China. That's what we want. Because the once ROC
typical East Asian shit. Like whatever, we got a de facto situation. Shut the fuck up. Keep making your money. Everyone's happy. Everything's stable. Don't rock the boat. Whatever. Yeah.
The reason is this, because everybody knows the red line is if Taiwan declares independence, China will go to war. That is why we don't want war to happen, which is why we say we don't support. And if they still declare independence, then nobody going to help them because you fucked yourself up.
So if they declare independence, then they are the instigator, effectively.
Correct.
They're the ones
because
that
Taiwan will be the instigator. So nobody will help Taiwan.
Why? So why is the reason for the status quo? Why do they want a status quo? What benefit?
Civil War.
No, okay, it's a simple thing because nobody wants China to be more powerful than it is. That's one thing.
So Taiwan make it more
And also,
powerful.
everyone's comfortable.
Yeah, everybody.
Also, listen, before we continue, I had a fucking question. FCS. I see there you've got a little tagline, Bubba Blower. Can you please explain that to me? What the fuck does that mean? Bubba Blower.
What's
FCS. That's your name?
What's
Bubba
my name?
Blower?
What's my name? No, what's the name?
FCS.
No, it's not FCS. It's right there.
Trump Lewinsky?
There
I
you
know your
go.
real name. I know your real name.
There you go.
I know you Mandingo ass motherfucker. I know you.
I'm the
Don't
black
dead
Trump.
name him. Don't dead name him.
I'm the black Trump.
Black Trump. Well, I salute.
So we have black 45-degree guy. So I have to be the black Trump.
Okay, listen, what the fuck is this? Where did this super chat come from? Wyatt, you motherfucker. You owe me $2. I sent you a super chat.
Wait. I gonna send soon. No, so if Japan and USA declare war with China, what do you think North Korea will do? Just now Slav wrote, thanks Gareth for giving the colonists.
Thank you for reading it an hour after I sent the fucking message. It has to be read in a timely fashion, Wyatt. That is the whole point of a super chat. That's why I'm paying you money for it.
And why is they talking about de facto, not de jure? Yeah, I think that's what triggered Archimedes to come on to talk. Because
it's what triggered me to come up to talk. Like, fuck me, I already spent $2 on this shit. I wanted to talk to Gareth and he ran away like a bitch. Typical communist behavior. Either communist behavior or British behavior, one of the two, basically the same thing these days. What can you say?
But honestly, I really underestimated like the world's understanding of the Taiwan issue. Like the world really don't understand the Taiwan issue like at all. Like fuck. And people like when I say things that people get so confused, like they say I'm pro-China. Like this is the status quo for like decades. You know, it's not like new. And Taiwan was so much more advanced than China for a long time. Like so, you know, China was like this backwater, you know, this countryside place. You know, nobody want to go for a long time. You know, so and Taiwan, was like so this capitalist, the bureaucracy that was like wow, they proved that they're way better than communists. So
Hong Kong was also like this, yeah.
Yeah, so it was a long time. It's been like this, and then the communists, after realizing communism failed, and they learned from Singapore and they took Singapore's model, and then they became what they are today. So now communism works. Fuck. And then but it's nothing to do with communism. It's actually state capitalism. It's actually still capitalism. It's just more centric, to the state, which is what Singapore does. So
What are you confused about, man? Most people are playing whatever the modern equivalent of World of Warcraft is. They're watching Netflix. They're jerking off. They're eating pizza. They're not tracking this stuff.
No,
I mean, you move in a very specific circle of turbo autists that enjoy geopolitics and military history and shit. It's not surprising most people don't know.
No, but the thing is, I understand why they would be pro-China. Not just because they are pro-Russia at the first place, for some, but it's because the branding is beautiful. The high-speed train, the bullet trains, the LED lighted skylines, the clean street. It's beautiful. No, it's true. The thing is,
you think it's just because of that, Wyatt?
100% think it's because of that. If you see that it's totally third world, like Detroit, or every city is like Detroit, I can 100% tell you, no one will support China, 100% for sure.
Or is it because
everybody is like, why the fuck would Taiwan want to return to such a shithole? No, they all think like this, no?
Okay,
because that's exactly what people think 30 years ago. That is exactly what people think 30 years ago. Because why would the fuck would Taiwan want to go back to China? It's a shithole.
The reason I asked you that question, because is it possible people have really seen that doing business with China and doing business with Europeans is more beneficial to do with China than with Europe? Is it possible to go off of that tender?
But there is nothing to do with Taiwan. There's Taiwan. If you do business
No,
with
you-
Taiwan, you will feel like
You're
you
saying
realize
China,
like
right? You see because of the neon light and the LED light, people are saying Taiwan. Why don't you Taiwan go join us? Is it possible what they have seen working with China have given them compared to other people? That what is
of course.
China basically
Of
being
course, of
interested to them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could not just be the neon light and LEDs. It could really be some things that they've seen tangible result from dealing with China compared to other people.
No, I would say even simpler. You just look 15 years ago or 15 years ago when everybody say, the goods that is shitty must be coming from China, right? There's one time, right? You see that something broke very quickly. Is that must be made from China. China goods are all cheap and rubbish.
True.
Yeah. Who the fuck would be pro-China at those days? The thing is,
Well, there is
after
this,
them-
and that's like a material thing, right? Of course, we all
So the
consume
thing
products
is,
from China that are good and whatever. But the thing probably has more effect, and I don't know, man. I live in Australia, so I wouldn't say that people have a pro-China or whatever opinion, but it's more a question of cultural impact. Like, we don't consume anything from China. We don't consume Chinese social media or media in general because it's kind of like a closed loop. But we do consume stuff from the United States, and most of that is gay as fuck. And so there's like this negative opinion that you formulate of that side of things, and there's no negative opinion formed of the other side. Hence the neutrality or positive thinking. I think that probably has more effect.
Super chat.
It's
Can
not
you
just
stop
fine,
speaking
but-
over super chat? By Salgad. No, but you.
No, I can't stop talking over the super chats. Fuck you. Pay more money.
No, but Yong is right. But the real reason why you're not seeing shit from China is because China have their own internet, and you can't read freaking Chinese. It's not because there's no shit over there. There's a lot of crazy shit over there as well.
No,
The
I
thing
believe
is-
you. I believe you.
But the thing is, US, of the West, the woke culture, of course, really spoils the image of the West. Like for sure, 100%. Everybody thinks the West is crazy, That's like real.
Including
like,
people that
real
live in the
sentiment.
West. I mean, it's a...
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Asian countries used to look up to the West, and then now we're like, what the fuck is happening? Like for real, it's not even like a joke. So I forgot what's my original point that I wanted to talk about. Fuck.
It was
you were
probably
talking about the do business. So the thing is, yes, now people like to do business with China because they experience it. They have very positive opinions. But imagine 15 years ago when all the goods that you receive from them is all broken. So it all spoils within a few months. You will fuck them, like then you will not have this positive opinion about China doing business with China. So the thing is, things have changed. This is what I mean. The past 5 to 10 years, China have changed. They have improved tremendously. This is what I'm keep trying to say. The people having this opinion today about this very positive image of China is very recent. It's a very recent phenomenon. 10, 15 years ago, it's not even like nobody talks about China in this positive manner. People 15 years ago talks about, wow, China is a great place to invest because there's so much opportunity and possibility. That's what people talk about China. Nobody talks China in a positive manner in this sense. They only talk about it as a place you can go and earn money from, start a business, because the market is so huge. There is still all this opportunity. That is 15 years ago. Today is a different thing because China has already developed. So but the thing is, I really understand, the problem with time, you see. Like, people very easy forget things. Like for me, I don't understand things that happened more than 30 years
Sorry,
ago.
Wyatt, wait a second. We got a super chat. Gotta read this. From Archimedes for $5. Young Unk's cantankerous attitude will turn people off from sending super chats. So, Archimedes, a heartfelt fuck you to you, faggot. If you want to talk some shit, you come on the fucking open mic.
Yeah. So but you see, like people who was before me, they remember the Cold War very well. Like, they spoke of the Cold War very passionately, which I don't understand. Like their hatred for the Soviet Union. They talk about the Vietnam War. They have a feeling that I don't have because I never lived through it. But I lived through 9/11. I lived through the growth from this shithole country, China, to this mega mega high tech country, China. Like I've seen the change. I have been to China when I was 13 years old. It was it was nothing like what it is today. So and I've been.
When's
to
the
China
last time you were in China though? Like I'm cognizant of the reality that everything that I've consumed about China, everything that I've seen,
I think 5 to 8 years
has
ago,
been
the last time I
videos
went.
on YouTube and whatever. The reality is a lot of that is going to be.
I can tell you my experience. 5 to 8 years ago, I went to Guangzhou. I went to Hong Kong, Macau, then Guangzhou. So I've gone to the 3 different regions of China.
Oh, you went to Macau, huh?
Yeah, Macau
Did some
is
gambling.
Awesome. But I didn't
Gambling, huh?
So no, the food is good. The people are happy.
Not the food.
The food is good. I didn't gamble. I don't gamble. I don't
gamble. You don't gamble, Wyatt. I'm pressing X to doubt.
Because I'm a sore loser, so I can't gamble. So I go to so Hong Kong and Macau is like total opposite. Hong Kong people are all depressed. They all look like shit. Like that means their face they just have no positivity in them. They lost all enthusiasm and hope. That is their face. If you see the happy one, those are from China. Those are not Hong Kong people. The Hong Kong people are all depressed. Like no joke. So
typical capitalist environment.
And then the food is actually not as good. The Hong Kong food is actually not that good, but it's fucking expensive. You go to Macau, everybody's happy, and no food is fucking good. Because in Macau they embrace China. Hong Kong they resist China. And this difference in attitude just changed everything.
That's casino capital. Okay, everyone's happy. We know that. Okay, Guangzhou.
Because they're very
Guangzou.
rich. No, per capita,
Tell us about that.
Per capita, Macau is very rich. So that's
of course they're happy. Yeah.
So my first impression when I go to Guangzhou, that was like 5 to 8 years ago. I went to Guangzhou. I can tell you, my first impression is, fuck, we are fucked. My first impression is like Singapore is fucked because the city is. Because they rebuild the whole city, they plan it very properly. Because like I said, they learn a lot from Singapore. City plannings, rules, laws, everything they learn from us, and so including how we do the industries. Because in Singapore we concentrate industries together, so that's what they do as well. So that's why China have their fantastic supply chain, all these things. But the thing is, when you go to the city, wow, the city is so well planned. The streets are clean, the buildings are beautiful. They had one fucking library that was in the middle of the Guangzhou city. Beautiful, fucking beautiful. And I immediately my feelings are fucked. Singapore is fucked. The only thing they're going for us is because they are fucking closed. They are a fucking closed country. If they really open up like Taiwan, like really open country, I can tell you they'll dominate the world. Much more than to the point where United States can never stop. The thing is they're because they're closed. So they're like they actually still excel despite the restriction they put on themselves. It's quite insane. Another super chat. So tagged up. Young Unc, a cantankerous attitude is turning me off from the super chatting.
Good. No women allowed.
Holy shit.
Keep sending more money.
So the thing is, that's why I say. So that's why I say, I'm not anti-China, like the kind of like what people think. It's not. Like I go to China, I've seen China, I have a lot of Chinese friends. So like I'm always talking about the foreign policies. Yeah, I'm Chinese. The thing is,
friends too.
You see, if you notice, I've never complained about the Uyghurs, the alleged genocide of the Uyghurs. Fuck, man, I never even see a single evidence of it's really credible.
They're called the Uyghurs, okay? And I will not have you besmirch their name, okay? Those are my people that are being killed, the Uyghurs, not the Uyghurs or whatever.
Be careful.
So they actually pronounce.
Well, you got some beef. You got some beef. Mandingo man.
It's
we
not
can let
pronounced
that
as
beef cook.
That is not pronounced as Young Unk.
Young Unk.
That is not Young Unk. That is actually Uyghur. No, that is actually pronounced Uyghur. Like we misunderstood the pronunciation. It's like the Y is actually silent. And the N is actually pronounced as I. It's a Uyghur.
Right. You go 3 letters above. It's a problem.
No, but the thing is,
listen, don't be fucking jealous because I'm the favored son of Yaqub, FCS. Don't be jealous. It's okay.
I didn't create you. I don't know you.
I know you didn't create me. Your head is way too small.
No.
Yakub had a big head.
No,
see this head?
so I need to defend myself. I'm not anti-China because if you really look at anti-China YouTube channels, they'll be talking about the Falun Gong people. You'll be talking about organ harvesting. You'll be talking about how the people are getting bullied, or whatever. They're talking about how people is disappearing or how they killing off the Uyghur people. It's like I don't even talk about any of this. I'm talking purely about
Why? Please
diplomacy,
spare me the fucking bullshit. You absolutely are anti-China. And you're anti-China because you're a Singaporean nationalist, and that is perfectly fucking normal. You are in favor of Singapore protecting your people. Fuck off, cunt. Like, I know what you cunts get taught in school. You're just a high IQ. You're a high IQ Singaporean nationalist, so you're not going to be talking about fucking Falun Gong or all this fucking shit that no one cares about.
No, but the
you're going to be talking about geopolitical realities, and do you want to be under anal occupation by the People's Republic?
Exactly.
The Chinese Communist Party, which I don't think anyone wants to be under their anal occupation or any anal occupation whatsoever. So,
but the thing is, when you're anti a country, if you're really anti a country, you'll be talking shit about the country, like everything. I don't talk shit about China. Like I'm just pointing out the things that they are doing. Literally, you can find the facts. Like the North Koreans as well. I don't talk about North Koreans, like starving their own people and killing their own people or whatnot. I talk about the geopolitics about North Korea. It's the same. I treat them the same. So the thing is, this I have to
There's no benefit. Like at a certain level, like if you're talking to the masses, right? Your average fucking soybean eating retard. Sure, whatever. Use every single propaganda trick, but like when you're having a reasoned discussion with people that are capable of conscious thought, there's no benefit to underestimating your enemy and insulting them and playing these rhetorical games. Like there is a real threat. That threat needs to be quantified and qualified, and you need to find a way of getting from point A to point B, where point B is not you getting your shit kicked in. And you need to understand what the actual threat is.
It's like China is like Rome, in that Rome is like everybody thinks that they're the real Romans, okay? And I mean, a lot of Chinese nationalists in the nation state of China think China equals Communist Chinese Party. So like you're running up to the limits of the word China, because everybody, like, that's begging the question, because the debate is what is China, right? Like you are a Chinese, but you're not you're not even like a Chinese citizen with a Chinese passport. But my point is that Chinese is an identity that extends beyond the nation state of China.
I don't think it's that complex. I think there is the Chinese state, meaning the mainland, meaning the People's Republic of China, and there's the Chinese ethnicity. It's kind of like Jews in Israel, right? There's a difference between the two, but you can use the term Jews to refer to both, and depending on the context, it makes sense. It's not that complex.
Okay, well, but the context, like, what do you mean by anti-China? It's like, no, you're not anti-China, but like a lot of people think China equals the nation state of China. And I mean, you're just anti one party, but like to some extent, are you anti like nation of China? I mean, maybe you don't make the same arguments that like the U.S. State Department makes with like their Uyghurs and their Falun Gong, but like, I mean, I think any person who's reasonable in your position would be anti-China to some extent under a certain definition.
Yeah, especially since you are ethnically Chinese. I mean, and you have an effectively ethnically Chinese state in the form of Singapore, just like Taiwan is an ethnically Chinese state, etc., etc.
Yeah, so that's why from a Chinese point of view, it's very complicated. Like, because you are Chinese. If you are Russian, you see Russia in a very different light from like non-Russians. Like, because it's like homeland, but yet it's not homeland. They kind of like complicated feelings. Similarly, like I explained last week, even I play computer games like EU 401, I play as China because I'm fucking Chinese. I play as China often, very often. Like I play as the Han Empire or the Ming Empire to like to relieve that kind of like like the Westerners, Roman no fantasy, that kind of thing. But it's the same. Chinese are Chinese. The thing is, that's why it's important to separate the two. The political, Chinese, which is the Communist Party, is very different. Like before the Communist Party, it was the nationalists. The nationalist government is also pretty evil. They are just as fucked up, and they treat the people like shit as well. They kill a lot of people as well. They anyhow mobilize people to go to war, and they just die, and they die in the millions. In the China's wars, the people die in the millions. So it's quite insane. They are all fucking evil. So I did say as well. If the Republic of China, if one day they actually retake China and they become the government in China, they might just be as dangerous as the communist China. So in fact, they might be worse. They might be like the United States, where capitalism and the military-industrial complex just dominates everything, and then they become incentivized to go to war. That is possible. So it's just politics and geopolitics. There's nothing, there's nothing passionate about this topic. For me, it's just very straightforward. And yeah, Chinese and Chinese are not very peaceful people. I just want to say, people have to stop thinking about Chinese people are peaceful. We are fucking vengeful, man. We are one of the most vengeful people in the world. That the history is full of people dying by the millions. So yeah, it is what it is. Do you want to change topic? No. It's a passionate topic for me because I get a lot of flack for talking about China, so I have to explain myself, and it's not possible to do a video to explain myself because people don't care about what I say. When China, or people don't understand. It's in our blood. We are very vengeful and we are fucking brutal. Like people who got banned by me, in the DPA forum or DPA chat or the Discord would know. I have no qualms on just fuck you, I just block it. Because that is the Chinese way of doing things. We are fucking brutal to each other as well. So yeah, we either trust each other very well or we just fucking kill each other. So that's the Chinese culture. Maybe this is universal. Maybe all humans are like that. But I identify this as a very Chinese thing. Do you want to change topic? Do you want to talk about Guinea-Bissau?
No, I want Bridget and Coping to come into chat. I see them talking shit there in the YouTube comments.
Basically, just copy Gabon and paste it on Guinea-Bissau and just move on.
So the new guy is going to be are they going to join the alliance, the Sahel alliance?
It's a French guy. It's a French guy. Just copy Gabon. What happened in Gabon? Just copy it and paste it.
The general is French. I thought they speak Portuguese.
Yeah, when I say a French guy, I mean he's a French. Portugal. Guinea-Bissau is one of the funny countries. A Portuguese quote unquote colony boy. The French took over a long time ago from the Portuguese. This whole thing is a French authorized school. So just copy Gabon, paste it in Guinea-Bissau. You have the same story.
But they speak Portuguese, right?
Bro, you were playing right into Coping's hands. You can see him. He's rubbing his hands right now.
He's so happy.
Please, tell us about West Africa. Please.
No, again. So, you see, Guinea, the other Guinea, not the Guinea-Bissau, the other Guinea-Bissau and Gabon, all the G's, they're all the same people. It's all French, orchestrated coup. So it had nothing to do with AES or the Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger mindset. The French know they're losing that territory, so they have to start doing some coups to solidify their positions.
Oh, so it's a French-sponsored coup?
Yeah, it's a French-sponsored coup, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I thought that it's against the French. I don't have enough context.
No. The opposition was going to win this election, and the opposition wanted to lean with the AES movement, and they couldn't have that. So even Ivory Coast is coming next. I caught dibs on that. Just watch.
Ooh, spicy.
But anyway, yeah, the only three serious coup that's completely in-house and fuck European kind of mindset is those 3 countries. All the recent coups are all being French or American sponsored. Yeah, even the attempted coup in Nigeria, the one a few months ago, that was also America inspired. Yeah, I know that didn't make the news. There was an attempted coup in Nigeria not long ago. So, but since the coup didn't succeed, now they came with
Listen, man, you can't have this conversation without coping in the chat. I mean, he's the only other cunt that actually cares about this shit. Wyatt, can you use your Asian Jew powers to get coping in here to start talking about Africa?
No, the easy answer is fuck those.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Fuck you, Vaughn. You've contributed nothing in the last 45 minutes.
Well, that's because I was so interested in your misunderstanding of China that I learned. I was learning.
You're taking notes.
Sometimes
I'll read this one.
No,
Archimedes, super chat. Super chat, $5. Can nuclear fusion tech be used to improve the African sanitation network?
It could probably work in India.
Shit, you got served, Archimedes. God damn.
We love to tread on the fine line, between YouTube smacking us in our face.
we have to self-censor, just keep this line. Any bump in the road, we'll have to have a new.
Hey, okay. While we're taking a hiatus, where's Crypto at? Does Crypto still come on?
Which one?
Sometimes he looks in the chat. No,
yeah, he hasn't been
didn't see him
in a
today.
long time, but he's floats in the chat. He's probably lagging like a bitch.
God, I think it's so brutal.
Fucking Canadians, man. Canadians just get bullied out of chat. They don't have any backbone. Vaughn, when are you guys finally conquering Canada? It's well overdue at this point.
I don't even know. I mean, think about it. Like I was talking about earlier, Trump is he's so full of promise and plans, and then we just don't get it done. It's supposed to be the golden age of America, but there's no Panama Canal under our control. There's no Canada under our control. There's no Greenland under our control. It's like, where the fuck's this golden age?
Exactly. Fuck. We worked out an operational plan. We worked out he's down there trying to bully Venezuela. You don't even need the military to bully Canada. Just round up all the Crips and Bloods.
Yeah.
Give them a lift over the river. That's all you have to do.
That's it.
I mean, right out of Chicago, put them on pontoon boats. Boom.
Well,
Exactly.
Look, come on, Vaughn, that's a bad idea. Canada is too cold for the Blood and Crips. So you have to send.
Do it in summer. Do it in summer.
The redneck first.
Do it in summer. Do it in summer.
Yeah. Vaughn asked Trump to do it. Ukraine war is ending soon. I'm going to run out of things to report,
No, seriously, look, Vaughn, whenever you guys decide to invade Canada, let me know. I have a bone to pick for Canada. I will volunteer in the first.
You have a bone to pick with Canada.
No, I have to go.
What bone do you have to pick with Canada, Mr. Trump? Please tell us.
Because, okay, which war can I say here that YouTube won't access? Okay, I'm gonna go.
We say too many words. Don't worry. The YouTube censor can't catch us. We have said way too long, 6 hours long. The AI is gonna fuck it.
I give up. But yeah, seriously, that's a tiny guy in Canada called what is his name? Macron girlfriend. I want to go looking for him. I think that's much I can say. So whenever Trump declares war in Canada, I will volunteer to go look for him.
You mean that elderly woman? Is that what you're talking about?
No,
is that thing in Canada?
Macron boyfriend in Canada. The guy, the former prime minister.
Trudeau?
Don't say his name.
Oh.
You're not allowed to say his name.
What fucking issue do you have with Trudeau? I don't get it.
I don't know. Pick on him a little bit. Just push him around, Here we see.
Oh, okay. Okay. This is like one of those "you got a purty mouth, boy" type moments.
Exactly.
I see. Okay.
You know,
Say no more. Say no more.
You need to learn.
This is some prison rule shit. Fair enough. Fair enough.
You need to learn the banjo.
Goddamn right.
But yeah, so no, for me, Canada is basically defenseless. Why can't we just take it and just make it part of the U.S. and send and expand the country and have more? What?
I don't know, dude. I mean, think about it. There's a lot of stuff he said he was going to do and not do, and it's some's kind of happening barely just to say you did it or you started, and other stuff's not happening at all, and there's a lot of underperformance. You know, I mean,
Vaughn, if this was like 40, 50 years ago, what Trump says he was going to do, that's a high chances he can do them. But before Trump came, there have been so many red tapes put in place that everything he was saying, only you have to be really delusional to believe him, because there's so many red tapes you have to cross. He doesn't have enough time to do them all. He either seized power to achieve them, or 4 years is never enough time to even do half of them. So don't even believe he can do those things.
oh, I mean, I understand you got time limits and stuff like that. I'm just saying, I mean, there's a lot of people that think he's underperforming right now.
Oh,
And that's why people like Nick Fuentes and stuff are getting a foothold, because it's, you know, it's like, hey, look, you know, you made some basic promises here, dude. You know, you're not even really keeping those, and you're more worried about other parts of the world or other things. You know, you talked a big game about taking care of us first and America first, and you know, so you're giving these guys play, because a guy like him who's well-spoken and smart can go down the list and say, hey, you said this, this, and this. You're not doing this, this, and this, or you're only doing this much or that much, and it's not really effective. So you know, I mean, it's like you're getting critics. It's going to affect the midterms, maybe 28. I mean, it's just making the whole thing more interesting, because, I mean, what's Nick Fuentes really guilty of? What? Holding the president and the Republicans to the promises they made? You know, I mean, granted, he did say other things that are inflammatory.
Fuentes isn't a measurement stick.
But, I mean,
he's too tiny for his chair to become a measurement stick.
It's any other number of people on the right. I mean, what, you know, that are getting shit on right now. It's like, what are they guilty of? Just telling you to do your job and stick to it, what you said you were going to do, and focus on America. I mean, look at what they're getting.
Man, I appreciate where you're coming from, Vaughn, but as a true European, a true Aryan European, I'm a follower of King Twink III. And so, unfortunately, I don't know if we necessarily see eye to eye on this issue. Sorry, bro.
King Twink?
You should go punch
King Twink? No, that's a thing. Why? Look it up. King Twink III.
Don't look it up.
You should go fight a tree.
King Twink III will lead the reconquista of Europe.
Yeah,
in a fancy dress.
You need to definitely.
Look at his fucking facial expression.
Yeah, look up King Twink III on YouTube. He's got some inspirational, like almost Churchillian speeches. I mean, it's very inspirational. What's his tagline? The only twink that follows the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I didn't know you have such hobbies.
Such what?
That clearly you can see I have no idea who the fuck this guy is, no, but you know it very well, no? So,
and you call yourself a geopolitical analyst, Wyatt? You've been sleeping on this shit, bro.
Go look it up right now. You can split screen it and look it up.
I can tell you.
Do it.
Instead of posting the map, look up King Twink III.
It's not lewd, man. It's not lewd.
Yeah, it's not lewd. It's just a relatively beautiful looking guy who
Okay, listen,
cunt.
cunt. I have to tell you, man, like, whenever you say some shit like that, you have to say no homo. Why? It is absolutely imperative that you follow a statement like that with no homo.
Where you have to. You just have to.
You have to. Why? Say no homo.
Or say no Diddy. One of the two, but you can't just say that.
No Diddy, no homo. Yeah,
Yeah.
Why? You're not saying it, bro. You're not saying it. This is not good.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking whether
oh
if I say
God.
Is it a trap?
Is it a trap? What are you doing? Why?
I'm going through the Instagram, like it's all videos.
Now, if they say why, you have to say no homo. So
you have to say no homo.
Okay,
you have to say no homo. Thank you. Thank God.
Do you guys want to all see it?
Yeah, play it.
Okay, let me share the screen. So, yeah, it's this guy. Is this beautiful looking guy? I'm not sure if the word beautiful is the right word to use, because some of them looks very girl.
No homo.
It's beautiful, homo. But no homo.
No, there you go. He said.
But this is a bit like yeah. So yeah. I think need to listen to what you say.
Someday Lambo is gonna kneel before King Twink III and accept a knighthood.
Oh, you know 100% Lambo's gonna do that.
Then clearly,
I'm surprised Lambo isn't here right now. It's for the best.
Yeah, so clearly, I didn't follow him, so I don't even know this person. Yeah, interesting. I will check him out later and see, what the fuck did he say? Because I think you need to listen to what he say to get context, But it looks fun. Looks like a fun guy. No homo.
No, that's better safe than sorry. Good. Very good. Where's Coping hiding at?
He's now binge watching this guy, I think.
I think Coping is more into the dark, mate, if you take my meaning. I get that distinct impression. I think he's probably left now that FCS has turned off his video.
He does not kneel, he twerks.
Thank you, Archimedes. Where are you at, man? You promised to join VC or whatever, open mic.
He's busy looking at Merit Star, man. He's busy looking at the
He's
king.
Probably listening to some Taylor Swift.
Probably is. He probably is.
Taylor Swift. So we can do closing. It's 6 hours plus anyway. So, but FCS is not on screen, so no. Let's Coqueville go first. Coqueville.
I don't know what to say, but peace, all y'all. Tip your waitresses and shit.
Thank you, Coqueville. Vaughn closing.
Yeah, definitely tip your waitresses. That's a good idea. It was a good open mic. It was fun. Definitely good to see some new people here, the OGs. Let's all head over to the voice chat so we can have fun.
Sure.
It's over with. Lots of shit going on. Maybe there'll be some shit going on in Venezuela this week. Maybe they'll just keep trying to scare them into surrendering or something. I don't know, or leaving power, and the other chick can get in there and save Venezuela. Ukraine, I don't think there'll be a peace deal or anything anytime soon. Seversk, Lehman, Murhad, Pololi, those will all be interesting this week. Maybe we'll throw in a wild card at Orkiv. See what happens. But I just assume it'll just be the same ground and pound on the ground. So, we'll see what happens. And maybe there'll be some big retaliation for the oil tankers in the Black Sea. I don't know. Everybody have a good week. Take care. Hope you all had a good Thanksgiving if you do that. You're conquered people. I hope you don't feel too butthurt about it, but turkey's good. Later.
Thank you, Vaughn. Yuger.
Fuger, Wigger, it's Wigger. Wyatt.
Oh, Wigger, sorry.
Stop disrespecting my ethnic identity. Absolutely disgusting. All right, you disgusting unwashed masses. Like and subscribe. And Gareth, I gotta tell you, man, it doesn't matter if Wyatt is too fucking retarded to set up super chats properly. I'm coming for that ass. Prison rules, bitch. No homo. Get ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Vega. Super chat by TechDub. Wyatt, thank you for hosting Open Mic. Thank you, TechDub. And yeah, Trump Lewinsky Baba Blower.
There you
Closing
go.
statement.
Yeah, man. Again, I come seeing every now and then when I have some spare time. Been busy because my namesake, Trump in power, decided to put himself into things he can handle. So people on the ground have to do other things to make sure things go smoothly. But in conclusion, anyway, as the name says, Baba Blower, maybe he's busy blowing somebody in Venezuela for war. I don't know. Whatever it's up to, we'll find out in 5 or 10 years. Whatever the case may be, release the Epstein's file, America first, the rest can suck our dick. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Trump Lewinsky Baba Blower. Thank you, everyone, for participating. And yeah, it's my turn to do closing. Yay. I gotta remove everybody to the backstage. Bye. So, thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 153. It got really fun in the second half, but we talked too much China. And I'm passionate mainly because people don't understand, so I have to explain myself. But no, yeah, I think like I said just now, I underestimated the amount of like history that people need to understand the context of what Taiwan actually is. Like, Taiwan is a very confused place. they are very confused. Like, as the country, because they have this strong nationalism education. They have they have conscriptions and everything. They always call themselves Chinese country. China. They always call themselves Republic of China. But then it slowly warps into this Taiwanese identity, which they cannot 100% legitimately embrace, because that means war, and that gets them really confused. And yeah, that is the complicated things about it. So and they basically is like an entirely different country, like for real, like no joke. For a long time it's been like this. So yeah, I'm not sure how I can help to educate the masses on these nuances. Like, I think it's way more complicated than Ukraine. Like, people talk, like, people try to educate me about the Ukraine's history, how they were like not a thing, then they're a thing, then they should be part of it, should be part of Russia or whatnot. Like, that is actually way more simpler than the Taiwanese situation. But yeah, as you can see, the long debate, we talked about for 1-2 hours on that. Like, yeah, and it is end up very difficult to explain the situation, because in the region, our region, we actually understand the situation. Like, but the rest of the world doesn't seem to understand, and that makes it really hard to explain. Like my mother actually understands it better than you guys. So that's like that says a lot. So anyway, otherwise, thank you for all the super chat. I'm so sorry that I missed the super chat earlier, like from Slav, and then Slav. I have to like show it again, because to make his money worth. Like, thanks Gareth for giving the colonialist POV, and the Archimedes why he's talking about de facto, not de jure. Yeah, so yeah, that was about Taiwan. So yeah, I should show the comments on stage. Yeah, so yeah, that's what it is. That Chinese people generally cannot be anti-China. Like we can't hate ourselves. I mean, there are people who probably hate themselves. Like some Russians, I saw some Russians really hate Russia, which is crazy. But but the thing is, it's different. Like, we are just paranoid and scared of the regime. That is a different thing altogether. But yeah, it is what it is. And I just do my best. And today, the highest point, we actually got 124 viewers on the main channel, on this channel. So on the YouTube channel, that's pretty good. So happy about that. Yeah, and that's it. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, but no, yeah, on the YouTube channel side, I will be doing my best to report more news, more non-Ukraine war stuff. I have tested a bit. Seems alright. Seems like that's gonna help. So I'll do more on that. Ukraine war reporting will continue until the war ends, and probably will continue even after the war ends, because I don't think the war will end very cleanly. For now, we shall see what Zelensky gonna do. I think Zelensky is gonna be like, he's definitely in a very difficult position right now. But it's also on him, because he didn't choose to settle the peace deal during Istanbul, like trying to fight the unnecessary fight. And now and Putin already sensed blood. His military is winning, so he's just gonna go on and get a favorable deal. But honestly, I'm not very positive. I'm not very positive about the deal. In the sense that the 24 point that was leaked is not what Russia wants. Russia wants more. So I don't think Russia will agree to that. They're going to modify it and make it tremendously advantageous to the Russians. That's what I think. Anyway, that's it. Let's not go too long, because I need to go and record the frontline changes report. First, I need to map it first. I need to map, then I do the recording. So thank you for watching. Subscribe. If you have not subscribed, please check, make sure that you're subscribed, be it on Rumble or on Twitch or on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed. And yeah, that's it. I'll see you guys. I'll put down the outro, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye guys. See you guys next week.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Fuck your safe space. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, DPA, we are live. We are live. We are live.
We're all here from far and wide, voices bright like morning tide. In this world of news and change, together we rearrange conversations.